He is just so incredibly tired of fighting, hoping that this is the final sleep. But the universe has a very sick sense of humor, because the moment his eyes close, a row of holographic screens start ringing in his ears. He wakes up floating in some celestial void, realizing he just completed 55 damn cycles of regression, possession, and reincarnation. Another painful lifetime dragged down the drain after suffering like an absolute stray dog. To make things even better, he wakes up to a literal divine foot-on-head treatment from the very being who started this mess. He glares up with the pure, unadulterated rage of a customer who has been waiting 2 hours for a cold pizza. The entity standing above him is the goddess, looking like the classic expressionless anime deity who definitely does not pay taxes. She casually asks if they should try reincarnation next, completely ignoring the fact that his soul is practically held together by tape. This blank-faced deity is the exact same one who dragged him out of his peaceful life in the first place. Actually, let's call it what it really was. She straight up kidnapped him. It happened so long ago he can't even remember his original life, but she basically picked him up like a stray kitten, tossed him headfirst into a fantasy meat grinder, and told him to go find something called Airport to save the world. And that was the start of his personal Dark Souls run, dying over and over in the most painful ways imaginable. Across 55 runs of endless restarts, he has been burned, stabbed, crushed, and torn apart so many times that the memories are just a blur of trauma, and the worst part is, he still has absolutely no clue what Airport even is. So yeah, he points a finger right at her face and tells her he is officially resigning from the savior business. He warns her that his mind is going to break completely if he has to do this one more time. The goddess, showing the emotional depth of a damp cardboard box, notes that his physical and mental recovery features are working perfectly. She isn't wrong about the physical part. Every time he dies, his body resets perfectly, but the memories of every agonizing death stay locked in his brain. He is way past his breaking point, but she just casually offers to boot up another regression run like she's asking if he wants fries with his meal. He screams at her to go screw herself, and she deadpans that it is biologically impossible because of her female anatomy. Then she hits him with the classic, "I am joking." He freezes, wondering if the divine system is finally glitching out. Suddenly, she tells him he has done enough and has officially earned the right to return to his original world. Hanbit is stunned because he failed her stupid quest 55 times, but she claims the journey was more important than the destination. Before he can even process the fact that he's getting paroled, she raises her hand to trigger the transfer. He tries to stop her because he still has a million unanswered questions, but his legs are already dissolving into light. She basically kicks him out of the lobby while he screams every curse word his vocabulary can muster. The last thing he sees is her creepy gold eyes looking down at him, saying she looks forward to seeing what he does next. He wakes up with a gasp to the sound of a door slamming and his mother shouting that she is heading to work. He sits up in a cold sweat, clutching his temples because his head feels like it was used as a punching bag by a giant. He walks over to the door, his hand trembling as he grabs the handle. It has been 18 months since he returned to reality. For the first few weeks, his real-world memories were completely gone, buried under centuries of fantasy warfare, but they slowly started coming back. And here is the absolute peak of cosmic disrespect. The goddess kidnapped him the exact day before his mandatory military service, so when he returned, he immediately had to go serve his 18 months in the army anyway. He pours himself a glass of water, his face twisted in pure annoyance just thinking about it. If he counts all the times he served in feudal armies during his past lives, this was technically his 6th military service. Adapting to normal civilian life is proving to be harder than fighting a dragon, and his future is looking about as bright as a broken light bulb. He collapses back into his chair, sighing at his bleak prospects, when his phone suddenly starts buzzing on the table. He reaches over with a groan, expecting some annoying spam caller. It's a message from his military junior, asking if he is down to hit the bars again tonight. Hanbit replies with a tired cat meme, telling him he is way too old and exhausted for another round of drinking. The kid immediately starts spamming chicken emojis, trying to provoke him into coming out. Hanbit sighs, but he can't really stay mad at the guy. This kid actually looked out for him when he was thrown straight into the barracks right after returning to this world, so he owes him one. The kid texts back saying he was just kidding about the drinks because he actually bought him a discharge present. Our guy's eyes widen instantly because free stuff is always the correct answer. He heads out to meet him, wondering what kind of gift a military junior could possibly afford. He arrives at a cafe to find Ju Yanwu, a cheerful kid, who was his senior in the army by 4 months, despite being 5 years younger than him. Yan-woo is happily digging into a massive parfait, bragging about how he has no hangover because he is still in his prime. Hanbit sits down and immediately demands to see the present, which offends Yan-woo's delicate sensibilities. Hanbit stands up to leave, showing he has absolutely zero patience for dramatic build-ups. Yan-woo panics and quickly whips out a sleek, glowing silver card with level 2 written on it. He boasts that it's a membership card for Record Project, the hyper-realistic VR game everyone is playing, and it comes with high-end sync gear. He tells Hanbit to just accept it without feeling burdened, pushing the card right into his chest. He casually mentions that the gear costs about 5 million won, which is roughly $4,000 in real money. Hanbit's entire attitude shifts in a microsecond, dropping into a formal pose and asking if Yan-woo needs a personal guard dog. Yan-woo laughs it off, explaining that he can't play anymore because his family's financial situation is tight and he has to work 2 jobs. Hanbit locks eyes with him, asking if making money is his absolute top priority right now. Yan-woo sighs, saying games are a luxury when you're struggling to put food on the table. Hanbit gets annoyed, grabbing Yan-woo by his hair and asking if romance or games can buy rice. Yan-woo screams in pain, shouting that depending on how you play Record Project, you can actually strike it rich. Hanbit freezes, his eyes locking on to those magical words, strike it rich. He immediately releases him, slides back into his chair, and politely asks Sergeant Ju Yan-woo for the full financial details. Yan-woo rubs his sore scalp, smirk returning as he asks if Hanbit knows about Team Zero, the developers of the game. He pulls up a news article about the founder's will, which revealed that the entire multi-billion-dollar corporation will be handed over to the first player to clear the game. Because of this insane terms, corporations are investing millions, and even basic strategy guides are selling for fortunes. Hanbit is stunned by the scale of it, realizing that this is his ticket out of the internship grind. He accepts the challenge, and Yan-woo beams, thrilled that his favorite senior is finally joining him. Yan-woo stands up, telling him they need to go pick up his gear from the distribution center right now. They arrive at the special event zone, which is currently packed with hundreds of eager players. Hanbit is suffocating in the crowd, complaining about the sheer volume of people, but Yan-woo tells him this is nothing compared to the overseas servers. Yan-woo grabs him by the collar, dragging him through the sea of nerds toward the registry desk. He says they need to buy the beginner's guidebook first, but Hanbit wonders why they can't just dive straight into the game. Yan-woo tells him that's classic noob behavior, explaining that the game is notoriously unforgiving to beginners. He hands him a thick, leather-bound book, saying it was written by a famous veteran player named Adventurer A. Hanbit flips open the cover, planning to just skim through the pages to see if it's worth his time. But the moment his eyes hit the paper, his face completely loses all color. Floating on the page is a glowing magical projection of a familiar silver-haired woman smiling down at him, and printed right beneath her face is the ultimate trigger word, airport. For the past 2 years, Hanbit had been wondering why that crazy goddess let him go so easily when he failed his quest. Now, holding this glowing book, the terrible truth hits him like a freight train. She never intended to let him go in the first place. She just moved the goalpost to his home turf. Yan-woo snaps him out of his trance, asking if he's worried the game is going to be too difficult. Hanbit points to the Team Zero logo on the book, asking if he knows anything else about the developers. Yan-woo says they are shrouded in mystery, and their current CEO is the late founder's youngest daughter. Hanbit stares at the cover, his mind racing as he tries to connect the dots between a multi-billion-dollar gaming company and a divine kidnapper. He closes his eyes, remembering the smells, the sounds, and the absolute horror of his past lives, because to him, that world wasn't some virtual reality game played with a headset. It was a bloody, desperate struggle for survival where he had to swing a sword just to keep his head attached. He still remembers the sickening feeling of taking his first life and the hot blood splashing across his face. He remembers the sheer despair of looking up at the goddess's glowing silhouette after every failure, hearing her tell him he failed again. He shivers, wondering if he is really about to walk straight back into his personal hell. But then he glares at the book, his eyes turning cold as he decides that this time, he is going to end this torment on his own terms. He holds up his registration card, asking Yan-woo how long it will take for the gear to arrive at his house. Yan-woo smiles, taking Hanbit's phone to set up the companion apps and noting that he crumpled the guidebook in his grip. He waves goodbye, telling Hanbit to log in as soon as the package arrives so they can party up. Hanbit waves back, his mind still reeling as he heads back to his apartment. Sure enough, when he gets to his door, a sleek white box with glowing lights is already waiting on his welcome mat. He picks up the heavy box, sweating slightly as he realizes he is holding a machine worth more than his entire bank account. He unboxes the gear on his bed, revealing a futuristic helmet, wristbands, and ankle sensors designed for deep dive synchronization. He picks up one of the metallic rings, examining the advanced tech that is supposed to translate his real-world nervous system into game data. He checks the clock, realizing his mother won't be home for a while, but he locks his bedroom door anyway, just to be safe. He snaps the glowing blue wristbands onto his arms, feeling the cool metal lock into place. He puts on the heavy VR visor, lies flat on his back, and initiates the system boot sequence. A series of holographic screens pop up in his vision, scanning his brainwaves and biometric data to link his account. He floats in a digital blue grid, feeling his virtual limbs, but notices that the standard character customization window isn't appearing. Assuming it's a launch date glitch, he reaches out to click the exit button to reboot the system. His finger taps the glowing blue terminal, expecting to go back to the main menu. Instead, the screens turn red, static tearing through his vision as the system warns him that character creation has failed because an existing character has been detected. He screams at the void, asking if this is another of the goddess's sick tricks as his consciousness is violently pulled down. The digital blue grid dissolves, replaced by the warm, terrifying sensation of real wind blowing against his face. He hears the crying of seagulls overhead as his eyes blink open. A rustic wooden sign appears in his vision, welcoming him to Port City, Edlin. He is standing on a sunny pier, wearing high-end leather armor with a real steel sword resting at his hip. He slowly walks over to a glass window, his heart hammering against his ribs as he looks at his reflection. He stares at the handsome, sharp-featured face staring back at him from the glass pane. His breath catches, because this is his exact appearance from his 55th and final regression run. He touches his cheek, remembering the warm blood that used to stain this exact face in his memories. He looks down at his gloved hands, still feeling the phantom weight of the sword he swung for centuries. He realizes the goddess didn't just give him his old body back, she imported his actual, fully loaded save file into the game database. Before he can spiral into panic, a friend request window pops up from a player named Loper, spamming him to accept. He blinks, remembering that Loper is Yanwu's username, and struggles to navigate the game's menu system. He pinches his nose, muttering about how complicated modern game interfaces are compared to standard fantasy magic systems. Suddenly, a familiar voice shouts his name from down the wooden pier. Yanwu runs up to him, wearing a flashy rogue outfit and sporting perfectly styled, glowing blonde hair that screams try hard. Yanwu is shocked to see that Hanbit didn't customize his avatar, looking exactly like his real-world self. He shrugs it off, telling Hanbit to open his character sheet so they can see his username. Hanbit taps the air, bringing up his status screen, and his finger freezes when he sees his automatically generated nickname. His jaw drops in pure horror as he reads the bold purple letters spelling out, Black Dragon. He grabs Yanwu by his blonde hair, shaking him and demanding to know how to change this incredibly cringy, edgelord name. Yanwu laughs hysterically, explaining that usernames are permanently locked to biometric data during the deep dive scan and can never be changed. Hanbit chokes him out in rage, but Yanwu gasps for air and tells him to check his notification box first. A message appears, asking if Hanbit agrees to have his gameplay broadcasted live on Loper's stream. Yanwu explains that he streams regularly on the recorder platform, and interacting with the chat makes the grind way more fun. He sweetens the deal by offering to split all stream profits 50-50, and even 70-30 if they blow up. Hanbit glares at him, his intense hatred for the cringe name fighting against his desperate need for cold, hard cash. He finally crosses his arms, muttering that if they make a single dollar, he expects his full share. Yanwu grins, throwing an arm around his shoulder and telling him to just trust his veteran marketing skills. He boots up the camera, shouting a high-energy intro to his viewers and introducing his new partner, the legendary Black Dragon. The stream chat immediately starts flowing in, welcoming the new player with friendly emojis. But then they see the username and the roasting begins instantly, calling him an absolute edgelord who hit his Chunabu phase a decade too late. Hanbit's forehead veins pop as the trolls call him an earthworm, but Yanwu whispers for him to chill because the hate comments are basically free engagement. Hanbit takes a deep breath, swallowing his pride for the sake of his bank account, and asks what their first move is. Yanwu suggests checking his starter skill recommendations, which the system generates based on the player's initial body scan. He explains that most physical builds get basic options like fire magic, alchemy, or basic swordsmanship. Hanbit reaches out to tap the gold card, wondering if his centuries of high-tier martial arts mastery will actually register as actual skills. Yanwu leans in, his eyes wide with curiosity, as Hanbit's finger makes contact with the virtual card. The moment his finger touches the screen, a blinding golden light erupts from his character sheet, illuminating the entire pier. A massive storm of system cards begins spinning around Hanbit's head, crackling with intense magical energy. Yanwu's jaw drops as the system glitches under the sheer volume of high-tier combat data being loaded into the server. The light fades, and Hanbit stares blankly at his newly unlocked skill screen, his eyes wide in utter disbelief, as Yanwu desperately asks what insane cheat code he just pulled. So, the golden storm of cards finally settles down. Yanwu is looking at the screen with his mouth wide open, and the stream chat is already accusing our guy of running cheat codes. The comments are instantly demanding to know if he's hacking, while Hanbit is just standing there wondering why everyone is making such a big deal. Yanwu zooms in on the interface, his eyes practically turning into saucers. He can barely get the words out. He screams that these are hidden skills, the rarest abilities in the entire game database. And it's not just one lucky pull. Hanbit has a whole grid of legendary options glowing right in front of him. Yanwu is losing his mind to his viewers, completely ignoring the fact that Hanbit is acting like this is just a regular Tuesday. But internally, our guy is quietly smirk reacting because he recognizes every single one of these icons. They aren't random game skills, they are the exact spells and techniques he spent 55 agonizing lifetimes mastering. He decides to treat this system as a convenient stepping stone to build his strength, because once he is powerful enough, he is going to find out what that annoying goddess is actually playing at. He taps the screen, choosing standard fire attribute magic to start with. Then he casually asks Yanwu where they can go to pick up some early game quests. Yanwu looks at him like he just confessed to eating raw onions for breakfast. The stream chat immediately starts roasting him, calling his magic choice absolute garbage. Hanbit scratches his head, genuinely confused as to why everyone is hating on basic elemental casting. Here is the deal with how this game actually works. The absolute core of your power is a stat called proficiency. To max it out, you have to use a skill thousands of times, but the game hideously blocks you from even seeing your progress bar until you hit the final tier. Magic has the most vertical learning curve in the entire game, and our guy knows this better than anyone because he spent years crying on his knees in the dirt, just trying to spark a flame. He remembers that the key to mastering magic isn't just grinding, it's choosing the right teacher. So he asks Yeonwoo who the local magic master is. Yeonwoo cracks up, throwing his arm around him while the chat asks if Hanbit is planning to take a written college exam. He explains very patiently that NPCs in this game don't teach you things. You just complete achievements and buy skill books like a normal player. Hanbit is silently amazed, thinking that a book that instantly grants magic is an absolute dream compared to his past training. He flashes back to his actual master from his previous run, a terrifyingly strict blonde woman who used to beat him with a staff whenever he messed up a chant. He turns around and starts walking, telling Yanwu they need to head to the general store first. Yanwu is shocked, wondering how he knew the magic book was sold by Julio. But Hanbit's face goes dark at the mention of the name. He calls Julio an ugly, swindling villain, which catches Yanwu completely off guard. The stream chat goes wild, laughing at how naturally our guy slanders random merchants. Suddenly, a notification pops up. The actual merchant NPC named Julio just donated 1,000 won to the stream to threaten a lawsuit. Hanbit is fascinated by the streaming mechanics, asking if real money just entered their account. Yanwu confirms it, but the chat is laughing at how cheap Hanbit's reaction is. Yanwu asks if 1,000 won is really that big of a deal to him. Hanbit deadpans that if Yanwu and 1,000 won bill were drowning, he would save the cash without a single second of hesitation. Yanwu cries, pulling up the map to guide them to Julio's shop, but Hanbit suddenly stops, his eyes locking onto a specific corner of the interface. He pulls up the character portrait of Atsubel and asks Yanwu if he knows where she is. The screen displays her profile, looking exactly like his strict magic master from the past. Yanwu stares at the portrait, completely silent for a long moment. He warns Hanbit that he's going to get ratioed by the community if he tries to pursue her. He explains that to regular players, Atsubel is just a useless, throwaway NPC. She is designed to get arrested for fraud and theft early in the game, completely vanishing from the map after that. Hanbit ignores the warning, telling him it's faster to just go see for themselves. The chat is calling our guy incredibly stubborn, but they are locked in to see how badly this goes. Hanbit suggests they check Julio first to see if the game events are matching his memories. The chat starts making bets on whether Julio is actually a swindler, promising a sexy dance if Hanbit is right. Hanbit gives a creepy smirk, Noting that he did plenty of dancing during his military service anyway, Yan-woo shivers, quickly telling him to lead the way. Hanbit takes a sharp turn down a narrow alleyway. Yan-woo is confused, asking how a complete newbie knows a complex shortcut through the city layout. Hanbit lies that it's just a gut feeling, and they arrive right outside Julio's shop. He looks through the glass window, seeing a familiar figure standing at the counter. Julio is rubbing his hands together, wearing a greasy smile that instantly makes Hanbit's skin crawl. Hanbit's fist clenches so hard his knuckles go white. A flood of terrible memories comes rushing back. Yan-woo is still rambling about how high the game's freedom level is, warning that you can actually lock your quest progression if you mess with the wrong NPCs. But Hanbit isn't listening anymore. His eyes are locked on the target. He takes slow, deliberate steps toward the door. He kicks the door open, the bell ringing loudly as he steps into the light. He marches straight past the shelves, his aura radiating pure violence. Julio turns around with his standard customer service smile, rubbing his hands together. He doesn't even get to finish his greeting before Hanbit reaches across the counter. He grabs Julio by his red bow tie, pulling his fat face down to eye level. Hanbit demands to know if he is still living like a complete piece of trash, his golden eyes glowing with pure, unadulterated menace. Yan-woo is frozen at the entrance, his brain completely short-circuiting at the sheer disrespect. The chat is losing their mind, spamming that our guy is officially cooked and destined for a swift trip to the city jail. Hanbit stands over the trembling merchant, looking down like a boss battle that just spawned in the starter town. Julio starts sobbing, begging Hanbit to let go, and asking why a customer is attacking him before even buying a spellbook. Hanbit glares at him, his grip not loosening even a millimeter. He finally shoves him back, letting the merchant catch his breath. Julio straightens his tie, coughing, and claims that he unfortunately just sold his last spellbook a moment ago. But he offers to recommend another shop that might have one, provided, of course, that Hanbit does him a quick favor first. He rubs his back, claiming that a thief recently broke into his shop while he was taking a nap. He pulls out a glowing red pendant, claiming it was left behind by his rival merchant, Atsubel. A quest window immediately pops up, ordering Hanbit to arrest Atsubel for theft in exchange for a fireball spellbook. The chat starts calling out Hanbit, laughing because it looks like his supposed swindler is actually the victim here. But Hanbit is staring at the screen with cold eyes. He remembers this exact setup from his first run. He took this exact quest, got framed as an accomplice, and spent months rotting in a dungeon. Julio had bribed the city guards and fabricated the entire robbery just to eliminate his competition. Hanbit asks Julio if completing this quest really guarantees the spellbook. Julio smirks, whispering that once the thief goes to prison, they never come out, and Atsubel's shop will belong to him. Hanbit's fist clenches, his patience officially running out. Julio asks him what he thinks of the deal, expecting a dumb player to just follow the yellow quest line. Hanbit doesn't answer. He just turns around and starts kicking the shelves. He tosses jars, smashes crates, and starts tearing up the wooden floorboards while Yan-woo and Julio scream in panic. He reaches into a hidden compartment under the counter, pulling out a heavy leather pouch. He slams the bag on the counter, asking the merchant if this isn't the exact money bag he claimed was stolen. Suddenly, the system glitches, and the quest text violently rewrites itself into a new mission: apprehend the scammer Julio. Julio's fat face turns completely white, realizing he has been caught red-handed. He tries to swear at him, but Hanbit's response is immediate. He launches a brutal high kick straight to the merchant's jaw, sending Julio flying through the air and crashing into his own shelves. The chat goes into absolute overdrive, throwing donations at the screen because they have never seen anyone sequence break a quest this fast. The shop door is kicked open as the city guards rush in to see what the commotion is. Julio is instantly tied up with heavy ropes, crying that he didn't do anything wrong. The guards drag him out of the shop, his career as a merchant officially over. He is tossed into the back of a cart, destined for the exact same dungeon he used to frame innocent people. Hanbit watches him go, realizing that the game system actually enforces the law cleanly, unlike the corrupt parallel world he used to live in. In his past life, he had to fight through a dozen bribe guards just to expose this fraud. He lets out a long sigh, looking down at his reward screen. The system distributes 500 gold, and the chat is spamming requests to reset the server because our guy is playing on a completely different level. Yan-woo grabs him by the shoulders, screaming and demanding to know how he solved the quest without a single clue. He leans in close, asking if Hanbit has some kind of secret guide. Hanbit sweats slightly, knowing that explaining 55 cycles of regression is going to make him look like a lunatic. So he lies, claiming the plot is identical to an old, out-of-print fantasy novel he read years ago. He laughs it off, and Yan-woo actually buys it, thanking God that Hanbit spent his military service reading trash web novels. Yanwu does a happy dance, celebrating their massive victory. Another 10,000 won donation hits the stream, praising Hanbit's absolute genius deduction skills. Hanbit looks at his hands, realizing that streaming might actually be the easiest way to make a living. He decides to let Yanwu handle the public relations while he sticks to what he does best, breaking the game. He leads Yanwu out of the store, heading toward their next destination. He looks at the cozy 3-story building at the edge of the street. He remembers his first meeting with Atsubel in his previous run. She was a harsh woman who yelled at him to get lost, but then immediately handed him boxes to carry so he wouldn't be a freeloader. She was always yelling at him to be careful, acting tough but secretly worrying about his safety. She was the one who finally handed him his first real magic book, telling him to stop hauling cargo and study hard, and he still remembers looking at her through the iron bars of the prison cell. He remembers her standing outside, looking down at his bruised face. She smiled, telling him not to worry because she was going to handle that rat Julio herself. And then she went back to her shop and was burned alive by Julio's thugs. Hanbit's hand pauses as he reaches for the doorknob of the shop. He closes his eyes, taking a deep breath to push down the painful memories. He slowly pushes the heavy wooden door open, the bell chiming softly. He steps into the bright, dusty interior of the apothecary. Atsubel is leaning on the wooden counter, her blonde hair catching the sunlight. She blinks, looking up from her ledger at the sound of the door. She notes that he's a new face, her eyes sizing him up. She crosses her arms, her sharp green eyes locking onto him. Hanbit gives a warm, genuine smile, telling her he's a newbie who came to learn magic from her. Atsubel stands up straight, walking over to the counter. She scoffs, asking why she would ever teach a complete stranger. Hanbit's smile doesn't fade. He already has the perfect leverage thanks to Julio's arrest. But before he can even open his mouth, Atsubel leans over the counter, her eyes widening as she stares at his face. She points a finger right at his nose, asking if he is the player named Black Dragon. So, the golden storm of cards has cleared, and Atsubel is looking right at our guy. He immediately breaks the ice, telling her that the local merchant Julio was trying to frame her as a common thief. Her face twists in absolute disgust, calling Julio a literal piece of garbage who was bound to cause trouble. She rubs her temples, trying to process how close she came to a complete disaster. She offers a quick thank you, and Hanbit flashes a rare, relaxed smile, admitting he hated the guy too. They immediately start whispering like two high schoolers gossiping in the back of the classroom. She gets back to business, asking if he was the one looking to buy a basic magic textbook. But then she freezes, her green eyes locking onto him with a look of sudden suspicion. Before she can ask any questions, Hanbit casually notes that she is looking for a cure. She gasps, wondering how on earth a complete stranger could know her private business, but he just points to the messy medical journals on her desk. He tells her he is going to help, which immediately triggers her defenses. She steps in close, her eyes narrowing as she asks if a level 1 rookie actually knows anything about advanced medicine. She tests him with a highly specific disease, blue pupils, extreme dizziness, and constant vomiting. Hanbit crosses his arms, calmly stating that he has absolutely no idea what the official medical name is. Her shoulders drop, her face filling with the deep disappointment of someone who has heard this exact pitch 100 times. She remembers all the self-proclaimed experts who took her gold and left her to suffer. A vicious cycle of getting her hopes up only to have them crushed by scammers. But Hanbit drops the real symptoms. Regular potions do not work, and the patient never feels a single drop of hunger. Atsubel's hands start shaking, her reality completely turning upside down. She grabs his vest, begging him to tell her if he is actually telling the truth about the cure. She promises she will give him anything he wants if he can save her mother's life. He tells her to trust him, giving her the classic protagonist nod of absolute certainty. Right on cue, the system rings with a massive golden notification window, Atsubel's secret struggle. Outside the shop, Yanwu is having a physical meltdown over the word epic, showing up on a tutorial reward screen. Hanbit looks at him with a deadpan stare, asking him to explain the system terminology to a newbie. Yanwu explains that item performance is split into distinct ranks and grades. It ranges from common to rare, and then epic, unique, and legendary, meaning a guaranteed epic drop at level 1 is a total balance breaker. Hanbit realizes this grade system must be a new feature the developers patched in after his original loops. He decides he'll have to clear the quest just to see how much damage an epic grade spell actually does. Yanwu asks where they need to go to find the medicine, but right as Hanbit is about to answer, a violent pain shoots through his chest. Yanwu panics, asking if he is having a real-world heart attack. Hanbit gasps out that his mother is home, his entire body already starting to dissolve into blue pixels. He logs out instantly, leaving the game world behind, and Yeon-woo is left standing on the street like a lost child at a theme park. The stream chat is absolutely crying with laughter, calling it the ultimate maternal critical hit. Hanbit tears off his headset, his door slamming open to reveal a very angry woman. His mom stands in the doorway, radiating a dark aura that would make a dungeon boss run for cover. She lands a heavy slap on his shoulder, screaming about why his bedroom door was locked. He raises his hands, desperately pointing to the sleek VR console and claiming it was just a discharge gift. He babbles that his junior Yeon-woo practically begged him to try it out. She warns him not to play too long, reminding him that his professional career starts tomorrow. He smiles weakly, saying his internship starts in the morning, so he was just relaxing. His mom freezes, her anger instantly turning into pure shock. Then she hits him again, yelling at him for going through with a corporate internship without even telling his own mother. Hanbit sees the next slap coming. He uses his centuries of high-tier martial arts experience to execute a perfect defensive block. But she just uses her motherly authority to bypass his guard anyway, leaving him to nurse his bruised face. He looks up with puppy dog eyes, claiming he just wanted to build his resume so he could get a stable job quickly. The emotional manipulation works perfectly, and she immediately softens, telling him he needs to wake up early. She tells him not to dare skip breakfast before leaving. He cracks a joke about chocolate parfaits, and she slams the door to let him rest. Hanbit collapses back onto his mattress, letting out a breath he feels like he's been holding for years. He checks the wall clock, realizing he left his streaming partner in the middle of a massive live broadcast. Meanwhile, back in the game, Yeon-woo is literally crying to his viewers because his star player got taken down by Mom Aggro. Our guy lies on his back, staring at the ceiling and sighing at the reality of civilian life. He decides that getting some actual sleep before his first day of corporate labor is his top priority. He feels a tiny bit bad for Yeon-woo, who is currently sobbing on stream while their channel begins to trend. Over on the main game community forum, a post about their hidden quest has already racked up thousands of views. Most of the anonymous users are calling it fake, accusing them of cheap Photoshop. A classic forum debate is brewing, with half the comments claiming it is a viral marketing stunt. An employee at a small game workshop named Jae-ha Kim is scrolling through the thread. He scoffs at the screenshot, wondering who this small-time streamer Loper is. He searches the player database, his eyes widening when he sees the name Black Dragon. He laughs at the sheer cringe of the username, wondering what kind of player would choose that, but then his face goes completely serious as he looks at the account's hidden statistics. He stands up from his desk, deciding he needs to log in and verify this character data himself. Back in the virtual city, Yeon-woo is nervously trying to keep his composure. The chat is flying by, with thousands of new viewers demanding to see the hidden skill user. He laughs nervously, explaining that his partner is just a good son who had to handle some family business. Suddenly, his stream interface begins flashing with blue alerts. His jaw drops as he sees their viewer count spiking straight through the roof. He panics, realizing they are officially trending on the main community page. He opens his mail, finding a private offline message from Hanbit. The message says he had to stop for the night, but he left a massive hint for the community instead. Yeon-woo turns to his camera, building up the suspense for his audience. The hint reveals that the cure for Atsubel's mother can be dropped by bomb slimes. The next morning, Hanbit is standing outside a massive, modern glass skyscraper. He straightens his suit jacket, telling himself to survive his first day as a corporate intern. He steps into the office of Anke Technology, bowing politely as he enters the floor. The office is a chaotic mess of screaming seniors and ringing phones. A stressed senior employee stops in his tracks, staring at the new face. He immediately starts complaining about HR failing to notify him about the intern's arrival. He clicks his tongue, ordering a tired junior to take Hanbit and set up the conference room. The junior, Minho Lee, gives Hanbit a weak, lifeless handshake that screams office burnout. He tells Hanbit to leave his bag and follow him down the hallway. He leads him to a white board, asking him to quickly clean off the old notes. Hanbit starts wiping the board, marveling at how his legendary sword hand is now clearing dry erase markers. The team leader walks in, taking a slow sip of his coffee. He looks down at Hanbit, asking who the new face is. Minho quickly explains that this is the intern he reported a few days ago. Hanbit bows 90 degrees, promising to do his best and learn everything he can. The leader tells him he doesn't need to work hard, ordering him to just do exactly what he is told. He tells them to leave once the room is tidy, walking out without another word. Hanbit steps out into the quiet hallway, the heavy door clicking shut behind him. He looks down, realizing this company's future is looking about as bright as a broken bulb. But as he walks away, he decides a boring office job is still a massive upgrade from a fantasy war zone. After his shift, he logs back into the game, stretching his shoulders with a satisfied sigh. Yanwu is waiting for him, his eyes practically sparkling with tears of joy. Hanbit backs away, telling him he looks like he's about to decompose from excitement. Yanwu screams that they hit the absolute jackpot, pointing to a stream counter of over 5,000 active viewers. He grabs Hanbit, telling the audience that they are about to start the quest in earnest. He asks if anyone in the chat has managed to clear the slimes yet. Hanbit smirks, muttering that players today have absolutely zero creative imagination. He gestures to the camera, telling the stream to follow him toward the main gate. Yanwu asks how he knows all this, and Hanbit repeats his classic fantasy novel excuse. He walks with a relaxed stride, enjoying the simple pleasure of playing a game where he doesn't actually have to die to level up. They reach the main gate, and Hanbit suddenly stops. A massive crowd of players is gathered outside the walls, their chatter filling the air. Yanwu's eyes widen as a path opens through the sea of players. A group of heavily armored, high-ranking rankers steps into the light, their legendary gear glowing with intense magical power. So, Yanwu is looking at our guy with his mouth wide open, demanding a real explanation. Hanbit just looks over his shoulder, claiming that any creative solution is possible in a game with this much freedom. The chat is completely split down the middle, with half of them calling total BS and the other half deciding to just sit back and watch the show. But they don't have time to argue because the city gates are absolutely packed with a massive crowd of players. Suddenly, people in the back start shouting that the Vanguard has officially arrived on the scene. These high-ranking players step through the gates looking like they spent their life savings on cosmetic gear, complete with a massive plate defender, a priest, an archer, a supporter, and a blonde knight leading the pack. Yanwu whispers that Hanbit's hidden quest discovery must have leaked way faster than they originally calculated. Hanbit looks completely lost, casually asking what a Vanguard actually is, which almost gives his partner a physical stroke. Yanwu explains that out of 300 million players worldwide, the Vanguard represents the elite top 10,000, ranked by level speed and story progression. Hanbit wonders why these high-level players haven't unlocked basic magic, and Yanwu explains they skip the learning curves to focus entirely on physical level progression. As they walk past, Hanbit's eyes lock on to the glowing bow strapped to the ranger's back. He immediately recognizes it as the Golden Bird bow, remembering that a decent craftsman made it during his previous loops. He asks why these elite rankers are struggling with Atsubel's quest, and Yanwu points out that most of them are backed by massive gaming corporations. These corporations pour millions into supporting their players because clearing a game of this scale is a literal infinite cash glitch. While they are talking, someone suddenly taps Hanbit on his shoulder vest. A girl asks if he is the Black Dragon from the viral stream, demanding to know when they are going to show the final clear. Immediately, some random player in the back calls him a fraud, while others tell him to pipe down and let our guy cook. The crowd is already turning into a toxic forum thread, so Hanbit decides he is completely done with the public drama. He tells Yanwu they need to head to the harbor first, which makes zero sense because bomb slimes spawn in the opposite direction. Hanbit just grins, explaining that to harvest the medicine, they need to buy a fishing rod. Yanwu and the chat are completely bamboozled, wondering why on earth they are pivoting to casual life skills during a high-stakes quest. A donation alert pops up warning that fish prices are already skyrocketing because players are panic buying, which is peak market speculation. Hanbit just chuckles, realizing these modern players can't even begin to grasp how deep the actual game mechanics go. Yanwu is still begging for answers, asking if the medicine ingredients are hidden at the bottom of the harbor. Hanbit gives a lazy shrug, leaving him completely in the dark. Yanwu literally drops to his knees, clutching Hanbit's leg and crying that his streaming career is officially finished if this is a prank. Hanbit ignores the dramatic breakdown, casually asking to borrow 70,000 gold. Yanwu's face goes completely blank as the stream chat starts spamming question marks at the absolute audacity of this loan request. They walk down to the docks, completely surrounded by a massive crowd of players tailing them, like a pack of hungry seagulls. They look over the stone bridge, noticing that the tailing crowd has practically doubled in size. Hanbit tells him to stop looking so stressed, and then spots the exact target he was searching for. A lonely old NPC named Eldrock is sitting on the rocks, and the chat points out his lore setting says he is completely deaf. Hanbit walks right up to him with a very suspicious grin. He asks to buy the rod, and Eldrock plays along, pretending he can't hear a single word. Hanbit leans in, telling the old man he knows he can hear everything, and offers him 50,000 gold. Eldrock keeps his eyes closed, holding the silence. Suddenly, his eye snaps open with a sharp, greedy glare, telling Hanbit that 50,000 won't cut it and demands 10. Hanbit offers to settle at 6, chuckling because this old crook hasn't changed a bit since his past lives. Eldrock explodes, calling him a rotten brat and demanding 90, while Hanbit threatens to drop the offer to 5. Realizing he has been completely outnegotiated, Eldrock clicks his tongue and tells him to just take the deal. Hanbit celebrates his discount, and Eldrock yells at him to get lost as the chat accuses our guy of extorting the elderly. Yanwu sighs, admitting that the chaotic energy of streaming actually suits Hanbit perfectly. They head into the woods, and Hanbit stands ready, holding the heavy wooden rod like a primary weapon. Yanwu suggests they try some immersive role-playing, and Hanbit shuts him down instantly, saying he already hates the sound of it. Yanwu explains to the new viewers that bomb slimes are incredibly sensitive creatures. If you touch them with a physical weapon, they detonate in your face. If you try to attack them from a distance using rocks or basic magic, they still explode, wiping out your entire health bar. And if you're dumb enough to just stumble into their field, they detonate instantly, leaving you with a clean screen restart. The worst part is, they drop absolutely zero loot when they explode, making them a complete waste of time. Hanbit creeps through the tall grass, his movements completely silent. He spots a green slime pulsing in the clearing, noting that the tree canopy height is absolutely perfect. He starts adjusting the reel, realizing the game's physics model has slightly altered the rod's real-life sensitivity. More slimes begin to gather in the grass, completely unaware of his presence. Yanwu taps his shoulder, whispering in a panic. He shows him the stream tablet, warning him that multiple groups of players have been tracking their coordinates. Hanbit's gold eyes narrow, already expecting this kind of behavior. He knows they've been tailing them ever since they left the safety of the city gates. Countless greedy eyes are watching from the shadows of the forest, waiting to steal his methods. He reaches out, asking Yanwu to pass him the screen settings tablet. Hanbit flashes a terrifying grin, turning to the camera and apologizing to his viewers. Because to deal with these pesky stream snipers, they're going to have to cut the feed for a quick moment. While the stream is temporarily blacked out, we get a quick look into Yanwu's past, where he explains he has loved fantasy books since he was a kid, but during his military service, absolutely nobody shared his nerdy hobbies. He spent his free time reading the exact same worn-out novel until the cover was falling apart, until a quiet new recruit named Hanbit got assigned to his unit. Yanwu showed him the book, expecting the usual teasing, but Hanbit just looked at the cover. He casually began breaking down the most obscure parts of the world's geography and history, pointing out incredibly deep lore details that Yanwu had completely missed after dozens of reads. Yanwu was blown away, realizing it felt like Hanbit had actually lived in that fantasy world himself. So the moment he saw the launch ad for Record Project after their discharge, he knew exactly what he had to do. He knew that teaming up with his weird senior was going to turn this game into an absolute legendary run. Back in the present, Yanwu whispers that only his camera perspective is currently broadcasting. Hanbit tells him to keep acting like they are struggling to find a path through the slimes. Yanwu tries to distract the chat, while the viewers complain that they can't see what Black Dragon is doing. Hanbit knows the players hiding in the bushes are getting incredibly frustrated watching a blind feed. He knows they are anxious that another group might jump in and steal the kill. The uneasy waiting game is reaching its boiling point. Suddenly, a heavy boot snaps a dry branch in the undergrowth. Hanbit slowly turns his head, his face completely calm. A group of impatient stream snipers steps out of the bushes, ready to jump the gun and take the credit. Hanbit taps his interface, unlocking the stream camera. The feed snaps back online, and Hanbit waves to the audience with a smug grin. He grips the handle of Eldrock's specialized fishing rod with both hands. He casts the line with a massive, whip-like swing, the hook slicing cleanly through the air. The reason he spent 70,000 gold on this specific rod is because of the hook's hidden features. It is crafted so incredibly sharp and light that the sensitive bomb slimes don't even register its impact. And the moment his thumb presses the small lever on the reel, tiny metal spikes deploy from the hook's tip, piercing right into the slime's core. A massive chain explosion erupts, the impact shaking the entire forest floor. By detonating the main slime, Hanbit can manually trigger a massive, controlled blast wave, which blows the surrounding slimes back without letting them touch anything else. The stream snipers stare in absolute horror as their easy theft attempt turns into a disaster. Their leader screams for them to fall back, but it's already too late. He hears a wet splatting sound coming from directly above his head. A massive wave of agitated bomb slimes is raining down from the shattered tree branches. The snipers can only watch in terror as a bright flash of heat consumes their entire screen. A giant shockwave clears the clearing, blowing Yanwu flat on his back. Hanbit rests the rod on his shoulder, chuckling that the sniper problem has been cleanly resolved. He turns back to the camera, asking his viewers if they're ready to get down to actual business. He spots a single glowing yellow slime hiding underneath a mossy boulder. He casts the line again, hooking the outer membrane with millimeter precision. He slowly reels it in, the yellow slime dangling safely from his line. He drops it into his leather pouch, proudly announcing that the quest materials are fully gathered. He explains that if you detonate an entire pack of bomb slime simultaneously, there is a hidden system chance that any survivors will permanently turn into non-explosive dud slimes. Yanwu is thrilled, but worries that other players are just going to copy their strategy now. Hanbit gives a mischievous laugh, noting that the mechanical precision required to execute this cast is practically impossible for an average player. He tells him it's time to head back to Atsabel's apothecary to claim their epic reward. Behind a nearby bush, a heavy sigh of relief echoes through the leaves. Kim Jae-ha, the gold farm employee, is dripping with sweat, thanking his lucky stars he didn't get caught in that explosion. He stares after Hanbit, realizing this black dragon guy is definitely not a normal player. He deduces that Hanbit must be a legendary pro, backed by a massive, shadowy gaming conglomerate. He wonders why a high-tier corporate gamer would partner up with a bottom-tier streamer like Loper. He assumes it's a massive distraction tactic to pull attention away from whatever the Vanguard is hunting. Regardless of the corporate conspiracy, he decides he needs to clear the Atsabel quest to save his job. Clearing a hidden quest like this would easily hit his monthly gold farm performance quota. However, Kim Jae-ha did not succeed. Back at the shop, Atsabel is staring at the counter, her face turning completely green. She asks if he is seriously trying to pass off a disgusting plate of bubbling, toxic purple slime as a medical cure. Hanbit and Yanwu stand in awkward silence while the chat debates if this is actually a plate of organic poison. She pinches her nose, letting out a long, exhausted sigh. She turns her back, offering to pay them off in standard gold if they just take their garbage and leave her alone. Hanbit's face goes completely dark, asking her if she isn't actually desperate to save her mother. Her teeth clench, her green eyes burning with sudden fury. She spins around, yelling at him for talking down to her when he knows absolutely nothing about her pain. Before she can even finish her sentence, Hanbit shoves a spoonful of the glowing purple gunk straight down her throat. She swallows it in pure, frozen shock. The entire stream is treated to a beautifully hand-drawn stick figure illustration of this absolute crime. Yanwu's face is completely twisted in horror as the chat starts spamming that Black Dragon is a menace to society. Atsabel covers her mouth, her eyes wide, as she asks if he really just forced her to eat that toxic sludge. Suddenly, her cheeks puff out, and she lets out a massive, violent retch. She barricades herself behind the door, throwing up her entire stomach, while Hanbit claims the medicine's effects are highly immediate. She kicks the door open, tears streaming down her face as she grabs his collar, screaming at him for poisoning her. But Hanbit just calmly points to the floor, asking her to look at the tiny, black, seed-like object she just puked up. He flashes a knowing smile, explaining that this parasitic seed is the actual root cause of her mother's illness. Our guy is just standing there looking extremely pleased with himself, while from behind the door, sounds of absolute biological warfare are echoing through the shop. Yanwu is outside losing his mind, convinced Hanbit just committed a crime. The door flies open with a massive slam, and a furious Atsabel lunges forward, grabbing Hanbit by the collar with enough force to snap a normal player's neck. Her green eyes are practically flashing with murderous intent. She is screaming, demanding to know what kind of unholy poison he just forced down her throat, but Hanbit doesn't even flinch. He just looks her dead in the eye and asks a very simple question. Did she throw up something that looked like a seed? The absolute calmness in his voice stops her dead in her tracks. He looks down at her hand on his chest with a slight, confident smile and tells her that the disgusting thing she just puked up was the entire reason she was dying. Atsabel's grip loosens as her brain tries to process what she's hearing. He repeats himself clearly. What she just threw up was the root of the entire problem, not some random symptom. He steps closer, looking right into those vibrant green eyes, and casually mentions that he knew she was suffering from the exact same illness as her mother the very second he walked into the shop. He knows exactly what she's been doing. She's been suffering in absolute silence this entire time, pretending to be fine so her dying mother wouldn't have to carry the extra worry. On top of that, she had to hide her symptoms, because if corrupt merchants like Julio found out she was vulnerable, they would have used it as leverage to completely ruin her and seize her shop. Atsabel stares at him, completely pale, asking how on earth he could possibly know all of this. Hanbit looks away, thinking about how, even though she has a sharp tongue, Her self-sacrificing nature makes it impossible for him to call her foolish. He decides to break down the actual medical science of this fantasy world so the stream can follow along. He explains that she swallowed a rare parasitic seed that originates from the extreme southern regions of the continent. Once swallowed, it latches onto the stomach lining and drains your life force from the inside out. She probably ingested it completely by accident while handling exotic imported ingredients for her potions. And the catch is that normal healing magic does absolutely nothing to it. The only substance in the entire world capable of forcing the parasite to detach is the highly acidic mucus of a bomb slime. But obviously, you can't just go around eating normal bomb slimes because they will literally detonate inside your throat and turn you into a human firecracker. That is precisely why they needed a dud slime, a highly specific mutation where the slime has completely lost its ability to explode. Without those highly volatile explosive properties, the remaining gel is just a concentrated mixture of detaching mucus and a mild, non-lethal toxin that violently triggers the body's natural vomiting reflex. The logic is brutally simple. Once the mucus forces the parasite to let go of your stomach lining, the toxin forces you to throw it up, and the second the seed is out of your system, you are instantly cured. It was never a terminal disease. It was just a stubborn parasite. Atsabel looks down at the glowing, purple-fuming plate of slime mucus, her hands trembling. The realization that a cure was sitting right outside her city gates this entire time is starting to sink in. Handbit hands her the plate, telling her that once the host throws it up, they don't even need to take any follow-up recovery medicine. Their body will naturally heal back to 100% almost instantly. He tells her to stop wasting time standing here staring at him and to go save her mother. As she takes the plate and runs into the back room, Hanbit watches her go with a soft, genuine smile. He thinks to himself that even though this is technically just a video game world run by a system, some things never change. The Atsabel standing in this room is the exact same stubborn, hot-tempered girl he met during his very first regression cycle centuries ago. She was always a total headache, constantly yelling and worrying more about other people's problems than her own physical safety. She had the roughest way of speaking to him, constantly lecturing him and calling him an idiot, but whenever he was in real danger, she was always the first one to stand in front of him and have his back. Looking at her empty counter, he genuinely hopes that in this lifetime, she actually manages to find some real happiness. The screen suddenly flashes with bright blue light as the system triggers an official cutscene. The skip button appears in the corner, but obviously, they aren't skipping this. The scene cuts to the back bedroom where Atsabel is gently holding a spoon filled with the glowing yellow slime over her bedridden pale mother. She softly coaxes her mother to take just a single sip of the medicine. Her mother, looking incredibly weak, slowly opens her mouth and swallows the glowing sludge. Atsabel watches with intense, wide-eyed anxiety, her green eyes reflecting the faint magic of the room as she waits for any sign of life. A few minutes later, they are back in the main lobby, and Yeon-woo is literally weeping into a handkerchief. Atsabel is practically glowing, explaining that her mother threw up several massive black seeds and is already sitting up and breathing normally. She can't believe how much money she wasted on corrupt, useless, high-tier doctors. Her relief instantly transforms back into her signature fiery temper. She clenches her fists, declaring that those scamming doctors are absolute dead meat, and she is going to personally make sure they pay for every single coin they stole from her. The stream chat is absolutely losing its collective mind at her smiling face. Viewers are spamming messages saying they thought smiling wasn't even in her NPC code, while other players point out that's only because the player base kept failing her quest and letting her get thrown into a dungeon. She wipes a tear from her eye, looking at Hanbit with the most genuine, beautiful smile she has ever shown, and whispers a soft thank you. The chat instantly goes feral, spamming the word Nuna like a pack of starved wolves. The comments are moving so fast they are practically blinding. People are claiming she is officially their wife from this day forward, while Hanbit looks at Yeon-woo, who is still sobbing hysterically, and dryly asks what he's crying for since he literally did nothing but watch. Atsabel steps behind the counter, telling them that since her mother and her are both alive and healthy because of his actions, it is only fair that she gives them a proper reward. She reaches into her locked shelf, pulling out a heavy, leather-bound volume decorated with intricate gold carvings and a massive glowing red gemstone right in the center. She places it on the table with an elegant slide. It is the legendary Fireball spellbook they have been searching for since the very beginning of the stream. Hanbit takes it with a nod, thanking her, but she quickly shakes her head and says she is the one who should be eternally grateful to him. Yeon-woo's tears instantly vanish as he stares at the glowing red tome. He is begging Hanbit to let him just touch it once, while Hanbit casually pulls it away, telling him to keep his greasy rogue hands off his prize. Hanbit turns to leave, but Atsubel loudly asks where they are going, telling them that she still has significantly more rewards to hand over. She reaches under the counter and pulls out a massive, incredibly heavy sack that clinks with the distinct heavy sound of pure gold coins. Yanwu's jaw drops to the floor. He whispers that this is way too much loot for a standard starter quest payout. The game system suddenly overrides the screen with a massive, dark gold announcement banner. The system declares that because this is the first time in global server history that this specific quest has been cleared, a first clear reward is being calculated. The gold reward is violently adjusted to the maximum physical limit of the region. The standard 2,000 gold payout is instantly doubled to a staggering 4,000 gold. But the system is far from finished. His bonus stat points are upgraded from 3 to 5, and he is awarded a massive chunk of 200 base experience points. His level instantly skyrockets by 5 whole levels in a single second, handing him an additional 5 stat points to distribute. Then, the heavy red spellbook in Hanbit's hands begins to emit a blinding golden aura that completely illuminates the entire apothecary. The system interface appears, revealing that the base grade of Atsubel's Fireball spellbook is being forcefully upgraded due to the server-first achievement. The book's rarity violently shifts from heroic all the way up to unique. Hanbit stands completely frozen in the middle of the glowing light, his eyes wide with absolute, genuine confusion as he whispers a single, stunned, "Huh?" He is looking down at his glowing hands, completely bewildered. He honestly thought that just saving Atsubel and getting a basic spellbook would be the end of it, but the game is throwing rewards at him like he just saved the entire continent. Yanwu is staring at the blinding light with his mouth wide open, completely unable to process the words "first clear" floating in front of them. Meanwhile, the live chat has officially entered terminal velocity. The screen is so packed with blurred, high-speed messages that it looks like a digital waterfall. Everyone is screaming, trying to understand what kind of monster they are currently watching. The Chapter 10 title card drops, but the real show is the gorgeous, gold-gilded, unique spellbook sitting on the wooden table, radiating an aura of pure power that practically screams Game Breaker. Yanwu has literally collapsed onto the wooden floor in sheer disbelief. He is muttering to himself about how a unique-grade spellbook appearing at rank 1 is statistically and mechanically impossible. He grabs Hanbit's leg from the floor, desperately whispering for him to say literally anything to the 8,000 viewers who are currently melting down in the chat. Yanwu is waving his hands frantically at his floating holographic stream screen, screaming at everyone to calm down and swearing that they didn't use any cheats or exploits to trigger this. His eyes are spinning in his head as he realizes the chat is moving so fast, he can't even read a single sentence. He can just feel the sheer, chaotic energy radiating from the screen. Before Hanbit can even reply, Atsubel reaches over and hands him another piece of paper, telling him to take this along with the book. A massive system achievement unlocks across the screen, Atsubel's first rescuer. Along with it, he is awarded a letter of introduction and another permanent stat point. Atsubel leans in close, explaining that it is a personal letter of recommendation addressed to the local blacksmith. She tells him to go there immediately if he wants a proper weapon. She looks at the two of them, holding her nose with a slight giggle, and mentions that their current armor and weapons are completely ruined and smell absolutely putrid after fighting those toxic slimes. Hanbit's face goes completely flat. He yells back that the rotten smell is entirely from the disgusting slime he just had to force-feed her, not from their personal hygiene. Atsubel just laughs, giving them a warm, beautiful wave, and tells them to feel free to come back to her shop whenever they need assistance. The chat is still spamming marriage proposals in the corner. Hanbit watches her with a quiet, appreciative gaze. He gives a small nod, softly replying with a calm, "Okay." The two of them finally step out into the bright, sunny streets of Port Edlin. Yanwu is holding the holographic quest menu, asking Hanbit what their next move is. He mentions that since Record Project is a true open-world game, they can technically wander off to whatever region they want. The map of the continent appears on screen. Yanwu explains that while every single player is forced to start in Port City Edlin, the moment they leave the gates, the game gives them complete, unguided freedom to explore. But he warns that this high degree of freedom is a massive double-edged sword. If a low-level player wanders off the beaten path without thinking, they will easily wander straight into high-level monster territory, like dragon nests, and get trapped in an endless loop of dying and losing experience. Yanwu then looks closely at Hanbit's standard, uncustomized default face, casually asking why he didn't use the game's famous customization suite to make himself look a bit more unique. Hanbit just grinds his teeth silently, knowing he can't exactly explain that a sociopathic goddess forcefully duplicated his actual real-life face and locked his username. Yeonwoo proudly points to his own sparkling, blonde-haired rogue avatar, bragging that he spent 5 whole hours meticulously sculpting every single pixel of his face to make it look as luxurious as possible. Hanbit just deadpans, giving him a lazy, sarcastic nod. Yeonwoo continues babbling, pointing out that players can even swap genders during customization. He warns Hanbit that in this game, a cute pink-haired cat girl posing in a tight dress could easily be a massive, bald, blue muscular guy in real life, so he should never trust what he sees. Hanbit completely ignores the rambling, rubbing his temples as he tries to plan their actual route. He needs to decide their next destination carefully if he wants to stay ahead of the massive guilds. Suddenly, a sharp metallic ringing sound echoes through the air, catching Hanbit's attention. A massive donation alert pops up on the stream screen with a shower of gold coins. A viewer named Respect Taste has just donated 50,000 won, accompanied by a message saying they want to see Atsubel get angry and yell at them more. Yeonwoo's eyes turn into literal dinner plates. He points at the screen, letting out a high-pitched scream of absolute joy, thanking the donor profusely for the massive support. Hanbit's head whips around so fast his neck almost cracks. He does some quick mental math and yells out, asking if that means his 50% cut is a clean 25,000 won. Before he can even finish his sentence, another donation chime rings out. A viewer named Atsubel's parasite plant throws down another 10,000 won. The screen transitions to a hilarious chibi drawing of Yeonwoo wearing pixelated sunglasses, lounging on a red sofa while a literal storm of cash rains down all around him. Then, the ultimate jackpot hits. A viewer named Fiery Charisma drops a massive, mind-blowing donation of 100,000 won. Yeonwoo's eyes are literally sparkling like diamonds as he screams his lungs out. He shoves his streaming tablet right into Hanbit's face, showing him the real-time analytics chart. The red viewer line is curving straight up like a rocket ship, and the total live viewer count has officially blown past 8,000 active people. The comments are rolling in, with longtime viewers lamenting that their cozy hidden gem stream has officially exploded into the mainstream, while others joke that they should have invested in this channel like a rising tech stock. Hanbit stands there, staring at the numbers, his mind completely blown. He can't believe that clearing just one single quest could instantly bring in over 8,000 people. Yeonwoo is literally bowing down to the ground, his forehead touching his knees as he screams his thanks to the chat. The viewers are spamming the chat, demanding that he perform his signature high donation reaction. Hanbit looks at his hands, realizing that the total donations they've received in the last 5 minutes add up to over 500,000 won. That means his personal share is a clean 250,000 won. Yeonwoo immediately launches into a ridiculous, hip-shaking gratitude dance right in the middle of the street. Hanbit stands next to him, his face completely shadowed in absolute, utter embarrassment as the chat spams laughing emojis. But as he looks down at his gloved hand, the embarrassment slowly fades, replaced by a deep, serious realization. If he keeps playing like this, utilizing his past life knowledge to secure first clears, he can actually make an insane amount of real-world money. He clenches his fist with intense determination. With this kind of income, he can finally, truly repay his mother for everything she suffered. His mind suddenly drifts back to a painful memory. During his endless torment in airport, the goddess once showed him a projection of reality, just to break his spirit and pressure him into continuing his runs. She showed him a missing person poster with his face, his name, and his age, Kong Hanbit, 25, missing after leaving for military enlistment. He remembers seeing his mother collapsed on the floor of his bedroom, her body trembling as she wept uncontrollably, surrounded by thousands of search flyers. She had completely thrown away her entire life, her health and her sanity, just desperately trying to find her lost son. He shakes the painful memory out of his head, silently vowing that from this moment on, he is going to make her the happiest mother on earth. Yeonwoo suddenly slaps him on the shoulder, excitedly shouting for him to finally use the unique spellbook because the entire chat is waiting. Hanbit nods, taking a deep breath, and says he's on it. He places his hand on the intricate gold emblem of the glowing tome. The book dissolves into a massive storm of glowing red data pixels that wrap around his entire body, triggering the spell acquisition sequence. The system interface flashes, registering the unique grade spell, Fireball. Hanbit looks down at his interface, thinking about how incredibly anticlimactic this is. In his past lives, learning even a basic fire spell required years of brutal physical training, mana cultivation, and near-death experiences. Now, the game system just hands it to him in a neat little package. It feels like straight-up cheating. Yan Wu leans in, his eyes wide with curiosity, asking if he felt that legendary electric sensation of magic formulas and usage instructions violently flowing straight into his brain. Hanbit just blinks, completely blank, and admits he didn't feel anything at all. The two of them stand there in complete awkward silence, staring at each other with giant question marks floating over their heads. Hanbit instantly realizes he almost blew his cover. He quickly slaps his forehead, laughing awkwardly and screaming that he was just joking, claiming there was just a massive network lag and the information is totally flowing into his brain now. But internally, Hanbit is sweating bullets. He realizes the reason he didn't feel any magic instructions flow into his head is because he already knows exactly how to cast Fireball. His soul and muscle memory have already mastered the spell across 55 lifetimes of actual combat. He looks up at the sky, realizing the terrifying truth. This is exactly what the game system meant when it detected an existing character save file during his biometric scan. The system isn't teaching him anything new. It is literally just unlocking the seals on the legendary magic he already possesses. Yan Wu, completely buying the lag excuse, eagerly points toward the nearby fields, shouting for him to hurry up and cast the spell because the viewers are demanding a demonstration. Hanbit sighs, telling him he heard him the first time. Yan Wu points his finger at a massive, solid boulder sitting in the middle of a grassy clearing, telling him to use that as his target dummy. Hanbit steps forward, slowly raising his right hand toward the boulder. He closes his eyes, focusing his mind and directing the natural mana flow of his body straight into his palm. He lets out a slow, controlled breath, centering his stance. His eyes snap open, glowing with a fierce gold light, and a massive, roaring torrent of bright orange flames violently erupts around his arm as he yells the activation command. He swings his arm forward with perfect veteran martial form, launching the concentrated sphere of fire. The fireball tears through the air, transforming into a massive, spinning meteor of pure, concentrated heat. The sheer pressure of the spell splits the wind, leaving a trail of scorched earth behind it. The second the spell makes contact, the entire clearing is swallowed by a massive, earth-shaking explosion. A blinding column of fire and black smoke shoots directly into the sky, vaporizing the solid stone into dust. As the dust slowly clears, revealing a massive smoking crater where the boulder used to be, Yan Wu stands completely frozen, his eyes wide in absolute terror. Hanbit casually crosses his arms, looking incredibly smug as he lets out a quiet, satisfied huff. Yan Wu is literally shaking, screaming that the spell is absolutely insane. Hanbit looks at the charred ground, smirking to himself. He thinks that for a rank 1 starter spell, this unique grade fireball has significantly more destructive power than he originally anticipated. But before he can even enjoy his victory, Hanbit's golden eyes suddenly widen in pure shock. A sudden, suffocating pressure slams into his chest, and his vision is violently flooded with a swirling, ominous purple mist. A massive, system-breaking alert tears across his vision. Title: New effect unlocked. High above him, 2 massive glowing golden eyes materialize in the dark sky, staring down at him with a cold, divine gaze. Hanbit gasps, his face turning completely pale as he stares up at the sky. He recognizes those vacant, silver-haired features instantly. A colossal, glowing white spectral hand reaches down from the heavens, wrapping around his entire body as if trying to drag his soul back to hell. The vision vanishes, and Hanbit drops heavily to his knees in the grass, his chest heaving violently as he desperately gasps for air. The official system window updates in front of him, detailing his updated legendary title effects. 1. Proficiency for all experienced skills builds up extremely quickly, boosted based on the degree of experience. 2. Unlocked. Spirit. Hanbit grinds his teeth together with enough force to draw blood, his face twisting into an expression of pure, unadulterated rage. He grabs his knee, clenching his fists so hard his leather gloves groan under the pressure, and lets out a low, venomous growl. Even in reality, even in this game, that sociopathic silver-haired goddess still has her chains wrapped tightly around his soul. So here is the passive title our guy just unlocked. Recorder of 55 cycles. It basically means any skill he mastered in his past lives will now level up at a speed that violates the game's terms of service. The catch is that the secondary effect is completely locked behind a secret keyword. Hanbit is literally standing there gritting his teeth, his hand clenching his knee so hard the leather is about to rip. He is quietly cursing the silver-haired goddess in his head. He realized she wasn't just paroling him back to Earth. She is actively watching his stream, treating his struggle like her personal television show. Yan Wu walks up, completely oblivious to the cosmic horror, and asks if he is doing okay. Hanbit quickly plays it cool, telling him not to worry about it. He knows there is absolutely no point in explaining this. Even if he told him the truth about the goddess, Yanwu would just think he is having a main character moment. Yanwu assumes the massive mana drain from casting a unique grade spell at level 1 simply strained his body. He gets super excited, asking Hanbit to show him a normal grade spell just for comparison. Hanbit looks at him with the most tired expression imaginable. He asks if he really needs to see it, and Yanwu just nods like an eager puppy, promising not to laugh. Yanwu gets into this incredibly dramatic anime stance, channeling his mana and screams the activation command with absolute confidence. And then, a literal spark pops out of his finger. It is about the size of a birthday candle. Hanbit just stands there with his arms crossed, deadpanning. Yanwu instantly deflates, begging Hanbit to just insult him instead of looking at him with those cold, judgmental eyes. He admits that for a magic spell, it is a bit on the pathetic side. He pulls out his own spellbook, whining about how brutal the basic magic proficiency grind is in this game. He can't believe Hanbit just casually bypassed all of that and walked away with a unique grade spell on day 1. He is practically throwing a temper tantrum in the background, complaining about how unfair the world is, while Hanbit just smiles, thinking about how he didn't exactly expect things to go this smoothly either. But Hanbit knows the truth. The high rank of his spell hides a massive gap. The magic system in this world is not a joke. He grabs Yanwu by the shoulder, looking incredibly serious. He tells him he has a completely wrong idea about how magic actually functions. He explains that magic is not just some convenient skill where you click a button and a massive explosion instantly comes out. The problem with modern players goes much deeper than that. To put it simply, magic is pure mathematics. You have to manually calculate every single line of the chant and maintain perfect mana control piece by piece. The rank of the spellbook is only a tiny fraction of the actual equation. He casually mentions that even though the unique rank is amazing, he doesn't plan on using a staff or focusing on magic as his main build anytime soon. He gets into this incredibly flashy, model-like pose, trying to look cool for the stream. Yanwu just stares at him, completely blank-faced. He slowly reminds him that he literally created this character yesterday, asking why he's acting like a veteran wizard who has seen 1,000 battles. The stream chat immediately starts roasting him, calling him a total chunabu and laughing at how over-immersed he is in the roleplay. Hanbit's eye is literally twitching as he reads the comments mocking him for refusing to main a unique grade spellbook. His signature smug smile returns, but his eyes are completely dead as he looks at the floating screen. He instantly grabs Yanwu in a tight chokehold, screaming at him and asking what on earth these internet punks actually know about the struggles of magic. He slams his hand over Yanwu's mouth, threatening the chat that if they keep mocking him, he is going to stop sharing any hidden quest info altogether. Before the chat can riot, a massive donation alert pops up. A viewer named Small Spender has just dropped a massive 77,001. The message simply reads, "Calm thyself, O mage." The two of them freeze, staring at the sheer size of the donation. Hanbit's absolute fury vanishes in a millisecond. He and Yanwu instantly drop into a deep, polite bow, sweet-talking the donor and claiming he was just putting on a show for the stream. Hanbit smiles warmly at the screen, though internally he is starting to wonder if his 55 lifetimes of trauma have officially turned him into a total money grubber. But hey, money therapy is the best therapy. Yanwu happily boots up his map, asking where they are heading next. Hanbit gets this incredibly sly smirk on his face, tapping his chin, and says he happens to have the perfect spot in mind. They walk up to this incredibly rustic, slightly run-down wooden cabin sitting on the edge of the forest. Yanwu is confused, asking why they are completely ignoring the main story questline. Hanbit yawns, looking at the cabin, and thinks about how it has been a very long time since he last visited this place. He explains that the main story can wait. Before he starts fighting high-level monsters, he needs to secure a few essential utility skills first. He pushes the heavy wooden door open. The interior of the cabin is dimly lit, with a massive stone fireplace crackling in the corner. In the back, a massive, muscular man is aggressively chopping raw meat on a counter. The walls are lined with creepy mounted deer heads and dusty animal skulls. Yanwu shivers, hugging himself, and whispers that this cabin gives him the absolute creeps every single time he visits. The massive man slowly turns around, holding a giant meat cleaver over his shoulder. A system tag identifies him as Hunter Returnee, the local archery NPC. Hanbit steps forward with zero fear, calmly announcing that he is here to learn some basic archery. Yanwu is hiding behind him, looking terrified. Returnee slams the giant cleaver straight into the wooden counter with a loud thud, staring at them with intense, dark eyes. He steps right into Hanbit's personal space, demanding to know if a skinny kid like him has any actual grit in his bones. The stream chat is already spamming memes about tough guy mentors. Hanbit just smirks, adjusting his leather glove with absolute confidence. He tells the giant that he has plenty of grit and more than enough skill to back it up. The quest window pops up, Reekner's trial. To learn archery, he must successfully score above the target threshold. He is handed a basic wooden training bow. Hanbit looks at the target in the distance, casually noting that the trial requires 30 shots, with a bullseye being worth 10 points, and a passing mark of 200. Reekner simply grunts in confirmation. Yanwu panics, quietly begging Hanbit to distribute his bonus stat points into agility first, warning him that this trial is notoriously difficult for low-level players. Hanbit just scoffs, saying he'll pass on that. He slowly draws a single wooden arrow from his quiver. He locks it into the bowstring, pulls back with perfect, effortless form, and releases the string. The arrow flies through the air and completely misses the entire target, embedding itself directly into the wooden roof beam above it. Yanwu facepalms while the chat starts laughing, but Hanbit doesn't look bothered at all. He just stares at his hand, calmly mentioning that it's fine because he finally got the physical feel for the game's bow physics. Yanwu just groans, rubbing his neck, and tells him to just try his best. But suddenly, a sharp whistling sound cuts through the air. Yanwu's eyes widen as he hears a rapid succession of impacts. He whips his head around to look at the target. His mouth drops open in absolute shock. Multiple arrows are already embedded directly in the center of the bullseye, vibrating from the sheer force of the impact. Hanbit is standing there, drawing, aiming, and releasing arrows in a continuous, blinding blur of motion. His first shot was a 7, followed by 2 10s, and then the system tracking box updates. Out of the 26 remaining attempts, every single one of those 26 arrows flies in a perfect, straight trajectory. They slam directly into the exact same spot in the center of the wooden target. The sheer volume of arrows hitting the exact same point is so overwhelming that the solid wood target begins to splinter. With a loud crack, the entire target structure completely breaks, collapsing into a pile of splinters under the raw kinetic force. Hanbit raises his clenched fist to the sky in a classic victory pose. The system displays his final score, a staggering 287 points. He absolutely demolished the trial. The narrator notes that performing a rapid-fire sequence like that should be physically impossible with level 2 starter gear. Elsewhere in the city, the sound of coins clinking echoes through a dark alleyway. A handful of gold coins are tossed casually into the air. A delicate, gloved hand catches them with effortless grace. A female voice complains about how boring the city has been lately, wondering if there is anything fun to do. She clenches her fist, complaining that the local small fry players have pockets that are basically as easy to steal from as an open public portal. She suddenly stops, her ears twitching, as she hears footsteps approaching. She looks down from her wooden crate, spotting 2 figures walking directly into her secluded alleyway. She gets this incredibly mischievous cat-like smile on her face, tossing her blonde twin tails, and wonders what kind of total idiots decided to walk straight up to her on their own. Happily hugging his gold pouch and the new archery skill book, humming a cheerful little tune to himself. Hanbit looks at him with a flat, judgmental expression, asking if he isn't acting just a tiny bit too excited. Yanwu just beams, laughing that he physically cannot stop smiling. He leans in, his eyes sparkling, asking Hanbit if he was secretly some kind of Olympic archery champion back when he was a student in the real world. Hanbit just looks away, dryly thinking about how that is completely impossible. Yanwu's eyes literally transform into giant gold dollar signs as he screams that at this rate, their stream is going to make them filthy rich. He explains that during the archery trial, he set up a live stream betting vote, and the odds completely flipped the second Hanbit started landing those consecutive bullseyes. He happily chatters about how they need to keep stirring up the community like this. The stream chat is rolling in, with viewers joking that Yanwu is basically running an autopathing bot channel. Yanwu asks where their next destination is. Hanbit looks forward, his expression turning serious. He says he is finally going to learn proper swordsmanship, but before he can do that, he needs to secure the swiftness utility skill. Yanwu stops dead in his tracks, his eyes popping out in confusion. He asks if a skill like that even exists, while the chat is equally baffled. He catches up, waving his hands frantically, and warns Hanbit that swiftness is universally considered a completely useless trap skill that no high-tier player ever uses. But Hanbit just ignores him, telling him to shut up and keep moving. Yanwu is forced to run after him, complaining about how fast he's walking. They arrive at the entrance of a quiet courtyard, spotting the blonde twin-tailed girl sitting on a crate. Yanwu whispers that this NPC is called Ria, and explains that the reason players avoid her skill is because her trial difficulty is ridiculously high compared to what the skill actually does. Rhea stands up, posing with her hand on her hip, her amber-red eyes locking onto them with a confident, cocky smirk. Yan-Wu leans in, whispering to Hanbit, asking if he is absolutely sure he wants to go through with this. Hanbit just gives him a silent, knowing look. Hanbit slowly steps forward. He stops directly in front of Rhea, crossing his arms and looking down at her. She matches his gaze, her smirk widening. He looks her dead in the eye and calmly announces that he came here today to learn the specific skill that she is best at. Rhea giggles, placing her hands on her hips, and mockingly praises his confident attitude. But before she can even finish her sentence, she vanishes in a sudden blur of motion, leaving a small puff of dust on the cobblestones. In a fraction of a second, her hand gently taps the heavy gold pouch hanging from Hanbit's belt, detaching it instantly. She zips past them, her movements so incredibly fast that the two of them don't even register her passing. She lands a few yards away, casually tossing the heavy gold pouch in her hand, the coins clinking loudly. She smirks, looking over her shoulder at them. She giggles, holding up a finger, and claims that her teaching fee is a flat 5,000 gold, mockingly asking if that isn't incredibly cheap for her services. But she instantly freezes when she looks at Hanbit. He is just standing there with a relaxed, lazy smile, completely unfazed. She is confused, asking why on earth he isn't panicking. Hanbit internally smirks, thinking about his past lives. During his 55 cycles of regression, this little brat stole hundreds of thousands of gold coins from him. Compared to that, 5,000 is an absolute steal. Rhea's playful expression instantly vanishes, her red eyes narrowing as she stares at his calm face. She grinds her teeth, flatly stating that she really doesn't like his attitude. With a sudden leap, she vaults over a nearby wall, shouting that her class has officially started and telling him to try and catch her if he can. The quest window appears. Find Rhea within the time limit. The reward is Rhea's swiftness skill book. Yan-Wu suddenly starts frantically checking his own pockets, screaming in horror that she managed to steal his gold pouch too. Hanbit explains that, normally, catching Rhea is physically impossible. The standard method requires losing 25,000 gold across 15 hours of trial and error before she finally gets bored and hands over the skill. He looks down at the floating holographic timer, which is rapidly counting down from 3 hours. Yan-Wu is crying in the background, asking what they are going to do since no one on the server has ever managed to catch her manually. Hanbit just gets this incredibly devious, villainous smile on his face. He looks at Yan-Wu and asks a very simple question. If you can't catch a fast runner yourself, why not just call the one person in the world who can? The scene cuts back to the cozy apothecary shop. Atsabel is standing behind her counter, crossing her arms with a deeply suspicious glare, asking Hanbit how on earth he knew that she and Rhea were biological sisters. Hanbit immediately flashes this incredibly innocent, bright smile, clasps his hands together, and tells a hilariously bad lie about how their relationship is common knowledge around the local hideouts. Atsabel let out a deep, tired sigh, running her hand through her blonde hair. Yan-Wu is standing in the back with his jaw dropped, completely shocked to learn they are sisters. Hanbit whispers to him that he simply noticed some graffiti near Rhea's crate, which the chat immediately flags as an absolute lie. The stream chat is completely baffled, with viewers replaying the stream archive and claiming they can't find any such graffiti anywhere. Hanbit just wags his finger at the screen, telling them they need to observe their surroundings more carefully. He gets this incredibly smug, evil grin, whispering that if they hadn't wrongfully arrested Atsabel in their past runs, they would have unlocked this sequence break too. The chat is spamming angry messages at his sheer cunning. Atsabel walks past them, giving Hanbit a sharp, glare-filled look, and demands to know if they are coming to find her troublesome sister or not. Hanbit quickly nods, running after her. Meanwhile, back on a quiet rooftop, Rhea is sitting comfortably, dangling her legs and happily playing with a small orange cat, completely relaxed. She giggles to herself, confident that those slow, clumsy players have completely given up on chasing her by now. She smiles warmly, cuddling the cat, and mutters that hiding up here means they would never find her in a million years. Suddenly, a familiar, cold voice calls out her name from behind. Rhea's entire body goes completely stiff, her eyes wide with absolute terror as she slowly looks up. Standing directly over her is a towering, deeply irritated Atsabel. Rhea lets out a high-pitched, comically distorted scream of pure panic, her head spinning as she tries to comprehend what is happening. Atsabel just stands there with her arms crossed, looking ready to commit a crime. Rhea's eyes are literally spinning in her head as she stares at her older sister in utter disbelief. She points a shaking finger at Hanbit, screaming that this is absolute cheating and demanding to know how he managed to bring her terrifying sister here. Hanbit just smirks, casually replying that she said any means necessary to clear the quest. Atsubel flashes an incredibly sweet, terrifyingly polite smile, asking Ria if they can have a quick, private sisterly chat. Ria is desperately trying to back away, sweating bullets. Atsubel instantly grabs Ria by both cheeks, pinching and pulling them with absolute ruthless sibling force. Ria is crying out in pure, comically distorted pain. Atsubel loudly lectures her, screaming about how many times she told her to stop pickpocketing innocent people, asking if she only comes to her senses after getting arrested by corrupt scumbags like Julio. Ria is curled into a tiny ball on the roof, sobbing and begging for forgiveness. Atsubel finally lets her go, dusting off her hands, and sternly orders her to return to the apothecary shop the very second she is finished here. She warns her that if she wanders off again, she is going to be in even worse trouble. Ria nods frantically, looking completely traumatized, while Hanbit happily waves to Atsubel, thanking her for the assist. Ria slowly reaches into her vest, pulling out a heavy, leather-bound book decorated with a glowing green gemstone. She mutters that Hanbit is officially the most bizarre, terrifying player she has ever encountered. She looks up at him with a pouty, defeated glare, stating that a promise is a promise, and throws the book at his chest. The gold system window flashes with a massive announcement. Because he cleared the quest in a record-breaking few minutes, the rewards are adjusted to the absolute maximum. He is handed Ria's Swiftness skill book, upgraded to a staggering unique grade, along with 3 stat points and 500 experience. Ria instantly leaps away into the sky, screaming that his methods are absolutely disgusting and shouting that she hopes they never meet again. Hanbit just happily waves her off, telling her he'll see her around. Yanwu finally stumbles onto the scene, completely out of breath, and groans that he finally found him. He looks around, completely confused to find the area empty. Hanbit casually holds up the heavy, gold-gilded unique book, letting the magical spark effects fly, and proudly announces their new prize. Yanwu's face literally distorts in pure, unadulterated shock, screaming again at the top of his lungs. The stream chat is completely broken, with viewers joking that Yanwu is basically a spectator on his own channel. Hanbit just gets this incredibly sharp, determined smirk on his face, his green-tinted magical aura flaring around him, and declares that it is finally time to go learn proper swordsmanship. The brilliant green light of the unique skill book slowly begins to fade away, wrapping around his hands. Our guy looks at his open palms, thinking to himself that no matter how many times he logs in, he is still not fully used to the fact that books are consumable items in this world. Yanwu immediately walks up, pointing his finger and asking why on earth he wasted his time learning haste when the speed boost in this game is practically invisible. Hanbit looks at him with a flat expression, asking him to imagine a scenario where 2 players are running a race at the exact same speed. If you use haste in that exact moment, you run just a fraction of a second faster and secure the win, even if the difference is barely noticeable to the naked eye. Yanwu is still rambling, claiming that even the unique grade version didn't look like much, while Hanbit silently thinks that after dying over 50 times because of a single millisecond delay, you start to appreciate the little things. Yanwu shifts gears instantly, drawing his heavy steel sword and bragging that when it comes to swordsmanship, he is actually the senior since his skill rank is already at high rank 2. The live chat immediately starts absolute warfare, roasting him and telling him to stop acting like a pro player when he is literally just a casual scrub. Hanbit watches the comments roll in, realizing that almost every player on the server, including Yanwu, is following the exact same linear progression path. And the entire reason for that lack of creativity is that highly praised beginner guidebook sitting in everyone's inventories. The guide is basically a trap. Because players blindly followed it, Julio's scam was never exposed, meaning no one could ever interact with Atsubel. Usually, Atsubel would have been dragged away to prison and Ria would have remained a hidden NPC that absolutely no one bothered to find. This game gives players an insane amount of freedom, but that also makes it impossible to know which path is actually the optimal one. His gold eyes narrow as he realizes that everything he has experienced across his 55 lifetimes is essentially a guide toward the correct path. He stands tall, adjusting his glove, and decides that if the system wants to guide everyone down a basic path, he is just going to clear this game his own way. He still has absolutely no idea what that silver-haired goddess is thinking by transforming his personal hell into a streaming game. But whatever her grand plan is, he is completely finished with being played like some cheap puppet on strings. The official Chapter 13 title card drops as the sound of footsteps echoes through the thick, rustling leaves of the mountain path. Yanwu is already complaining, asking why the most popular swordsmanship NPC on the server has to be located this far away from the main city gates. Hanbit points ahead toward a vibrant red pavilion sitting in the middle of a misty clearing, telling him it is because the trainer's entire concept is a hermit swordsman. Yanwu waves his hands frantically, shouting a cheerful greeting, while the figure inside remains completely silent. The man slowly sips from his ceramic cup, his face completely hidden under a massive, wide straw hat. Yanwu's smile instantly vanishes, a drop of cold sweat rolling down his cheek as he realizes the NPC's aura is still as terrifying as ever. This is Balder, and he looks less like a friendly skill trainer and more like a secret boss who is about to end your entire career. He doesn't even look up, casually pointing his cup at them and ordering them to grab a wooden sword and swing it until he tells them to stop. Hanbit looks behind his shoulder, spotting a solid wooden training sword leaning against the tree line. Balder's eye flashes in the shadow of his hat, flatly stating that since they came here to learn the blade, any further words are completely unnecessary. Hanbit lets his heavy steel starter sword drop into the dirt with a soft thud. He steps forward, picking up the wooden training weapon with a relaxed, effortless grip. Yanwu turns to the screen, explaining to the viewers that the swordsmanship quest is strictly split into two phases: swinging, followed by a direct duel. The stream chat starts discussing their own attempts, with most players admitting the first swinging stage took them over an hour and a half to clear. A viewer mentions a famous clip where a cocky beginner tried to mock Balder's drinking, only for the NPC to ask if he wanted to be split vertically or horizontally before instantly deleting his character. Yanwu groans, muttering that the AI in this game is way too realistic and terrifying since the trainers will literally execute you on the spot. Suddenly, a massive gold donation alert pops up. A whale donor named Sword God drops 200,000 won, setting up a custom mission. Fail to clear the stage in 25 minutes, and you have to go cliff diving. Other high rollers in the chat immediately join in, raising the total mission bounty in a massive flash of golden alerts. Yanwu is practically screaming, jumping up and down as he shouts that the total prize pool has just blown past 800,000 won. Hanbit stands completely still, ignoring the chaotic screaming in his ear, and looks down at the smooth wooden blade. He closes his eyes, letting out a slow, steady breath. He knows that the most important aspect of this swinging trial has absolutely nothing to do with speed or a high count. Balder is a legendary master. He doesn't expect a complete beginner to possess godlike physical power or perfect muscle memory. Most players show up to his mountain looking to pick up a quick skill, thinking swordsmanship is just basic button mashing. To a man who dedicated his entire life to the sword, seeing casual players treat his art like a cheap game is incredibly insulting. The only thing Balder is actually searching for in a student is a sincere, uncompromising attitude toward the blade. Hanbit opens his gold eyes, his gaze turning incredibly sharp. Balder watches silently, his hand resting on his knee as he observes the boy's posture. Hanbit slowly raises his wooden sword, adopting a flawless, textbook martial stance. Before he can even execute a single swing, Balder raises his hand, calmly announcing that is enough. The chat immediately spams question marks, completely baffled as to why the trial stopped before it even started, while Hanbit just gets a smug smile on his face. A golden system window overrides the screen. Linked quest unlocked. Balder shows his utmost respect for your determination. Defeat Balder in a duel. Yanwu is staring at the screen in pure disbelief, pointing his finger as he realizes Stage 2 has already unlocked. He is screaming that clearing the swinging stage in under a single minute has to be some kind of server record. The chat immediately starts spamming boos, with some viewers calling the clear boring and demanding a refund on their bets. The donor, Sword God, drops another 10,000 won, changing the rules. Block Balder's wooden sword twice to succeed, otherwise the mission is void. And then, the stream chat goes completely off the rails. He promises to double the entire payout if Hanbit can block 4 consecutive strikes, but if he fails, both he and Loper have to go bungee jumping in real life. Yanwu's face turns comically pale as he screams that he has a severe fear of heights and never agreed to this. Hanbit slowly turns his head, giving him this incredibly greasy, comforting smile. Yanwu is shaking, demanding to know what that shady look in his eyes is supposed to mean. Hanbit gently pats him on the shoulder, telling him to relax because he is not going to have to jump off any cliffs today. He looks directly into the camera, a sharp, incredibly confident smirk on his face as he tells them to just trust his skills. Another major viewer drops a massive 1 million won onto the mission, claiming their gaming friendship is truly beautiful. Hanbit's eyes widen slightly. The total payout is now sitting at a staggering 1.8 million won. That is enough to buy a solid amount of real-world food. The title card fades as the two swordsmen stand face to face in the quiet mountain clearing. Hanbit tightens both hands around the wooden grip, preparing himself. Balder slowly raises his wooden sword, and a massive, roaring vortex of blue wind energy violently wraps around his blade. The surrounding forest goes completely quiet as the sheer physical pressure in the clearing spikes. Hanbit lowers his stance, his shadow stretching long across the dirt as he waits. Balder launches forward in an absolute blur. His foot slams into the ground, cracking the dirt. He covers the distance in a single, terrifying flash of blue light. Hanbit grits his teeth, bracing his core. The air splits with a loud whistle as the attack descends. The two wooden swords collide, and the impact shakes the whole clearing, kicking up a massive storm of dust. Yanwu's jaw drops as he screams, asking if the NPC has always hit this incredibly hard. The chat is losing its mind, with viewers complaining that this attack power is completely broken for a beginner zone. Hanbit's arms are shaking violently, the raw kinetic shock traveling all the way up his shoulders. But he successfully blocked the first strike. Balder lets out a low, steady breath. He instantly spins his body, channeling another massive wave of blue energy into his sword. Hanbit raises his blade, predicting the trajectory. The wooden swords meet with a sharp, echoing crack. Sparks of pure light fly between them as Hanbit successfully deflects the second blow. He slides back on the dirt, realizing his low-level avatar's response speed is incredibly dull compared to his real-life muscle memory. Balder's third strike comes in low, aiming for his ankles. Hanbit activates his newly learned swiftness skill, his feet moving in a smooth, high-speed step. The blue blade misses him completely, slicing through the empty air. Balder stands there, his long hair blowing in the wind as he stares at the boy. He asks if Hanbit is getting cocky, or if the duel is turning out to be much harder than he originally anticipated. Hanbit just grins, wiping a drop of sweat from his chin, and replies that the exact same thing applies to him. Balder's eyes narrow in irritation, mutter promising that he is going to end this fight in the next exchange. He launches himself into the air, his body surrounded by a massive, spinning pillar of blue light. Hanbit laughs, shouting that they won't know the outcome until they see it through to the absolute end. The blue blade slashes down in a massive, sweeping vertical arc. Hanbit meets the strike at a precise angle, deflecting the raw force away from his body. Loper is holding his head in the background, screaming about how a basic skill quest can possibly be this hardcore. Hanbit slips right under the path of the swing, his movements incredibly fluid. The chat is completely losing it, asking when this casual RPG turned into a high-speed Souls-like boss fight. Balder grinds his teeth in frustration, realizing his attack pattern is being completely read by a level 1 beginner. He whips around, throwing a rapid, high-speed palm strike to create distance. Hanbit notes to himself that his physical stats are still way too low, but his defensive positioning is holding out perfectly. Balder charges again, his sword descending like a thunderbolt. Their swords meet with a deafening impact that rings through the trees. Hanbit smirks through the sparks, pointing out that Balder's swings are starting to get way too wide and desperate. Balder leaps backward, his chest heaving as he stares at the boy. His wooden sword begins to crackle, with massive, erratic arcs of blue lightning. Hanbit's expression finally turns serious, sensing that the next strike is going to be genuinely dangerous. Balder stomps his foot, the sheer force of his step shattering the cobblestones underneath. He flies forward in a straight line, moving faster than a physical bullet. The ultimate strike comes in as a massive, world-splitting horizontal slash. Hanbit raises his wooden sword horizontally, bracing his entire body for the impact. The two blades collide, and with a loud, violent snap, Hanbit's wooden sword completely breaks in half under the raw pressure. The broken half of the wooden blade spins high into the bright blue sky, but Hanbit has this incredibly broad, victorious grin on his face. Balder stands completely frozen in his follow-through, his eyes wide with absolute stunned disbelief. The dust and leaves slowly settle around the quiet clearing, the massive blue wind energy finally dispersing. Hanbit lies flat on his back in the dirt, exhausted but smiling, as he holds up 2 fingers in a cheeky peace sign and asks if those 4 successful blocks officially count as a win. And just like that, the system declares the high-stakes survival trial officially complete. The chat is completely losing its collective mind, unable to comprehend the absolute masterclass of defensive mechanics they just witnessed on livestream. Our guy is just lying flat on his back in the dirt, letting out a heavy, exhausted sigh. He is thinking to himself that surviving those high-velocity strikes with a level 1 avatar's physical stats was a massive pain. The system confirms the sparring session has officially ended due to the wooden sword being completely destroyed. The viewers are calling the run absolutely legendary, while some are still struggling to process how a level 1 newbie managed to read a secret boss's movements. Yan-Woo immediately runs over, his eyes wide with excitement, asking how they are going to handle the payout from those massive custom stream missions. Hanbit just chuckles, telling him they can calculate everything once the stream is offline. He grabs Yan-Woo by the arm with a playful grip, teasingly asking if his junior is actually going to pay him his full share. Yan-Woo just beams, promising that he would never dream of scamming his favorite senior. Hanbit looks at him, remembering the first time they ever crossed paths back when they were serving in the military. Yan-Woo gets right in his face, his eyes wide with comically intense curiosity, asking what on earth Hanbit was actually doing before he enlisted. He jokes if he was secretly some kind of regressor or reincarnated master who lived 55 lifetimes. Hanbit just sweats a little, playing it off by saying he just did a few odd jobs here and there. Yan-Woo laughs, revealing that the stream chat has literally compiled a massive list of theories, guessing if he was a chef, a special forces operator, or a samurai. A viewer in the comments asks if all of the massive mission bounty money is actually going directly into Black Dragon's personal bank account. Yan-Woo answers with an absolute immediate yes. Hanbit scratches his neck, slightly confused, pointing out that their streaming agreement was a clean 50-50 split, but Yan-Woo quickly shakes his head, stating that those insane trials were cleared purely through Hanbit's own god-tier mechanics. Hanbit smiles, checking his interface, and happily mentions that the absolute best part of this entire situation is that they don't have to go bungee jumping in real life. The chat immediately starts spamming laughing emojis, revealing that the bungee jumping threat was just a classic, exaggerated internet meme and not an actual enforceable rule. Hanbit stands there completely blank-faced, realizing he got trolled by his own viewers. Suddenly, another massive gold alert flashes across the screen. A prominent high roller named Sword King drops a clean 100,000 won, begging Hanbit to keep using swords so he can study his perfect forms. Hanbit turns around, his golden eyes narrowing as he senses a lingering, heavy presence behind them. Balder is leaning quietly against a thick oak tree at the edge of the clearing, his arms tightly crossed over his chest. Hanbit can tell just by looking at him that the legendary hermit swordsman is currently suffering from a massive case of bruised ego. The NPC is standing in complete silence, but his hand is clenching his opposite arm so hard his knuckles are turning white. He is clearly blaming himself, unable to accept the fact that a complete level 1 beginner was able to perfectly predict his highest tier combat patterns. Hanbit walks up to him with a calm expression, asking if they are officially finished with the sparring session. Balder slowly turns his back, his voice incredibly deep and cold as he tells him to wait right there. Hanbit watches him walk away, sweat dropping, as he realizes the NPC is literally grinding his teeth in frustration. He silently prays for the absolute poor souls who try to challenge this man next, because they are going to get completely obliterated. Balder returns a few moments later, silently holding out a heavy, ancient-looking book bound in dark leather with a glowing blue sword emblem on the cover. Hanbit takes it with a nod, realizing his arsenal is growing at an absurd rate. In just 2 days of playing, he has already secured magic, archery, speed, and now swordsmanship. The gold system window confirms the final quest rewards: Basic Swordsmanship Training Book Rank 1, upgraded to a staggering unique grade, along with 3,000 gold and a massive 5 bonus stat points. The stream chat goes into absolute meltdown mode. Having 4 unique grade skills at level 1 is a balance-breaking anomaly that is probably causing the game's official forums to crash in real time. Dozens of viewers are already begging him to open up a private tutoring academy so he can teach them how to manipulate their physical stances. Hanbit gets this incredibly lazy, mischievous grin on his face, grabbing Yan-Woo by the collar and shoving him directly in front of the camera. He tells his junior to entertain the crowd with a cute reaction while he handles some personal business. Yan-Woo happily accepts the spotlight, bragging that he can easily handle any sword tutoring requests since he is technically a rank 2 swordsman. The chat immediately spams messages telling him to shut up and go away, wanting the master back. Hanbit walks back over to Balder, his expression turning serious. He addresses him directly, asking if he happens to have anything else left for him. He knows Balder's character design. A master like him wouldn't just hand over a unique skill book to a genius and let them walk away without a follow-up link. Balder stands in silence for a long moment, staring at the young man under the shadow of his massive hat. He slowly reaches into his light gray robes, explaining that his personal martial arts master has recently moved his temporary residence to the city of Edlin. He pulls out a folded piece of gray fabric, telling Hanbit that if he ever manages to find him, he should show him this specific crest. He tosses it forward, stating that presenting the token will at least guarantee his master will hear him out instead of executing him on sight. The crest unfurls in the wind, displaying a striking green sword design. Balder cryptically mentions that his master resides where the winds converge. Hanbit catches the fabric, a knowing smirk forming on his face. He tucks the token safely into his vest, whispering the location under his breath. He turns back to Yeon-woo, waving his hand and announcing that it is finally time to head back to the city. Lauper is still in the background, putting on a ridiculous, over-the-top gratitude show for the stream donations. Suddenly, a small donation chime rings out. A viewer mentions that the night sky in the real world is incredibly beautiful, but complains that they have to work overtime tonight. The two of them arrive back at the safe zone inside the city walls. Yeon-woo is looking over the map, excitedly asking if their very next destination is going to be Balder's legendary master. But Hanbit suddenly stretches, letting out a massive yawn, and calmly announces that they are going to call it a day and log out right here. Yeon-woo's face completely distorts in shock, unable to believe he wants to stop. Hanbit stretches his arms, pointing out that he still has to attend his real-world internship tomorrow morning, and warns that it will be bad if he doesn't get at least some sleep. Yeon-woo sighs, agreeing that they did push themselves incredibly hard today. Hanbit opens his system interface and taps the glowing blue logout confirmation button. His avatar dissolves into a massive, vertical stream of blue digital pixels, exiting the virtual world of Airport. Back in the real world, the heavy metallic dome of the high-end VR capsule slowly slides open with a soft hiss. Hanbit sits up in his dark bedroom, wiping a massive amount of sweat from his forehead. He groans, realizing he focused way too hard during that high-intensity sword trial and desperately needs a shower before bed. As he reaches for his towel, his smartphone sitting on the bed suddenly lets out a sharp, metallic buzz. He picks it up to find a message from Yeon-woo. It's a cute cat sticker giving a thumbs up, thanking him for the awesome stream and promising to send over his share of the revenue immediately. A second later, an official bank notification pops up at the top of his screen. A deposit from a sender named Roper has just cleared. Hanbit looks at the number, and his eyes instantly freeze. His jaw drops, his entire body going completely rigid as he stares at the glowing screen in absolute, utter disbelief. His hands are literally shaking, cold sweat dripping from his palms as he tries to process the fact that he just earned 3 million won in a single day. He stares at his phone, doing some quick mental calculations. His total actual playtime across yesterday and today was barely over 10 hours. He leans against his bed, a bitter, self-deprecating smile forming on his lips. He fought so incredibly hard, suffering through 55 lifetimes of literal torture just to return to his normal reality. And now, after just 2 days of experiencing the gaming market, he is seriously contemplating abandoning his normal life to become a full-time virtual adventurer. He quickly shakes his head, slapping his cheeks to focus his mind. He warns himself that there is absolutely no guarantee his stream donations will always explode like this. He knows he needs a stable, secure career. Having a proper corporate job is the only way his mother will ever truly rest easy. Still, as he looks at the massive balance in his account, a soft, incredibly genuine smile spreads across his face. He is just happy that he can finally help her. Suddenly, a loud, thunderous voice shatters the quiet morning air, screaming his name with absolute fury. The bedroom door is violently kicked open, and Hanbit tumbles off his bed in pure shock. His mother is standing in the doorway, her hand resting on her hip. She is holding her smartphone right in his face, her expression completely furious as she demands to know where this massive amount of money came from. Hanbit looks at the screen, realizing he accidentally set up his account to automatically transfer his earnings straight to her savings account to surprise her. Before he can even explain, she smacks him right on the forehead, yelling that he was awake all night and accusing him of sneaking around doing illegal things behind her back. Hanbit rubs his head, desperately pleading that he earned every single coin completely fair and square. She lowers her hand, her eyes narrowing as she demands to know exactly how. She leans in close, her eyes flashing with suspicion, stating that the only possible way a broke college graduate can suddenly make 3 million won overnight is illegal online gambling. Hanbit quickly waves his hands, reminding her about his junior from the military, Yeon-woo, and the expensive VR headset he received as a discharge gift. He explains that they streamed their gameplay together, and because they managed to clear a rare world-first hidden quest, They attracted thousands of viewers and received massive donations. He looks up at her with his most sincere, honest expression, swearing that he would never dream of doing anything illegal or dangerous to hurt the family. His mother stands in silence for a long moment. She slowly lets out a heavy sigh, rubbing her temples, and tells him they will talk more about this when she gets back from her shift. Hanbit watches her turn around, quietly repeating that he is telling her the absolute truth. She stops at the door, her expression softening into a deeply tired, emotional gaze. She asks who said she didn't believe him and softly whispers that she just doesn't want her son working himself to death. The heavy wooden door slowly clicks shut, leaving Hanbit sitting alone in the quiet room. He looks down at his hand, a fierce, quiet determination burning in his eyes. He gently places his palm against the closed door, silently promising her that she will never have to carry the crushing weight of their family debt by herself ever again. Hanbit thinks to himself that after fighting tooth and nail through 55 regressions in a world of monsters, the weight of normal reality should be absolutely nothing. But as he stands inside his corporate office, his shoulders slumped, he realizes he was completely wrong. His manager is towering over him, screaming about how an intern has the audacity to zone out the second he gets to work. The manager is leaning back in his expensive chair, waving his hand dismissively and telling him to get his head straight, because this is a professional workplace, not a playground. Hanbit walks back to his desk, his eye twitching. Getting a massive earful first thing in the morning over a minor mistake is seriously testing his legendary patience. He sits down, picking up a massive, heavy blue binder. His senior colleague, Manhwa, organized these complex documents, making them surprisingly easy to understand. But before he can even open the first page to start his actual work, the sharp, irritating voice of the team leader echoes across the office. The team leader calls him over, sneeringly referring to him as a trial version intern, and begins aggressively harassing him over things completely unrelated to his job. He casually tosses a blue corporate card onto the desk, ordering Hanbit to go downstairs and fetch him some coffee. Hanbit picks up the card, politely asking what specific kind of coffee the team leader and the rest of the department prefer. The team leader lets out a loud, highly irritated scoff, looking at him like he is a complete idiot. He glares at him, stating that everyone in this office drinks iced Americanos, and mockingly asks if his senior colleague, Lee Manhwa, was too incompetent to teach him even that. Hanbit quickly lowers his head, claiming that Manhwa did teach him, but he simply forgot due to his own morning fatigue. He turns around and walks out, realizing the toxic boss is actively searching for the slightest excuse to harass Manhwa. He walks down the empty, sterile office hallway, thinking about how even a simple coffee run feels heavier than carrying a full suit of heavy plate armor. When he returns to the office, his arms full of iced coffees, he finds the team leader already aggressively yelling at Manhwa, waving a stack of papers in his face. Manhwa is standing in a stiff, polite posture, his eyes completely hollow and dead as he listens to the verbal abuse like it is a routine daily occurrence. The team leader demands he take on a massive new workload, and Manhwa slowly opens his mouth to speak. With absolute quiet exhaustion, he states that taking on this new project will be physically impossible given his current daily workload. The team leader's face contorts in fury. He shuffles the papers, mockingly shouting that Manhwa has grown a massive ego to think he can suddenly pick and choose his assignments. In a fit of childish anger, he throws the heavy stack of documents directly at Manhwa's chest, sending the papers scattering across the floor. Hanbit quickly steps in, loudly announcing that the coffee has arrived, and places the tray firmly on the desk to break the tension. He immediately drops to his knees, helping Manhwa gather the scattered white sheets from the carpet. The team leader grabs his coffee, glaring down at Hanbit with an intense, suspicious gaze, sensing that the intern did that on purpose. He snorts, muttering that the two of them are completely full of shit, and walks away back to his private office. After organizing the files, the two interns return to their desks. Manhwa leans back in his chair, staring blankly at his computer screen. Hanbit looks at the reflection in the monitor, realizing Manhwa's eyes look even more hollow and exhausted than usual. Manhwa slowly turns his head, quietly apologizing to Hanbit for showing him such an ugly, embarrassing side of the corporate world. Hanbit quickly smiles, telling him it is completely fine and joking that the manager must simply be having a bad hair day. But Manhwa's expression remains incredibly heavy. He explains that the massive new project the manager just forced onto him is directly on the system development side. It is a massive project that requires an absurd amount of overtime. He looks at Hanbit, apologizing that he won't have any spare time to help guide him through his internship anymore. Hanbit looks at the document title on Manhwa's desk. His eyes narrow as he catches a glimpse of the project name, Record Project. Manhwa sighs, confirming that their company is handling the hardware and software testing for the new VR gear industry, which requires them to personally play the game for hours. Hanbit stands tall, looking down at his exhausted senior, and calmly announces that he might actually be able to help him clear that testing project in record time. The scene transitions to the warm orange glow of sunset as Hanbit steps out of the massive corporate building. He is checking his phone, his shoulders relaxed as he finally escapes his real-world prison. Suddenly, a familiar, energetic voice calls out to him from the street. Hanbit looks up, his expression turning slightly deadpan as he spots Yanwu waving frantically. Yanwu is wearing a cozy blue hoodie, running over with a massive, bright smile and asking if his corporate shift went well. But he instantly freezes when he looks closely at Hanbit's face. Hanbit's eyes are completely bloodshot and shadowed, flatly stating that he only managed to get 3 hours of sleep. He sighs, suggesting they find a quiet place to sit down first. They head inside a cozy, modern coffee shop labeled Odia Coffee. The second they sit down, Hanbit collapses back into his chair, his tie loose as he lets out a long, exhausted groan. He mutters that working in human society is an absolute pain, joking that he could easily run a 10-hour stream just cursing out his manager's bloodline. He rests his head on his arms, lazily asking Yanwu what was so important that he had to meet him immediately after work. Yanwu's face lights up with absolute, childlike excitement. He pulls out his smartphone, telling Hanbit to take a close look at the screen. He shows him a massive list of chat messages and official business emails they received the very second yesterday's stream ended. He reveals that they are being contacted by multiple professional gaming guilds and massive corporations, including Yonhwa Gaming, who are offering a starting salary of 100 million won. Yanwu is babbling excitedly, pointing out that everyone is frantic to buy him out and suggests they pick the best corporate guild to join. But he slowly stops talking, sweat dropping as he notices Hanbit is staring at him with an incredibly dark, silent, and terrifying expression. Hanbit slowly places both hands flat on the table, leaning forward as the atmosphere in the cafe turns freezing cold. Yanwu frantically backs away in his chair, his voice shaking as he tries to claim he isn't hiding anything. Hanbit gets this comically terrifying, demonic smile on his face, asking Yanwu if he really, truly wants him to sign a contract with a massive corporation. Yanwu is sweating bullets, stammering that he didn't mean it in a bad way, while Hanbit's hands slowly reach forward. With a sudden comedic flash, Hanbit grabs Yanwu by the temples, executing a brutal double-handed head squeeze. Yanwu lets out a comically distorted scream of pure agony. His screams of pain echo loudly outside the windows of Odia Coffee, drawing strange looks from passers-by. Yanwu is left curled over the table, tears in his eyes as he rubs his swollen head, sobbing that Hanbit is way too mean. He sniffs, confessing that he knows Hanbit is struggling with his family's debt, and says he wanted him to get a high-paying corporate job because he knew Hanbit would reject any direct financial charity from him. Hanbit's expression softens. He leans back, his tone turning quiet and serious as he thanks him for the thoughtful gesture. But he points out that Yanwu was the one who wanted to play this game together. He looks Yanwu dead in the eye, firmly stating that listening to what his junior actually wants to do should always come first. Yanwu looks down, a soft, self-deprecating smile forming on his lips. He confesses that despite Record Project's massive global popularity, the game doesn't really suit his personal playstyle. He recalls his own experiences in the game, thinking about how exploring that massive, dangerous open world was far more terrifying and difficult than he anticipated. He admits that he couldn't make any real progress on his own, and realized he actually prefers watching the game rather than playing it. He looks up at Hanbit, his eyes shining with absolute, genuine admiration, and states that to a spectator like him, Black Dragon is the player who shines the brightest in the entire game. He wants to be there to witness every single legendary, world-first moment that is going to unfold by his side. The screen flashes with a beautiful montage of their adventures so far, saving Atsubel, executing the slime chain explosion, and facing down Baldur's strikes. Yanwu wants to share that excitement with the entire world. He smiles warmly, his eyes filled with intense determination, and officially proposes that instead of signing with a predatory corporation, they should establish their own specialized multi-channel network centered entirely around Hanbit. We open on a cozy cafe, where the blueprint for a streaming empire is being drawn. Yanwu explains his vision, pitching a guild that bridges real-world business and virtual reality instead of a typical, soul-crushing corporate contract. Our guy just leans back in his suit with a smug grin, reminding his junior that this is the exact same ambitious speech he used to give back during their military service. Yan-woo is momentarily touched that his senior actually remembered his words, but Hanbit immediately ruins the sentimental moment by asking the only question that truly matters to a broke college graduate. How are they actually going to make money? Yan-woo proudly taps his smartphone screen, explaining that the streaming platform they use has just launched a brand new VOD feature with surprisingly lucrative ad rates. He shows Hanbit the trending page of the app, revealing that their previous stream where Hanbit absolutely clowned Balder in a sword duel is currently sitting comfortably at the very top of the featured list. He paints a picture of thousands of new players logging into the game after watching Hanbit's absolute god-tier mechanics, eager to join their community and follow their journey. Hanbit just sweats a little, staring at his friend's sparkling eyes and dryly pointing out that Yan-woo was trying to force him to sign with a corporate guild about 5 minutes ago. Yan-woo completely ignores the hypocrisy, throwing his arms wide and declaring that they are going to be co-CEOs, promising to handle all the boring stream management while Hanbit acts as the main attraction. The waitress slides a tray with cake and coffee onto their table, and Hanbit just sighs, muttering that a co-CEO title is completely useless but promising to help his friend build this brand the right way. As Yan-woo happily digs into his chocolate cake, Hanbit's expression turns quiet and introspective, staring at his reflection in the coffee. He knows his true motivation goes far deeper than streaming. Playing this game isn't just about paying off his family's debt. It is his absolute last chance to reach Airport. He stares down into the dark liquid, thinking that if he can somehow conquer this digital landscape and find the gateway to his old battlegrounds, he might finally uncover the cosmic truth behind why he was cursed to die 55 times in that fantasy hellscape. But the quiet philosophical moment is instantly shattered when Yan-woo looks up from his phone with a deeply confused expression. His phone screen is lit up with a rapid succession of incoming notifications. He points at the screen with his fork, telling Hanbit that his inbox is currently getting absolutely spammed with angry community direct messages. Yan-woo chuckles at first, joking about the heavy burdens of becoming a local celebrity overnight, but his smile quickly fades as he starts reading the actual contents. His eyes go completely wide, jumping out of his chair and yelling about what the hell is going on. He immediately scrambles to make an urgent call to one of his community contacts. He presses the phone tightly to his ear, pacing back and forth and desperately begging the person on the other end to pick up the phone. Hanbit looks up, calmly asking what got him so incredibly worked up in the middle of a public cafe. Yan-woo lowers his phone, his voice shaking as he asks Hanbit if he remembers that high-level ranger wearing the feathered hood they saw back in Port Edlin. He explains that those players belong to the elite Vanguard division of Rashton, a massive, multi-billion-dollar German gaming conglomerate. It turns out a rumor has leaked that Atsabel's quest rewards degrade on a first-come, first-served basis. In response, Rashton has publicly announced they are monopolizing the quest, and suddenly, every single bomb slime in the starter forest has completely vanished. Even worse, the toxic online forums are already accusing Black Dragon and Rashton of working together to gatekeep the starter quest for themselves. The scene shifts to the virtual world, where a furious independent player is slamming his fist toward the sky, loudly cursing out Black Dragon and Loper for being greedy corporate scammers. A female rogue sitting nearby tells the screaming player to shut up because he is hurtling toward a massive vocal cord injury. She holds up a leather-bound magic book, pointing out that at least they managed to grab a rare-grade skill book before the reward system degraded any further. The angry player complains that a first-come, first-served quest system is completely unfair, but the rogue logically points out that a game developer would never hand out unique grade items to every single casual player who asks. She sighs, complaining that because of Rashton's aggressive tactics, they can't even find a single wild slime to grind. When the guy keeps complaining, she calmly threatens to player kill him if he doesn't shut his mouth. The sky above Port Edlin is peaceful, but the community forums are actively calling for Black Dragon to host a public clarification stream to address the scam accusations. Back in the real world, Hanbit sits in deep thought, wondering how a foreign giant like Rashton managed to pull off a complete zone monopoly so quickly. He recalls the Feathered Ranger's stats, noting that a combat power of 9,000 is relatively low for a global ranker, but still more than enough to dominate a starter zone. A quiet, highly dangerous smirk forms on Hanbit's face as he realizes exactly what the corporate tryhards did. He tells Yan-woo that he knows exactly how to handle this little monopoly. He instructs Yan-woo to delay their scheduled broadcast, explaining that there is a highly specific location in the starter zone he needs to investigate first. Later that night, as the city lights illuminate the apartment complex, Hanbit prepares to execute his sequence break. He sits at his desk, rapidly flipping through the pages of the official Record Project guidebook. He scans the dense text, looking for a very specific name he remembers from his previous regression loops. His eyes lock onto a paragraph, and a knowing, mischievous smile spreads across his lips. He closes the heavy book with a soft thud, muttering that he found the exact piece of the puzzle he was looking for. He logs into the capsule, his physical form dissolving through the blue digital portal as he returns to the fields of Urport. He walks through the dense forest, arriving at the mouth of a dark, rocky cave that is positioned exactly where his muscle memory remembered it. He steps inside, and sure enough, the dark cavern floor is glowing with a vibrant, unstable green light. He walks deeper into the damp cave, carefully stepping around dozens of volatile bomb slimes that are pulsing with highly explosive core energy. He stops in his tracks, his hand instinctively hovering near the hilt of his longsword as he senses a colossal presence lurking in the shadows ahead. He knows the monster AI behavior. Bomb slimes are naturally solitary, volatile creatures. There is only one possible reason they would gather in a massive, dense cluster like this. He looks up toward the rocky ceiling, and a calm, confident smile forms on his face. Perched on a high ledge is a massive, pulsing mountain of green sludge with a glowing purple core. A system tag identifies it as the Bomb Slime King, level 7. The massive boss creature slowly contracts its body, using its innate gravity to pull smaller slimes into its mass, absorbing their volume to increase its physical size. Hanbit analyzes the pulsing electric current radiating from its core, realizing that even a boss monster shouldn't be physically capable of drawing in this many slimes at once. Suddenly, his sharp eyes catch a bright, metallic glint reflecting off the dark, rocky wall just behind the boss. He looks closer, spotting a circular, gold-rimmed medallion embedded deep into the stone. It is a highly specialized monster lure. He sneers as he reads the elegant, cursive engraving carved right onto the gold rim. It carries the signature helmet crest of the Rashton Corporation. An educational system interface explains that monster lures are rare, single-use items obtained from difficult high-level dungeons in the Northern Territories. A handy infographic illustrates the corporate strategy. Rashton smuggled a lure into this specific cave to artificially force every single slime in the region to migrate inside, effectively starving the public fields. Hanbit chuckles, realizing this is why the casual players couldn't find a single target. Rashton didn't just monopolize the quest, they literally locked the resources in a vault. His golden eyes flash with absolute, cold amusement. He raises his left arm, drawing a massive amount of hot mana into his palm as he prepares his unique grade fireball. He launches the massive, roaring sphere of concentrated heat straight down into the center of the volatile nest. The fireball collides with the king's core, triggering a chain explosion of over 100 highly explosive slimes packed into a single, enclosed stone room. The screen is instantly flooded with a massive, golden torrent of system rewards. Because he wiped out an entire map's worth of monsters in a single second, he gains over 7,000 experience points, 4 instant levels, 5 stat points, and a permanent 5% damage buff against slimes. As the heavy smoke slowly clears, Hanbit stands there completely wide-eyed, sweat dripping down his cheek as he realizes the sheer, absurd scale of the explosion he just caused. The next morning, the official community forums are absolutely burning. A mysterious post titled, "Where did all those bomb slimes go?" has instantly skyrocketed to the very top of the trending page. Hanbit explains his plan to the viewers. He filmed the entire exploration of the hidden cave, showcasing Rashton's logo on the illegal monster lure, and had Yan Wu upload the footage anonymously. The plan worked with absolute perfection. The comment section is filled with thousands of angry players calling for a complete boycott of Rashton, turning the public wrath entirely onto the corporate giants. Hanbit looks back at his guidebook, explaining how he managed to pull off this sequence break in the first place. He found an obscure entry about an NPC named Gentromber. Gentromber was a poor, hard-working miner who was deeply depressed because a massive monster had chased him out of his favorite excavation spot. By connecting Gentromber's dialogue about his stolen mine to the mysterious disappearance of the regional slimes, Hanbit easily calculated the exact location of the hidden cave. He points toward the forest, noting that while the clues were technically present in the text, finding them required a highly specific level of knowledge. The sky is bright and clear, but Hanbit's expression remains quiet and analytical. He thinks about the fact that while Gentromber's name was printed in the guidebook, the author purposefully left out any coordinates or details regarding the cave itself. He visualizes the shadowy figure of Adventurer A, realizing that the author of this book wasn't just writing a guide. They were intentionally leaving out specific, vital pieces of information. The pages of the guidebook are filled with incredibly detailed maps, but they feature highly ambiguous markings and subtle inaccuracies designed to mislead casual readers. Hanbit walks down the forest path, his eyes narrowing as he ponders the true, mysterious identity of Adventurer A and what their ultimate goal was in structuring the guide this way. The scene cuts back to Port Edlin. Yan-Wu raises a finger, dramatically explaining to the viewers that magic proficiency is the absolute biggest hurdle in the entire game. A hilarious chibi wizard is shown snapping his wooden wand in half, sobbing over the fact that grinding magic proficiency is an absolute soul-crushing nightmare compared to physical stats. Yan-Wu explains that because magic requires thousands of successful casts to unlock the next tier, almost every sane player completely abandons the magic tree to focus on simple sword builds. He slowly turns his head toward Hanbit, his face completely blank with shock, as he asks if it is physically possible for a human being to reach 100% magic proficiency in a single day. He immediately grabs Hanbit by the collar, tears streaming down his face as he begs his friend to tell him it is just a highly elaborate, extremely delayed April Fool's joke. Hanbit looks incredibly awkward, laughing nervously and claiming that rank 1 is the lowest tier anyway, so it shouldn't be that big of a deal. But Yan-Wu yells that even rank 1 normally takes a month of non-stop grinding. He aggressively shakes Hanbit's face, demanding that he open up his private character interface to show him the actual proof of his stats. Hanbit reluctantly opens his golden interface, displaying his list of active skills: unique fireball, unique archery, unique swordsmanship, and unique haste. The physical shock is so intense that Yan-Wu's legs literally give out, collapsing straight onto his knees on the grassy dirt road. He starts crying hysterically, his face transforming into a glorious, tear-filled Pepe meme as he screams that Hanbit must be using some kind of highly illegal developer bug. Hanbit's sweat drops, scratching his cheek and saying that's just how the system turned out. Yan-Wu mutters that while he wanted Hanbit to succeed, he didn't want him to break the entire game's balance on day 2. Hanbit's expression suddenly turns serious, warning Yan-Wu to keep this absurd proficiency speed a complete secret from the stream audience for now. Yan-Wu is confused, pointing out that showcasing a broken build would draw massive viewership. Hanbit gets this incredibly devious, villainous smirk on his face, whispering that he wants to use this secret to show their corporate rivals a highly entertaining show. We see a crowd of angry independent players and sneaky Rashton members gathered outside the apothecary, and Hanbit's smirk widens as he prepares to spring his trap on the villains. The live stream broadcast suddenly flashes to life. Yan-Wu puts on his most energetic, cheerful streamer face, welcoming the thousands of chaotic viewers to their channel. He immediately addresses the toxic chat comments, firmly stating that they have absolutely zero connection to Rashton, and pointing out that if they were actually working with them, they wouldn't have exposed their illegal lure. The live chat quickly shifts to their side, praising their honesty. Yan-Wu smoothly transitions, announcing that Black Dragon has a highly important errand to run at Atsubel's apothecary before they set out to find Baldur's master. Inside the cozy apothecary, Hanbit leans against the counter, casually asking Atsubel if her troublesome younger sister Leah has run away from home again. Atsubel crosses her arms with a heavy, irritated sigh, complaining that the young rogue simply refuses to listen to a single word she says. Hanbit rests his chin on his hand with a warm, relaxed smile, telling her to be patient since Leah is currently at that rebellious age where kids naturally act up. Atsubel's irritated expression softens into a beautiful, genuine smile, looking at him with deep appreciation and softly thanking him for his constant support. She asks what brings him to her shop today, and Hanbit calmly states that he has already mastered his current spell and is ready to purchase the next tier magic book. The stream chat goes into absolute hysteria, laughing at his newbie audacity, but Atsubel simply laughs brightly and happily agrees to hand over the next tome. She slides a heavy, ancient-looking volume decorated with a massive, glowing red gemstone right onto the wooden counter. A massive golden system window appears before him, displaying the quest details: learn the second magic from Asvel. The reward is a staggering 10,000 gold, and the hero-grade spell, Fire Burst. Hanbit picks up the heavy spellbook, casting a quick, sideways glance toward the glass windows of the shop. Outside, dozens of greedy Rashton players are pressed against the glass, their faces shadowed with intense envy as they watch him secure another high-tier quest. Hanbit slowly opens the cover. The book erupts into a blinding storm of golden data particles, completing the quest and instantly upgrading the reward grade from hero to unique due to his server-first achievement, boosting his level by 2. Yan-Wu screams into his mic in pure excitement, hyping up the incredible double unique magic set, while the live chat goes completely feral with jealousy. Atsubel advises him that if he ever finds his progress stalled, he should travel to the city of Ifrit and visit the Grand Magic Research Lab to find his next path. Hanbit nods, politely thanking his master. His sturdy leather boots click softly against the wooden floorboards as he turns to leave. Hanbit and Yanwu push the heavy wooden doors open, stepping out into the bright afternoon sun. They are immediately met by a wall of silent, hostile players. The massive swarm of Rashtan members is blockading the entire street, glaring at them with intense malice. Standing at the front of the crowd is the hooded Rashtan leader, his single dark eye locked onto Hanbit with a chilling, predatory gaze. The crowd of armored players slowly parts as Hanbit and Yanwu walk right down the center of the hostile pathway, the tension in the air practically suffocating. Hanbit casually strolls past the hooded leader, wearing an incredibly relaxed grin and dryly, telling him to lighten up his expression before he ruins his handsome face. He walks past him with a smug, teasing chuckle, muttering that he hopes their next quest goes incredibly well. The second Hanbit is out of the way. The greedy crowd of Rashtan players aggressively storms into the apothecary, loudly demanding that Atsabel hand over copies of the exact same magic book. A massive, chaotic crowd blocks the entrance of the shop, eager to copy Black Dragon's build. A short distance away, Hanbit and Yanwu are sitting comfortably under a shady tree. Hanbit chuckles, noting that their corporate rivals are incredibly greedy. Yanwu is deeply worried, pointing out that at this rate, Rashtan's massive numbers will easily allow them to monopolize the second magic quest as well. Hanbit simply smiles, asking Yanwu what the fundamental difference is between those tryhards and him. Back inside the apothecary, the hooded leader holds his copy of the spellbook high, commanding his elite squad to open their volumes simultaneously on his count. Hanbit slowly stretches his legs, standing up in the grassy field. He whispers, 1. He cracks his neck, adjusting his leather vest and calmly telling Yanwu that the show is about to begin. He smiles warmly at his confused friend, whispering, 2. Inside the shop, the Rashtan members shout 3 as they proudly flip open their newly purchased spellbooks. Hanbit's expression instantly shifts into a dark, demonic grin. Showtime! The exact second the tryhards open the pages, a massive, violent explosion of red-hot fire erupts directly from the paper, engulfing their faces in a roaring torrent of flames. A massive, bald warrior screams in comically distorted agony as his entire upper body is caught in the sudden, uncontrollable, magical combustion. A panicked female mage desperately tries to cast a wind spell to extinguish the flames, but the heavy draft simply feeds the fire, causing the combustion to spread even faster. Atsabel stands behind her counter, her face completely dark with absolute explosive rage as her pristine apothecary is turned into a chaotic, fiery circus. She sprouts massive angry veins on her forehead, screaming at the top of her lungs for every single one of those brainless idiots to get the hell out of her shop before she personally executes them. Watching the chaotic smoke rise from the shop, Hanbit happily clasps his hands together in a prayer stance, dryly joking about what a terrible, unfortunate waste of expensive spellbooks. The stream chat is absolutely rolling with laughter, spamming emojis. Suddenly, one of the charred Rashtan players looks at his system quest card and gasps in pure horror. The quest window confirms a brutal update. Because of their failed casts and lack of proper basic proficiency, the reward has been heavily nerfed, downgrading from hero all the way to a measly rare rank. The chat points out that trying to skip the basic progression system has completely ruined their stats. The hooded leader looks down, coldly asking his subordinate how many of them actually succeeded in learning the spell. The charred player nervously replies, well, 0. The hooded ranger's eye narrows into an incredibly sharp, bloodshot glare beneath his hood, his pride completely shattered. He turns around, his heavy leather boots stomping with immense anger as he walks straight toward the tree where Hanbit and Yanwu are resting. Yanwu immediately panics, scrambling behind Hanbit's back. Hanbit simply stands tall, crossing his arms over his chest with an incredibly relaxed, confident smirk as the massive ranker approaches. The hooded ranger stops directly in front of him, his single dark eye flashing with intense, murderous intent under his feathered hood. He rests his hand near his belt, his voice incredibly deep and menacing as he looks down at Hanbit and growls, "Hey newbie, let's have a little chat." So, our resident birdwatcher here decides he wants a little chat. He drops right in front of our guy, demanding to know how a level 1 newbie is the only person on the entire server who successfully cleared the next tier magic quest. Hanbit just shrugs like he is being asked why the sky is blue. He tells him that is a mystery for the big-brain veterans to figure out. The ranger is absolutely malting. He asks if this looks like some kind of joke, while the chat is already having a field day pointing out that the corporate tryhards copy-pasted our guy's build and still found a way to fail. He complains that 50 high-level players failed the cast, which caused the entire region's quest rewards to degrade, meaning they completely lost their shot at a hero-grade spellbook. He points a finger right at Hanbit's face, claiming there is no way it is a coincidence that a random newbie learned the skill properly while innocent players got locked out of the top tier. Hanbit gets that classic, devious look on his face. He calmly tells him that he never said it was a coincidence. The ranger looks like he is about to pop a blood vessel under that feathered hood. Hanbit leans in, asking a very simple, very basic gaming question. The foundation of leveling up any skill in this game is proficiency, is it not? He asks if these elite rankers even bothered to max out their basic fireball proficiency before trying to force their way into the high-tier spellbook. The ranger just blinks, completely confused by the concept of actually grinding. Hanbit sighs, pointing out that this is literally common sense. He explains that you have to actually master the first step before the system lets you walk on to the second. The ranger starts screaming that this rule applies to everyone, pointing out that Hanbit got the unique magic book without maxing his proficiency either. And here is the punchline. Hanbit's scratching his head, looking incredibly bored, and casually mentioning that he actually did max his out. The ranger's brain completely short-circuits. Loper is in the back cheering like a proud little brother, while Hanbit tells the guy that if he doesn't believe him, he can go check the stream broadcast because he is about to pull up his public stat screen. He gets this cold, highly dangerous look in his eyes, pointing out that since he already cleared his primary objective, there is absolutely no reason to keep hiding his build. He openly questions if these Vanguard guys are actually elite rankers or just highly paid clowns. The status screen pops up in front of the entire stream. It is a work of absolute, beautiful madness. Every single one of his 4 unique grade skills has a golden star next to it. The ranger is totally speechless, stammering that this is physically impossible and threatening to report him for hacking. Hanbit just grins, telling him to go right ahead since he has absolutely nothing to hide. He drops a dry roast, mentioning that he might look young for his age, but the ranger looks like he's been stress aging for a couple of decades. The chat starts translating the comments in real time, and the ranger looks like he is about to chew through his own keyboard in pure, unadulterated salt. He turns around to leave, muttering that they will meet again soon, while Hanbit waves him off, suggesting he try playing the game honestly next time instead of gatekeeping starter zones. The heavy wooden doors of the apothecary swing open, and the rest of the greedy corporate players immediately charge inside, completely ignoring the warning and desperately trying to spam dialogue options at Atsabel. Hanbit watches the chaos from outside, casually noting that they could try that for 100 days and it still wouldn't work. Here is why this world is different from a typical game. Atsabel is a master who wants her students to learn quietly and humbly. She is shown physically disciplining a greedy player, screaming that magic is high-level math, not a button-mashing simulator. She is strict because she has witnessed far too many impatient fools destroy their own mana circuits and end up in a cemetery trying to get ahead of themselves. She warns them that unless their absolute basics are completely flawless, they won't stand a chance of learning the next step, and our guy knows this better than anyone. We get a quick flashback to his first regression loop, where he got greedy, tried to cut corners to get stronger, and got physically kicked out of her shop. Even though the world was digitized into a game system, Atsabel's core personality and principles didn't change a single bit. He walks down the road, thinking to himself that the more these corporate players whine, the lower their affinity with her will drop, just like what happened to him in his past life. Loper is walking behind him, looking completely exhausted just from watching the drama. He sighs, asking if Hanbit was a bit too harsh on them. He points out that while the corporate tryhards get a lot of hate, their global fan base is incredibly solid, and they might get heavily flamed online. Hanbit just laughs, giving him a thumbs up and telling him to hang in there. Loper immediately realizes the trap, screaming that it is his stream channel on the line, meaning he is the one who is going to get absolutely roasted by the fans. He tries to choke our guy out in a classic sibling struggle. But then, a donation alert pops up. The viewers are loving the drama, noting that the bomb slime fields are finally active again now that the corporate monopoly has been shattered. Hanbit suggests they stop by the local village shop before they set out to find Master Baldur's teacher. Loper is confused, but Hanbit explains that he has some highly specific preparations to make before they challenge a high-level martial artist. As they enter the bustling city square, they spot a massive crowd gathered in the center. Loper is surprised by the sheer number of people blocking the street. Hanbit looks over, his gold eyes narrowing as he spots a very specific player standing in the middle of the crowd. Loper points her out, explaining that the gorgeous woman wearing the green hooded cloak is Rafina. She is a highly celebrated ranker and one of the incredibly rare elementalists on the server. The live chat goes completely feral the second she smiles, with players immediately claiming her as their virtual wife. Hanbit stands there in silence, his expression turning highly analytical. Loper explains why elementalists are considered so special. Unlike regular magic, spirit skills don't cost a single drop of mana. They are incredibly overpowered, but you can only use them if you are chosen by a spirit. Hanbit looks at his hand, thinking to himself that using spirits is a bit different from how the current player base understands it. He remembers it vividly, the exact beautiful moment in his past lives when he first managed to commune with a spirit. He stares at his palm, realizing that spirits aren't tools to be controlled, they are partners to be understood. He asks Loper how strong this Rafina person actually is. Loper explains that she is a top-tier vanguard ranked in the 4000s globally, specializing heavily in high-level water magic. Hanbit is confused, pointing out that he thought she was an elementalist, not a standard mage. Loper reveals the sad truth. Her spirit skills have been completely stuck at rank 3 for months, meaning her elementalist title is closer to a flashy, honorary designation rather than her actual main combat build. In the crowd, Rafina sweet-talks her fans, agreeing to show off her rare spirits for the audience. Loper asks Hanbit if he is interested in spirit summoning too. Hanbit nods, mentioning that having the raw power of spirits is incredible, but Loper points out that spirits operate under a completely different theory than standard magic, relying heavily on innate, real-world talent. Rafina closes her eyes, clasping her hands together as a massive swirl of blue and green energy begins to radiate from her body. Hanbit watches her closely, realizing she is indeed one of those lucky few who benefited from that rare innate talent. Loper mentions that she managed to commune with both water and wind spirits in just 6 months, which is considered a legendary feat by the player base. A beautiful water spirit and a wind spirit slowly materialize from the glowing energy. The two miniature elementals hold hands, floating gracefully above her as the stream chat explodes in pure admiration. Loper is completely starstruck, while Hanbit simply chuckles, noting that it is definitely flashy and easy to see why casual players love it. The spirits float in a beautiful, glittering display of light. But Hanbit asks the real mechanical question. How long has she been stuck at rank 3? Loper replies that it's been about 10 months, explaining that she simply cannot fill the proficiency bar no matter what she tries. Hanbit realized that spirits aren't something a simple proficiency grind can solve. Loper mentions that as far as the public knows, she is the #1 elementalist, but notes that the top-tier corporate guilds are extremely secretive with their high-level information. Hanbit looks at the packages he just purchased from the shop. He knows the stakes. Only one player will successfully clear this game and claim absolute ownership of the corporation. In a highly competitive environment swarming with massive corporate guilds, hidden information is the ultimate weapon. He watches her walk away, a soft, knowing smile on his face, as he thinks to himself that he can't help but feel a strange, nostalgic sense of kinship with anyone who has managed to commune with spirits. He grabs Loper, throwing his arm around his neck and announcing that it is finally time to go prepare for their next major quest. Loper is struggling, asking what on earth he just bought from the general store. Hanbit simply winks at the camera, telling him he will find out the second they arrive at the coordinates. Hanbit gets this incredibly smug, confident grin on his face, calmly announcing that they have finally arrived. Loper looks up, his eyes widening in pure shock. They are standing right at the edge of a massive, bottomless gorge. Hanbit explains that this is where the wind gathers, acting as the hidden entrance to the Master's training ground. Loper sweat drops, pointing out that it looks way more like a direct entrance to the afterlife. The official system quest window updates with a dramatic red banner, "Find the Wind Swordsman in the Edland Forest." The chain quest is finally unlocked. The stream comments are rolling in, with viewers wondering how on earth they are supposed to get down to the bottom of a vertical cliff face. And then, the classic internet chat behavior strikes. A viewer drops a 10,001 challenge, betting them to bungee jump off the cliff without a cord. Loper immediately panics, screaming at the chat that this is literally asking them to commit virtual suicide and declaring that they are absolutely not doing this stupid mission. But another viewer immediately adds 30,001 to the pool. Loper turns to Hanbit, his face turning pale as he notices our guy has gone completely silent, wearing that highly suspicious, greedy smile. Before Loper can even process the danger, a heavy leather glove firmly grabs his shoulder. He desperately pleads that Hanbit is joking, reminding him that even though this is a virtual game, the sensory feedback system means the physical sensation of falling is going to hurt like hell. And our guy just leaps straight off the cliff, dragging a screaming Loper down with him. They are falling through the empty air at terminal velocity, Loper's face completely distorted in pure, comically beautiful terror, while Hanbit looks completely relaxed. They are falling so fast the rocky walls are a complete blur, and the chat is absolutely losing its mind laughing at Loper's soul leaving his body. Loper has literally passed out from the sheer shock, while Hanbit keeps his gold eyes locked onto the dark canyon floor below, calculating the exact timing. He spots the target. A massive, glowing blue magic circle swirling at the bottom of the gorge. The ancient teleportation runes flash with intense light as they approach. They crash right into the center of the portal. Hanbit executes a perfect 3-point superhero landing, taking a measly 1 point of fall damage. While Loper faceplants directly onto the stone floor, Loper slowly sits up, groaning that he really thought he was about to die, while Hanbit cheerfully announces that the challenge mission is officially complete. Suddenly, a hilarious donation alert pops up. A viewer reveals that over 300 Rashton stream snipers who were secretly tracking their coordinates tried to copy their jump, but because they didn't have the Windcrest fabric Balder gave Hanbit as an admission ticket, the portal didn't activate for them, and they all splat-died at the bottom. Hanbit chuckles, mentioning that he will explain the secret admission ticket once the corporate tryhards fall about 10,000 more times. Loper suddenly points ahead, telling him to look over there. Perched on top of a towering rock spire in the center of the massive cavern is a silent, shadowed figure. Hanbit confirms that is Balder's legendary master. Loper is thrilled, thinking that since they found him, the quest is practically over. He gets incredibly excited, jumping up and down and declaring that they are about to make a world-first discovery for their channel. Hanbit gets this highly mischievous, devilish grin, suggesting Loper go on ahead first so he can capture the historic moment on his personal camera view. Loper is touched, literally tearing up and sniffing that Hanbit is becoming a true, selfless streamer who looks out for his partner's broadcast angles. Hanbit gently pushes him forward, telling him to stop crying and just go claim his glory. Loper happily runs down the canyon path, waving to the camera and shouting that they are number one. And then, a massive steel spear shoots directly out of the stone wall, slicing right across Loper's face and taking 1 point of health. Loper's expression instantly freezes into a purple mask of pure, unadulterated shock as he stares at the massive spike embedded in the rock. The stream chat is in absolute hysterics, wondering why a giant trap just popped out of nowhere. Loper slowly turns around, pointing a trembling finger at Hanbit and screaming that he knew about the traps and used him as a human shield on purpose. Hanbit just plays innocent, pointing out that Loper didn't actually die, so it's a win-win. Hanbit slowly draws his high-tier training bow, a serious expression returning to his face. He locks an arrow into the string, pulling back with absolute flawless form. He fires a rapid succession of arrows, precisely shooting them down the narrow canyon path. Loper stands there sweating bullets as the arrows buzz right past his ears, wondering if Hanbit is trying to finish him off. But as the arrows fly ahead, they collide with hidden tripwires along the walls, triggering a massive, simultaneous volley of defensive trap spears that completely block the path. Hanbit runs forward, yelling that the path is clear and telling him to move. Loper is trembling, asking what this is, and Hanbit calmly explains that he felt there might be more traps, so he simply pre-triggered them with his arrows. Suddenly, a heavy, rhythmic vibration shakes the entire stone floor of the canyon. A colossal, solid stone boulder comes crashing down the narrow path, rolling straight toward them like a scene from an adventure movie. Loper screams that the canyon is too narrow and there is absolutely nowhere left for them to dodge. Hanbit gets a fierce, confident smirk. He raises his left hand, drawing a massive amount of hot, swirling mana as he prepares his brand new, unique-grade magic. He unleashes Fireburst, launching a concentrated sphere of explosive heat right at the center of the rolling boulder. The massive explosion completely shatters the stone, blowing a giant hole right through the canyon floor and dropping the debris safely into the abyss below. The chat is highly impressed by his quick thinking, while Hanbit simply grins, muttering that the corporate tryhards can keep falling from the cliff all day while they easily breeze through the dungeon. But the traps aren't finished. Another massive volley of arrows shoots down from the rocky ceiling above them. Hanbit slides across the dirt, using his bow to deflect the incoming projectiles in a blinding blur of speed. The steel tips of the arrows clash against his bow frame, sending sparks flying in all directions. Loper gasps, pointing out that Hanbit's quiver is completely empty and they are officially out of arrows. Hanbit doesn't even blink. He reaches over his shoulder, calmly gripping the pommel of his longsword and drawing the steel blade with a sharp ring. He tells Loper to keep a close eye on their surroundings while he handles the active defense. Loper immediately puts on his professional broadcast voice, hyping up the stream as Hanbit begins deflecting the high-speed trap arrows with his bare sword. Steel meets steel in a rapid, rhythmic series of clangs as Hanbit parries every single incoming projectile with flawless veteran precision. Spikes, throwing axes, and arrows are sent flying away, completely unable to pierce his absolute defense. Loper is cheering that they are almost at the end of the corridor, but Hanbit's golden eyes suddenly widen and he screams for Loper to stop. Hanbit stomps his heel hard into the stone floor, halting his momentum in an instant. A row of massive, razor-sharp steel spikes shoots straight out of the ground, stopping barely an inch away from Loper's nose. Loper is sweating profusely, asking how on earth Hanbit knew how to dodge that hidden trap. Hanbit simply smiles, joking that it wasn't a calculation, but rather a classic, instinctual feeling of "I'm cooked" that you automatically memorize after regressing 55 times. The chat is laughing at his absurd detection method, but their laugh is cut short as a second giant boulder comes crashing down from the ceiling behind them. Hanbit doesn't even turn around. He thrusts his hand backward, unleashing a second fireburst that vaporizes the boulder in a massive wall of flames. He lets out a soft sigh, dusting off his leather vest and calmly announcing that they only have a little further to go. Loper is clutching his head, looking completely traumatized. They walk down the quiet, damp cave corridor, Loper complaining that he feels like he's heard "we're almost there" a million times already. Hanbit stops, smiling brightly and telling him that this time, they are actually here. Loper looks up, and his jaw drops. Sitting quietly atop a high stone spire surrounded by glowing blue crystals is a graceful figure with flowing silver-white hair. Loper is absolutely thrilled, his eyes sparkling, as he asks if they can finally get their legendary swordsmanship skill. The silver-haired master doesn't even turn around. Their voice is incredibly cold and resonant as it echoes through the quiet cavern, dropping a single, devastating sentence, "Go back." Loper's face completely collapses into a crying Pepe expression, sobbing that they did all that lethal parkour for absolutely nothing, while Hanbit simply stands there with a calm, amused smile, realizing his trial has officially begun. So, the mysterious, legendary old master turns out to be a stunning silver-haired waifu. The chat is already losing its mind, but our guy has a much more practical plan. He opens up his inventory and pulls out the items he bought at the general store. To understand how he knew exactly what to prepare, we have to travel back to his 10th regression loop. During that specific timeline, Hanbit's soul actually possessed Asla's physical body. In this world, possession doesn't just give you control, it gradually transfers the host's memories, thoughts, and deepest personal secrets directly into your brain. Thanks to that, Hanbit didn't just learn her deadly canyon trap patterns, he discovered her absolute greatest weakness. He takes the specially mixed bottle of liquor and casually rolls it across the stone floor to the base of her rock spire. Asla glares down, her red eyes narrowing as she mutters a single word. "Liquor?" She proudly turns her back, coldly telling him to take it away because she has officially taken a strict pledge of sobriety and no longer drinks. Hanbit just smiles, telling her to roll the bottle back then. She freezes in complete silence. Hanbit squats down, looking highly amused as he asks if she is really truly not drinking anymore. He points to a dark crevice in the rocks behind her spire, where 3 completely empty liquor jugs are poorly hidden. He drops a dry, deadpan roast, asking if she hasn't already sneaked a few glasses this morning. Asla is caught completely red-handed. She desperately tries to hide her embarrassment as Hanbit rolls her favorite cocktail mix right to her feet. He tells her not to be shy, guaranteeing that the special cocktail mix he brewed has a taste she has never experienced in her entire life. She claims that as a master, she has tasted every high-end alcohol in the world, and a mere newbie could never satisfy her palate. But she makes a deal. If the drink is garbage, they leave. She uses a light gust of wind magic to lift the bottle from the floor. She catches it in her hand, staring at the strange blue liquid. She pops the cork and takes a massive, continuous swig. Her eyes instantly light up with pure, unadulterated shock. She leaps down from her high spire, completely forgetting her proud, aloof master persona. She grabs every single bottle Hanbit brought and begins chugging them like a college student at a Friday night frat party. Loper is standing there with his mouth wide open, asking if this is why Hanbit made him carry all those random, heavy ingredients from the village shop. Hanbit just grins, saying he told him it would pay off. Asla wipes her mouth, her eyes glazed over as she asks if there is any more. Our guy quietly checks his interface. Step 1 is officially complete. A little while later, the floor is littered with dozens of empty bottles. Loper is sweating bullets, pointing out that she literally drank their entire stock, while Hanbit tells him to relax because that's just how she is. She lets out a relaxed sigh, her mood completely fixed. She stands tall, admitting that the cocktail was actually incredible. The chat is highly impressed that her face didn't even turn slightly pink after drinking enough alcohol to hospitalize a horse. Hanbit thinks to himself that her monstrous tolerance hasn't changed at all. Lauper asks how he knew how to mix those exact liquids, and Hanbit drops a hilarious excuse, claiming he used to work part-time as a bartender. He points to the empty bottle, noting that the pledge of sobriety has been officially dissolved. He asks if they can finally have a real conversation now that she's had her drink. Asla looks at him, asking what Balder said when he handed over his crest. Hanbit replies that Balder didn't say anything in particular. She sighs, telling him to go back anyway because her forbidden swordsmanship cannot be easily taught or learned. But Hanbit is 10 steps ahead. He looks her dead in the eye, asking if her technique is impossible to learn because it is fused with spirit power. Asla's eyes go sharp, admitting that he is surprisingly perceptive. She explains that she had dozens of talented disciples in her past, but not a single one of them possessed the unique talent required to manifest her wind blade. Even Balder, who showed the absolute most promise of the group, ultimately failed to connect with the wind, forcing her to withdraw from the world in disappointment. She raises her hand, a soft green light swirling around her fingers, as she explains that simply swinging a sword well means absolutely nothing to her style. Hanbit calmly asks if she is talking about spirit affinity. She smirked, noting that he isn't completely ignorant, but Hanbit drops some heavy, veteran logic. He tells her that talent is overrated. What his regressions taught him is that spirits aren't tools to be controlled, they are partners you have to slowly commune with over time. He knows that to unlock this path early, meeting Asla is absolutely essential. Suddenly, a massive, violent draft of wind begins to swirl around Hanbit's body. Asla's eyes widen as she raises her hand, admitting that her wind spirits told her how easily he bypassed her canyon traps. She praises his swift movement, flexible judgment, and excellent starting swordsmanship stance, but she points her finger, coldly stating that's all he is, and commands him to go back once again. Lauper is in the back panicking, thinking their entire high-profile stream is about to end in an absolute embarrassing failure. But then, the golden light of the system overrides the screen. A hidden quest window pops up. Persuade Asla. To learn her technique, he must change her mind through 3 options: swordsmanship, words, or befriending her spirits. Lauper jumps in the air, screaming that they unlocked a legendary hidden quest on livestream. The chat goes into absolute chaotic meltdown mode, realizing this is the first time a hidden quest of this scale has ever been broadcast. Donations are flooding in, with some corporate viewers accusing him of exploiting a game bug. Hanbit quietly reads the choices. His finger hovers over the interface, and he confidently selects option 3, befriend the spirits. He smiles, thinking to himself that while her swordsmanship is great, what he truly wanted from this encounter was this exact pathway. Lauper is horrified, pointing out that befriending hostile wind spirits is by far the most difficult and statistically impossible option. He sighs, giving up on trying to understand his senior's crazy logic. Hanbit just pats his shoulder, jokingly telling him he never tried to use his brain to begin with. A soft wind rustles Hanbit's hair, and his gold eyes glow with intense focus. He whispers, "Here you come." He closes his eyes, raising his arms as a massive vortex of wind wraps around his entire body. He takes a deep breath, focusing his soul. Suddenly, a system notification flashes brightly. His exclusive title has unlocked a massive new effect. The accumulated experience from his past 55 lives is officially unsealed. His proficiency gain rate is boosted proportionally to his memories, his spirit affinity is fully activated, and a mysterious third keyword is teased. He opens his eyes, thinking about how spirits never approach humans on a whim. He looks at his hands, wondering how the developers implemented the spirit system in this digital version of Airport. He decides there is only one way to find out. He unleashes his massive, unsealed affinity. The wind begins to swirl gently, and a system prompt appears. The wind spirit Sylph feels a powerful curiosity toward you. A beautiful, glowing hand made of pure wind gently reaches down from the vortex, touching Hanbit's palm. Asla stands there completely frozen, her mouth slightly open in absolute, utter disbelief. Hanbit can't see the spirit with his normal eyes yet, but he can feel her warm, gentle presence resting right at his fingertips. He clenches his fist, a confident, smug smirk spreading across his face. He looks up at the frozen master, pointing out that he just needs to prove his spirit affinity to complete the trial. Asla crosses her arms, muttering that spirit communion is not as simple as he is making it sound, but the system interface confirms. Detecting spirits. She watches in absolute silence, her red eyes wide with shock. Hanbit raises his hand, and a massive, intricate green magic circle erupts from his palm, illuminating the entire cavern. His golden eyes flash with light as he locks onto the flow of the wind. The glowing hands of the wind spirit gently clasp his fingers, and the spectral light begins to condense, taking a solid, physical form. A massive, sparkling vortex of green stardust wraps around his chest. Loper is screaming in the background as the system declares, "The wind spirit Sylph answers your call." The light fades to reveal a gorgeous, blue-haired wind fairy floating gracefully in front of Hanbit. Asla is completely speechless, unable to comprehend how a level 1 rookie just summoned a high-ranking spirit on his first try. Hanbit casually waves, saying hello to Sylph. The system notes that the spirit is deeply surprised and pleased by his absurdly high affinity. Sylph smiles brightly, wrapping her arms around her chest as she decides she wants to stay by his side forever. She dissolves into a bright sphere of green light, spinning around his arm. The energy condenses right in his palms and pops into a ridiculously round, fluffy green and white bird that chirps happily. The golden system window confirms a massive achievement. Title, Friend of Spirits, has been added to your list, permanently increasing all spirit skill effectiveness by 20%. Loper immediately squeals at how cute the bird is, while Asla stands there in complete, stunned silence. Hanbit looks at her with a smug grin, asking if she is finally willing to teach him her swordsmanship now. Asla sighs, a soft, defeated smile forming on her lips as she admits that if it is the spirit's will, she has no choice but to accept him. She reaches into her martial robes, pulling out a heavy, ancient-looking black tome decorated with a glowing blue wind seal. She officially declares him as her disciple. The gold system window flashes with a massive announcement. Hidden quest, persuading Asla, has been completed. The rewards are absolutely game-breaking. A clean 100,000 gold, Asla's secret manual, 10 bonus stat points, and 10,000 experience points, instantly boosting his level by 1. Hanbit opens the ancient tome, his expression turning serious. A system prompt appears. Use secret manual? If used, basic swordsmanship and quickstep will be deleted. You will gain movement of the wind and swordsmanship of the wind. He doesn't hesitate for a single second, tapping the yes confirmation. A loud explosion of white smoke erupts from his hands, causing Loper to jump in shock. The interface confirms his basic skills have been successfully sacrificed to unlock the high-tier epic-grade wind spirit skills. Loper grabs him by the shoulders, screaming that having epic-grade spirit skills at level 2 is a balance-breaking anomaly that is going to break the entire gaming community. Suddenly, a massive, screen-covering donation alert pops up. A whale donor named Sword God drops a clean 200,000 won, begging Hanbit to show them a live demonstration of his new skills. Hanbit smiles, resting his hand on the hilt of his longsword and deciding to start with movement of the wind. The round green bird chirps on his shoulder as the skill activates. Hanbit's eyes sharpen. He can feel the physical latency and input lag of his real-world body completely vanishing, replaced by a weightless, flowing connection to the air. He tells Loper to step back, drawing his steel blade with a sharp ring. He gets into a low stance, and a massive, swirling torrent of wind and leaves erupts from his sword. He takes a deep breath, focusing his mind. He executes a single, blinding horizontal slash. The sheer kinetic force of the wind slice is so intense it physically leaves a deep, glowing blue scar right across the stone gorge wall. Loper is completely speechless, his eyes popping out as he points out that a single basic swing just produced rank 4 level destructive power without using a single drop of mana. He asks if spirit skills really don't require mana, and Hanbit confirms it. The live chat is absolutely burning, with players declaring they are quitting their classes to find spirits. But Hanbit explains that it's not infinite. Outside of spirit-rich environments like this canyon, you have to do significant prep work to summon the wind. Loper just groans, pointing out that even with limits, this build is completely busted. Asla looks at him, crossing her arms and praising how quickly he adapted to her blade. But her expression suddenly turns incredibly serious. She warns him that a foul, corrupt energy has recently begun to linger in the starter town of Edlin, one that could actively harm and corrupt the innocent forest spirits. She commands him to stay on his guard. Hanbit nods, promising to be careful, but Loper suddenly looks up with a confused expression. They turn around to find the stone spire completely empty. Asla has already vanished back into the shadows of the gorge. Suddenly, a donation alert rings out. A viewer named Otherworld Swordsman drops 10,000 won, begging for any hints on how to unlock the hidden quest. Hanbit just grins, teasingly tapping his chin. And then, the corporate bidding war officially begins. Sword Emperor donates 400,000 won. Sword Master drops 100,000. Sword God throws down a massive 500,000 won, begging for the secret coordinate information. Loper is staring at his streaming tablet, his face completely pale as he screams that the donation numbers are going completely out of control. Hanbit laughs, jokingly suggesting they drag it out a bit longer. A massive golden alert pops up. A legendary top-tier streamer named Avant-Garde drops a clean 1 million won, politely asking if Hanbit has a moment to negotiate. But they aren't finished. A mid-sized gaming corporation named PowerBridge drops a staggering 2 million won, offering to purchase the exclusive rights to the hidden quest coordinates. The screen is literally covered in millions of won. Taisung Corp drops 3 million. Manhwa Gaming throws down 5 million. Loper is literally crying tears of joy, screaming that they are officially rich. Hanbit gets this incredibly devious, satisfied smirk on his face. He suggests they log out and exit the canyon for now. The scene cuts to the cliff edge, where casual players are watching in awe as multiple Rashton members continue to jump to their deaths, even hiring low-level temps to keep throwing themselves off the cliff. Hanbit and Loper step out of the portal. Loper is bowing to his streaming tablet, loudly thanking the viewers for the historic, record-breaking donation stream. Hanbit's gold eyes narrow as his sharp hearing catches two nearby players whispered conversing, talking about hiring a hacker to dig up their real-life personal information to steal their build. He dryly notes to himself that doxing is a literal crime. He smiles, thinking about his true strategy. He had two massive reasons for showing this entire hidden quest process on live stream. One, to build an absolute powerhouse audience, and two, to see if his veteran knowledge could be turned into real-world profit. He addresses the camera directly, wearing a relaxed, confident smile. He announces that since so many players took such a deep interest in his build, he is going to share the hidden quest coordinates publicly on the community forums for free. The chat goes into absolute, stunned silence. Corporate representatives are crying, while independent players are praising him as a literal god of gaming. Hanbit places a firm hand on Loper's shoulder, calmly announcing that any future official business proposals or sponsorship offers must be sent directly to his trusted manager and channel owner, Roper. Loper points at his own chest, his eyes wide with comically dramatic shock as he realizes he was just promoted to corporate manager. Hanbit smiles, promising to post the full hidden quest guide on the public forums right after today's stream concludes. Loper looks at him, his expression turning slightly worried as he whispers that if he releases everything, won't some giant corporate guilds simply try to monopolize the area again? Hanbit looks up at the bright blue sky, the cute green windbird chirping happily on his shoulder. He gets a sharp, highly dangerous smirk, telling Loper that they won't stand a single chance. But as they prepare to head back, a dark, ominous shadow slowly begins to gather over the peaceful forest of Edlin. We start with the boys walking back to Edlin. Yanwu is still rambling about how dangerous it was to leak the hidden quest location, but Hanbit just smiles, completely relaxed. He tells him that high-tier corporate giants aren't going to get a single thing out of that canyon anyway. He explains that spirits hate shortcuts, tricks, and greedy meta-chasers. In this world, if you try to force a contract with a spirit using money or corporate power instead of genuine talent and respect, you are going to pay a very heavy price. With that settled, he suggests they head back to the starter town to wrap up their stream for the night. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the cold, blue-tinted offices of a mid-sized trading company in Seoul. A furious voice is currently echoing down the hallway. Inside a private office, Section Chief Lee is absolutely losing his mind, towering over an employee with a massive, veins-popping glare. He asks if this pathetic report is supposed to count as actual research. The man sitting in front of him is Kim Jae-ha, the lead developer of Team 4. He looks completely hollowed out, staring at his desk as the boss barks about how useless his overtime hours are if he can't even secure a basic contract. Jae-ha whispers a quiet apology, but Chief Lee just screams louder, asking if sorry is the only word he actually knows. To understand why Jae-ha is taking this abuse, we have to look back at how this corporate nightmare started. 4 years ago, Jae-ha joined this company as a highly motivated, bright-eyed new hire, eager to prove his worth in the tech industry. 2 years later, when Record Project officially launched to a global audience, he successfully lobbied to establish a dedicated gaming research division. The company heads agreed, setting up a small team and telling Jae-ha that since he begged for this chance, he better deliver absolute results. And at first, they did incredibly well, securing early game profits and identifying lucrative resource routes in the northern snow zones. Then, the ultimate stroke of luck hit. While exploring a dangerous, misty mountain range, Jae-ha stumbled upon a legendary hidden quest. dwarven metallurgy. He was ecstatic, realizing that securing a unique grade crafting skill would easily elevate their mid-sized company to a top-tier global vanguard division. He ran straight to Chief Lee, proudly presenting the documents and declaring they had just hit the ultimate virtual jackpot. Chief Lee, who was lazily browsing his computer, slowly looked up in surprise. His eyes narrowed behind his glasses, a greedy, highly predatory smile spreading across his face as he realized how much money they could make. Jeha tried to advise caution, pointing out that the quest had high requirements and might cost more capital than they possessed to clear properly. But Chief Lee completely ignored him, patting his shoulder and ordering him to throw every single company resource and employee into the game to force a clear. Jeha felt a heavy knot of dread in his stomach, wondering if their small team could actually compete on a global scale, and his fears turned out to be completely correct. Despite pouring months of non-stop overtime into the mountains, they made zero progress. To make things worse, other companies caught the scent, and a massive corporate race began. Dozens of high-tier conglomerates deployed thousands of highly paid professional rankers, completely saturating the snowy peak. Under the overwhelming manpower and infinite capital of the giants, Jeha's small, exhausted team was ruthlessly pushed out of the zone. 3 months later, they were left with absolutely nothing but a massive financial deficit. The CEO of the company personally called a meeting, coldly ordering them to drop the project immediately because digging a dry well for 3 months was enough. He leaned forward, his face shadowed with intense, quiet rage as he ordered the team leads into his office. Chief Lee was sweating bullets, realizing his own career was on the line. The second the office doors closed, the CEO unleashed a torrent of screaming, asking how many millions of company dollars they had just burned for nothing. And here is where the absolute betrayal happened. Chief Lee adjusted his glasses, calmly bowing and claiming he tried to stop team lead Jeha from making such a reckless, uncalculated gamble. Jeha looked up in pure shock, but Chief Lee coldly ordered him to keep his mouth shut, stating a failing employee had zero right to talk back. Jeha was forced to take the entire blame, bowing his head and apologizing for a decision he actively tried to warn them against. We return to the present. Jeha is staring at his lap, his knuckles turning white as he endlessly blames himself for ever discovering that cursed quest. Chief Lee suddenly slams his hand on the desk, screaming right in his face for zoning out in front of his superior. He barks at him, demanding to know if he has at least managed to make direct contact with the trending streamer Black Dragon yet. Jeha nervously hands over a tablet, explaining that high-profile players are difficult to reach, but proposing a standard business contact method via stream donations. Chief Lee sneers, calling the proposal absolute garbage and asking if Jeha expects him to blow company funds on a simple streamer donation. Jeha desperately tries to explain that other companies are already using this exact investment method to secure exclusive guides. Chief Lee violently swipes his hand, slapping the tablet right out of Jeha's palms. The device clatters to the floor, and Chief Lee screams that he wants actual results in his hands before he talks about investments. He steps in close, poking Jeha's chest and asking if he would throw away $1,000,000 like it's nothing if it were his own money. He sneers, telling Jeha that he clearly still doesn't understand his place in this company. He orders him to get out of the office and work his feet off instead of looking for an easy, expensive way out. Jeha bows, quietly whispering that he understands. The heavy office door slams shut with a loud bang, leaving Jeha standing alone in the quiet corridor. He clenches his hands into tight fists, his body literally trembling with rage, but reminding himself that for his family's sake, he has to endure it. The scene cuts back to the virtual world. Inside Port Edlin, a massive, bustling crowd of players has gathered around our guy. Yan Wu is absolutely hyped, telling Hanbit they should ride this crazy momentum and immediately set out to conquer the main story quest. But Hanbit just stretches, yawning lazily. He points to the sky, noting that it is currently 2 in the morning and he has a real-world internship to attend in a few hours. Yan Wu's face completely deflates into a comically disappointed purple puddle, unable to believe his senior is actually going to bed during a peak stream moment. To appease the thousands of crying viewers in the chat, Hanbit smiles, proposing he quickly allocate his massive pool of unspent stat points before logging off. Yan Wu happily pulls up the public broadcast screen. Black Dragon's official status window is revealed, level 16, with a staggering 51 remaining stat points, and every single base stat sitting at a flat 4. Yan Wu's eyes literally pop out of his skull, let out a comically distorted scream of pure, unadulterated shock. He demands to know how on earth Hanbit managed to clear all those high-intensity parry trials and hidden quests with basic level 1 starter stats. Hanbit just smiles, casually raising his finger to the floating interface. He taps the screen, and Yan-Wu panics, asking if he is really just going to slam his points in without doing any meta calculations first. Hanbit dumps a single point into strength. He slowly draws his sword, his golden eyes narrowing as he parries the air. He mutters that the blade already feels subtly lighter. He lifts the steel sword toward the night sky, realizing that in his past lives, he needed decades of grueling, physical training to reach his prime. But in this digitized world, he can reconstruct his peak muscle memory simply by calibrating his system stats. A highly dangerous, confident smirk spreads across his face as he realizes that with this system, he might actually be able to surpass the man he once was. Yan-Wu is staring at the updated status screen, his face completely blank with confusion. Hanbit's stats are now sitting at a flat 5 across strength, agility, intelligence, and stamina. He throws his arms wide, screaming that putting 1 point into every single stat is a complete waste of points that completely goes against the agility-focused win meta. He asks why anyone would spread their points so evenly, explaining that standard builds always focus heavily on the single stat that matches their primary skills. But Hanbit just gives him a highly mysterious, knowing smile, calmly stating that he put them in the exact right place. He walks over to a wooden training dummy, executing a light poke with his sword. He explains that every single time he raises a stat by 1, his body undergoes a subtle but highly distinct calibration. He opens his screen, pointing out that to fully channel and control a high-ranking spirit's power, multiple physical and mental stats must be kept in perfect, balanced harmony. He swings his sword, and a bright green gust of wind wraps around the steel blade, cleanly slicing the training dummy. He smiles, explaining that once your balanced stats pass a certain threshold, the spirit's energy begins to physically change your combat options. He taps the screen, dumping all his remaining 41 points, resulting in a balanced stat spread of strength 20, agility 20, intelligence 20, and stamina 7. A massive wave of green data particles wraps around his body as the system confirms. Spirit energy has gathered to its maximum limit. Sword strike range increases, accuracy rate increases by 3%, and wind damage multiplier increases. Hanbit slides across the training yard, executing a blinding, circular double slash. The sheer kinetic force of the dual wind slices completely shatters the heavy wooden training dummy into a massive pile of splinters. Yan-Wu is completely speechless, his eyes wide as he points out that a single basic swing just produced a multi-hit, attribute-boosted windstorm. Hanbit sheathes his sword, his cute green bird chirping on his shoulder. He explains that while the build looks broken, the balanced all-stat requirement is actually just the absolute minimum baseline required to make a high-ranking spirit like Sylph cooperate with you. Yan-Wu looks highly skeptical, pulling up his own status window to compare. At level 25, his stats are STR 23, AGI 6, INT 5, and Stamina 11, giving him a total of 45 points. He points at the screen, shouting that his highly specialized, messy build is what a normal player actually looks like. He collapses onto his back, kicking his legs like a toddler having a tantrum, screaming that he's been grinding like crazy since day 1, and a 9-level gap shouldn't look this unbalanced. The chat is laughing, but Yan-Wu suddenly sits up, pointing out that Hanbit's health pool is dangerously low. He warns that having a stamina stat of 7 at level 16 is extremely risky. He explains that because Record Project hides monster health bars, getting hit by a surprise boss mechanic means you are going to get instantly one shot, and our guy just lets out a bright, cheerful laugh, giving him a cheeky grin and saying, "So just don't get hit." Yan-Wu's face turns completely white with pure irritation, realizing that's a rule that only applies to a veteran monster who doesn't feel physical fear. Hanbit waves his hand, announcing that his stats are set and it is officially time for him to log off. He flashes a warm, handsome smile at the camera, telling the viewers to sleep well and promising to push the main story quest during tomorrow's broadcast. His golden avatar dissolves into a massive, vertical stream of blue pixels, leaving the virtual world of Airport. Back in the real world, the heavy pod cover slides open. Hanbit sits up in his dark bedroom, sweating profusely and muttering that he desperately needs a hot shower. Outside, the quiet apartment complex is shrouded in the deep, dark blue of the early morning sky. Hanbit walks out of the bathroom with a towel over his wet hair, groaning about how wiped out he is from his corporate shift and streaming. As he sits on his bed, his smartphone sitting on the mattress begins to let out a sharp, continuous buzz. He reaches over, picking up the device with a tired sigh. He slides the screen open to find a series of urgent direct messages from Yan-Wu. Yan-Wu has sent over the total donation and mission payout calculations from today's historic broadcast. The final number is a staggering 31 million won, Hanbit literally tumbles onto his bed in pure shock, his eyes wide as he tries to process earning a year's salary in a single evening. He quickly types back a message using a cute cat sticker, firmly telling Yan-Woo not to be ridiculous and insisting they split the donations exactly 50-50. Yan-Woo tries to argue, sending a crying bear sticker and claiming the money belongs entirely to Hanbit for clearing those impossible trials. But Hanbit shuts him down, warmly texting that they earned this together and telling him to go to sleep. He tosses his phone onto the soft sheets, letting out a long, relaxed sigh. He lies flat on his back, closing his eyes and telling himself that if he wants to survive his toxic internship tomorrow morning, he needs to fall asleep immediately. Suddenly, his eyes snap open in pure, wide-eyed realization. He sits straight up in his bed, sweat dropping as he realizes he almost forgot his public promise to the stream viewers. He walks over to his desk, booting up his PC and realizing it's probably better to post the official guide after verifying his actual game account first. He leans down, copying the unique account identification code printed right on the side of his VR capsule gear. He sits back down, his fingers flying across the keyboard in a rapid blur of keystrokes as he prepares to write the guide. 10 minutes later, he is aggressively rubbing his temples, realizing that translating decades of real-world survival muscle memory into a simple, written guide is a massive pain. Still, he grits his teeth, staring at the screen with bloodshot eyes and muttering that since he promised, he better put some real, detailed effort into it. The scene transitions to the next morning, the bright morning sun illuminating the Seoul apartment complex. Hanbit is face-planted directly on his pillow, sleeping like a log, when his smartphone begins to let out a violent, continuous ring. He groans, slowly opening one eye and checking the caller ID with a deeply irritated expression. He answers the call, lazily muttering that he already saw the massive deposit notification and reminding Yan-Woo that he told him to only send half. But Yan-Woo's screaming voice immediately echoes out of the speaker, telling him the money isn't the point right now and ordering him to check the RPG forum comments immediately. Hanbit blinks in confusion, slowly sitting up and pulling up the webpage on his phone. The guide he posted has completely taken over the main page. The text is printed on the screen. Baldur's parry mechanics depend entirely on subtle muscle tells. To predict his moves, observe his pupils, wrist, and waist. For a right downward slash, rotate your waist exactly 10 degrees based on the center seam line, and move your left foot exactly 1.5 centimeters toward the 7 o'clock direction. The top comments are in absolute, utter disbelief. One user asks what the hell this is, while another notes that this isn't a game guide, but rather a literal college engineering thesis. Another player comments that they would need 20 years of dynamic visual acuity training just to parry a single strike using this guide. Hanbit just sweat drops, realizing his definition of easy to understand is slightly different from the general public's. Yan-Woo is sighing over the phone, pointing out that nobody can actually follow millimeter-perfect physics instructions in a video game. Hanbit looks slightly embarrassed, but Yan-Woo tells him the spirit guide is even worse. He yells that the level of detail isn't the problem, it's the fact that the instructions are completely, hilariously absurd. He scrolls down to the second part of the post. To attract the wind spirit sylph, Hanbit had written, first, play a unique melody on a flute while falling from a vertical cliff. Second, dance and sing simultaneously while falling from a vertical cliff. Third, use Calibo's glass bottle to collect wind while falling from a vertical cliff. The community comments are absolutely rolling, asking why every single step requires them to throw themselves off a massive cliff. Hanbit stretches, muttering that he actually held back and didn't write down his most extreme parry methods. He explains to Yan-Woo that since spirits require real-world talent anyway, sharing the strategy is completely fine, pointing out that there are millions of players and some genius might actually pull it off. We get a glimpse of a legendary, high-ranking knight clad in beautiful silver and gold armor walking down a marble hall. Hanbit stands up, putting on his pants and calmly mentioning that it doesn't matter how many players actually clear it. He grabs his intern jacket, explaining that to prove the value of their stream's information, a decent number of independent players need to succeed using his methods. But Yan-Woo drops a massive, highly terrifying question over the receiver. But Hyung, what if actually nobody can manage it? Hanbit instantly freezes, his tie halfway done as a wave of cold sweat drips down his neck. His face completely loses its color, realizing that if the entire player base fails to replicate his crazy parry methods, his stream's reputation is going to get completely ruined, and he is going to look like the absolute greatest con artist in gaming history. So, our guy is currently on a voice call with Yan-Woo, who is trying to calm his nerves about the massive strategy guide he posted on the forums. It has not even been a full day yet, and these things usually take a couple of weeks to actually settle in with the player base. Yeon-woo suggests that next time he decides to drop a mind-melting physics paper disguised as a parry guide, he should probably check what people actually like first. He is acting surprisingly responsible for once, which is a bit weird considering his usual hyperactive leech behavior. But then the real bomb drops. Yeon-woo tells him that starting today, Hanbit needs to try streaming entirely on his own. Our guy is immediately hit with a wave of anxiety because he has zero experience running a solo broadcast. He thinks it is way too early to split the party, but Yeon-woo insists you have to strike, while the internet is still hyper-focused on them. Right now, the hype around the Black Dragon name is at an absolute peak, and the viewers are going to click on literally anything he does. It makes sense financially since they will not have to manually split every single donation payout through one channel, but Hanbit does not even know which button turns the broadcast machine on. Yeon-woo promises to send over a step-by-step instruction guide and post a massive community announcement on his own channel to drive his viewers over. He hangs up, leaving our guy to prepare for a very long day of corporate wage slavery. He steps out into the hallway of his apartment building and calls out for his mother. He has a massive, mischievous grin on his face as he holds up his phone screen to show her the notifications. Her eyes go completely wide as she stares at a fresh bank deposit notification showing a clean 20 million won sitting in his account. She literally starts counting the zeros out loud because she thinks her eyes are playing tricks on her. She looks down at the phone screen, which is currently playing a video of Luxurious Loper and Black Dragon exploring the starter zone together. She is completely flabbergasted. She asks how on earth people are just throwing this much money at him for playing a video game. Hanbit casually explains that he is not just playing around, he is basically selling highly valuable information like a retail product. He tells her it is completely legit, and she does not need to worry about him doing anything illegal. His mom is still struggling to process the scale of internet currency. To her, seeing people throw around huge sums of money like pocket change is just completely surreal. Hanbit admits he only showed her this because she was so incredibly stressed out by the 3 million won he brought home last time. He figured she might actually pass out if he did not explain where this much larger chunk of cash came from. But his mother is a veteran parent. She narrows her eyes, smelling something highly suspicious in his overly cheerful tone. She crosses her arms, looking him up and down. Our guy realizes she is going to find out eventually, so he confesses that he is planning to start streaming on his own starting today. She holds up the phone, showing him a massive wave of typical toxic gaming comments in the live chat. She asks if he is really going to be okay with people throwing insults at him constantly, but Hanbit just laughs it off, claiming those are just normal gamer expressions. She stares at the phone screen for a long, quiet moment, and then her expression shifts. She zooms in on the character's face. She points a finger directly at his nose and asks if this is his actual game avatar. Before he can even answer, she grabs him by the face with absolute crushing maternal strength. She notes that the character is a total spitting image of his real-world face. Our guy is crying out in pain, realizing his mother has a higher strength stat than most boss monsters he fought in Airport. He struggles to pull away. Holding his phone up high, he screams that that sociopathic silver-haired goddess is the one to blame for forcing his real face onto the avatar, and he really needs to run before he is late for his corporate job. As he scrambles to put on his shoes at the door, his mom asks if his company will find out about his massive side hustle. Hanbit tells her he is buried in so much overtime every single day that the managers would never have the time to look up a gaming stream. He waves a cheerful goodbye and heads out the door, leaving her with 20 million won and a lot of questions. And now we transition back to the daily grind. Port Edlin is on hold because reality is calling. Here is our legendary regressor, a man who spent 55 lifetimes surviving dragons, cosmic entities, and divine wars. He is currently standing in a tiny office cubicle, wiping down a desk with a wet rag, wishing he could just go home. He takes a quick break, looking down at his phone to see Loper's stream already trending on the front page. Suddenly, a voice calls out to him from the doorway, calling him Black Dragon. Hanbit's heart drops into his shoes as he turns around to see his senior, Lee Minho, standing there with a phone in his hand. Hanbit tries to play it off with a very awkward laugh, wondering how on earth his senior managed to connect the dots so fast. He was planning to tell him eventually, but getting caught like this is definitely not part of the strategy guide. Minho explains he wasn't entirely sure, but he had a strong gut feeling after watching the stream, so he did a quick search. Hanbit nervously asks if having a side job is going to get him fired from his internship. Minho sighs, his tired eyes looking even more dead than usual. He explains that while corporate policy technically prohibits it, Hanbit is just an intern, so it should be fine. He warns him to make sure the toxic team leader never finds out. Minho turns to leave, claiming he has a mountain of work to do, but Hanbit quickly calls out and stops him. Our guy reaches into his suit jacket pocket, searching for something. Minho looks back, slightly confused. Hanbit reminds him of the favor he asked regarding the VR gear industry data the other day. He pulls out a sleek gray USB drive and hands it over to his senior. Minho is completely stunned. He stares at the drive, asking how Hanbit could possibly have collected all the necessary hardware and system data already. Hanbit just gives him a cool, confident smirk. He notes that he happened to run into a very convenient situation for measuring high-volume system data, meaning he basically used his massive elemental explosions to stress test the game's core processing limits. The real plan here is simple. If he helps Minho clear his corporate hardware testing project, Minho will eventually bring him the deep-level server data he actually wants, the data that explains how this fantasy world was turned into a video game and what the silver-haired goddess is actually trying to achieve on Earth. Hanbit asks him when he is planning to start interpreting the raw data on the drive. Minho scratches his head, admitting that thanks to Hanbit's insanely fast data collection, he finally has some free time. He plans to sit down and finish analyzing the entire project over the weekend. Hanbit immediately steps in, asking if he can help out with the analysis. Minho looks at him in complete surprise, not expecting his junior intern to be this enthusiastic about extra corporate homework. The sun begins to set over the city, painting the high-rise apartments in warm orange light. Back in his bedroom, Hanbit lies down on his bed and pulls the heavy, high-tech VR headset over his eyes. His body goes completely still as the capsule initiates the deep dive sequence. Today is the day. His very first solo live broadcast is about to go online. He spawns directly into the bright, bustling town square of Port Edlin. He walks out into the cobblestone street, pulling up his floating blue system interface. He taps the screen, and a bright notification flashes. Starting Black Dragon stream. Instantly, the chat window starts scrolling with early viewers screaming about being first. A tiny, glowing pair of orange fairy wings flutters past his head as the viewer count starts to tick up. The chat is already demanding explanations for his highly complex parry guide. Hanbit looks directly at the virtual camera, giving his viewers a wave. He announces that this is indeed Black Dragon, and he will be streaming on his own channel from now on. The chat immediately explodes into absolute chaos. Comments are flying by in a blur, some welcoming him, others demanding more strategies, and a few wondering where Loper ran off to. Hanbit is completely overwhelmed by how fast the text is moving. He leans in closer, his golden eyes widening slightly. The viewer count has already shattered the 4,000 mark in a matter of minutes. He quickly pulls up his admin settings, tapping his finger on the screen to enable slow mode so he can actually read the messages without getting a migraine. He grins at the camera, showing off his classic, cheeky streamer personality. He addresses the massive demand for his parry guide, teasing them by saying that according to the laws of total strategy volume, the next hint reveal is going to be quite a way off. The chat immediately starts arguing. Some are begging for more hints, while others want him to just move on to the actual main story. Hanbit strokes his chin, wondering if there is a way to settle this. He notices a button labeled Poll in his settings. He gets a sharp look in his eyes. He decides to let the viewers fight it out democratically. He sets up the poll options on his admin screen, give more detailed hints versus decline hints. He sets the timer for 5 minutes. Suddenly, a familiar, loud voice cuts through the crowd. Yanwu slides into the frame with his arms raised, announcing his grand arrival to the stream. Loper immediately adopts a cute, classic anime pose, resting his chin on his hands and teasing the chat for missing him so much. The two of them chat off camera for a moment. Loper is amazed by the massive viewer count, while Hanbit complains that he couldn't even read the messages because they were moving so incredibly fast. Loper proudly explains that reading the vibe of the room is the absolute basic requirement of being a professional streamer. Loper notices the active poll running on the screen and asks Hanbit to let him announce the final results to the audience. He pulls up the graphic. Out of over 3,000 participants, a staggering 83.6% voted to decline more hints. The hardcore viewers literally voted to gatekeep the strategy, so casuals couldn't copy it. Hanbit gets a cool, sharp smirk on his face. He notes that they have to respect the majority rule. He asks Loper if they should finally head over to start the game's actual main story. Loper points directly at the camera, screaming for the viewers to follow them closely as they sprint down the cobblestone streets toward their next destination. They arrive at a massive, impressive stone building with a heavy circular star crest on the roof. The sign above the door reads, Adventurers Guild. Loper is incredibly hyped, shouting about how they are finally tackling the actual main quest line. He teases Hanbit, asking if he was just putting it off this entire time because it seemed like a massive hassle. Loper laughs it off, claiming he was just waiting so they could do it together on the new stream. The chat is already getting restless, noting that the main story progression in this game is notoriously difficult. Hanbit looks at him, his golden eyes sharp. He asks Loper how long it usually takes an ordinary player to clear the first episode of the main quest. Loper pulls out a thick, heavy leather-bound book with a dramatic flourish. He explains that if you follow the standard guidebook route, it takes about 2 whole weeks of intense grinding. He hands the heavy guide over to Hanbit. Our guy flips the heavy pages open, skim-reading the details. The standard route is incredibly dry. It involves an NPC named Brooke Norston, who framed and murdered his own brother to secure his position as the corrupt mayor of Port Edlin. The players are supposed to work with his subordinate, Vares, to bring him to justice over a long, tedious series of investigative quests. Hanbit closes the book, thinking to himself, his story has already completely diverged from the standard route. He bypassed the swindler Julio, cured Atsabel's mother, and unlocked high-tier skills that normal players shouldn't even possess at this level. He knows that in a highly competitive world like this, you can never get ahead of the massive corporate conglomerates by following the exact same path as everyone else. A sharp, confident smile spreads across his face. He realizes he has no choice but to trust his own veteran instincts and move forward in his own unique way. He hands the book back, telling Loper that since he is the party leader, he should take it easy and lead the way inside. Loper is more than happy to take the spotlight. He notes that since his actual combat contribution is pretty minor compared to Hanbit's monster stats, he will focus entirely on interacting with the chat. Loper points at the heavy wooden doors, warning Hanbit that as soon as they step inside, a massive, unskippable lore cutscene is going to trigger. The heavy double doors slowly creak open, pouring a warm golden light into the entryway. Instantly, Hanbit's vision is flooded with a brilliant, glowing cinematic. In the center of a great ocean stands a colossal world tree, its massive branches holding up the very sky. The camera pans down to the ancient, glowing runes carved into the massive trunk of the tree. The inscription reads, "Those who uncover the unknown being airport shall earn the right to face the truth." The ancestors of this world truly believe this ancient sentence to be the literal will of the Creator. Driven by a deep sense of divine duty, various nations and factions set out across the seas to find the legendary land of Airport. Hanbit looks down, his eyes dark with painful memories. He knows exactly what lies at the end of that journey. He looks at the crowded, bustling hall of the guild. Once again, the journey to find Airport is starting, but this time, he is going to make sure he does it on his own terms. The golden quest window flashes on his screen. Episode 1, The Secret of Edlin, Main Quest #1. Visit Meal at the Adventurers Guild. The reward is 500 gold and 100 experience points. Loper is already drooling over the rewards, shouting about how incredibly generous the main quest is just for talking to an NPC. Loper asks if they should head over to Meal's desk first. Hanbit nods, ready to see what they are dealing with. As they walk through the massive, high-ceilinged stone hall, Loper whispers a warning. He heard from other players that this specific receptionist is incredibly unfriendly and difficult to deal with. They approach the counter, where a young woman with short purple hair and distinct cat ears is sitting. Loper calls out her name. Meal does not even look up. She is holding a small compact mirror, carefully applying her makeup, and coldly tells them to wait because she is currently busy. The chat immediately starts laughing, noting that they have hit their very first wall. A viewer drops a quick donation, warning them in the chat that once she finishes her makeup, her business hours are basically over. Hanbit sweating slightly, asking her when exactly she expects to be done. She continues painting her lips with absolute unbothered precision, telling them to just give her a moment. Hanbit notices a beautifully crafted, glowing purple perfume bottle sitting on the wooden counter. He casually asks if that perfume belongs to her. She flatly replies that it does, asking why he cares. Her purple cat ears suddenly twitch. Hanbit leans against the counter, a sly smile on his face. He notes that, compared to her highly refined and stylish appearance, the perfume she is using seems rather ordinary and cheap. He leans in closer, his golden eyes locking onto her. He claims he happens to possess a rare scent that would suit her high-end style perfectly, asking if she is interested. Meal stops her makeup. She gives him a highly condescending, icy glare, asking if he honestly thinks she is going to fall for such a cheap, generic pickup trick. Loper is standing in the background, face-palming hard, whispering that Hanbit's pickup lines are absolutely terrible. Meal aggressively starts puffing her cheeks with powder, completely dismissing him. But our guy has a secret weapon. He pulls up his inventory, selecting a rare-grade item, the Firefly Flower, a top-tier perfume ingredient with an enchanting wind fragrance that can only be obtained with the help of wind spirits. He pulls the glowing, brilliant blue flower out of his inventory. The petals emit a soft, magical light. He casually waves it in front of her face, noting that it smells quite nice. Mia's pupils instantly dilate as the sweet, enchanting wind scent hits her nose. She slams her hands on the counter, leaping to her feet with her eyes literally turning into sparkling diamonds. She screams out in pure, unbridled excitement, recognizing it as the legendary Firefly Flower. She leans all the way over the counter, her black cat tail swishing wildly in the air, desperately reaching out to grab the glowing blue petals. Hanbit just holds it back, giving her a smug look, asking if he finally has her undivided attention. Loper is completely dumbfounded. He leans in, sniffing the flower himself, wondering where on earth Hanbit managed to find an item that isn't even listed in the standard guidebook. Hanbit sweats, laughing nervously, and lies that he just happened to find it in a random cave. But we see a quick flashback to the previous night in Osla's ancient trial grounds. Hanbit was preparing to teleport out, but his return was suddenly canceled due to Sylph's interference. The round, incredibly fluffy blue-green spirit bird was hovering in front of him, chirping frantically. She flew down a dark, narrow stone corridor, gesturing for Hanbit to follow her deep into the cavern. At the very end of the damp cave, illuminated by a soft blue light, was a beautiful patch of wild firefly flowers. Hanbit gently harvested them, thanking his round little spirit companion for the massive find. Back in the present, Hanbit is casually shaking the delicate flower back and forth. Mia is going absolutely feral, her eyes wide with panic as she screams at him to stop shaking it before the highly valuable petals fall off. Hanbit gets a devious, highly entertaining grin on his face. He suggests that if she wants the flower so badly, they should probably have a little business chat first. Mia is trembling with pure, comically intense frustration. She warns him that if even a single petal drops, he is a dead man. She aggressively slams a massive, heavy stack of ancient documents onto the counter. She flips her hair back, adopting a professional but highly irritated tone. She explains that Port Edlin is a major trading port belonging to the powerful Raven Kingdom. She asks if he is already aware that finding the legendary land of Urport is the ultimate shared goal of this entire world. She pulls out a detailed map of the continent. Now, let's break down how this world actually works. The pursuit of Urport has split the entire continent into three massive, highly distinct factions. First, you have the hardliners. Hanbit crosses his arms, listening closely. He notes that the Raven Kingdom falls directly into the aggressive hardliner category. Meal nods, continuing the explanation. Because of their hardline stance, the Raven Kingdom is currently recruiting an elite, highly powerful investigation team through the global network of the Adventurers Guild. This investigation team is not just some random group of players. It is a gathering of the absolute most powerful and influential individuals on the continent, carefully selected through rigorous evaluation. Think of a country producing a member of this team like a modern country securing nuclear weapons. It grants the nation immense global prestige and massive political benefits. Hanbit realizes that if he wants to join this elite group, he has to prove his skills to the guild first. Meal explains that as players complete difficult guild requests, highly influential figures in the kingdom will eventually take notice of them. She leans in close, her eyes literally sparkling with a strange, intense desire. She tells him that once he catches their eye, he will secure his path. She aggressively demands that he hurry up and hand over the flower. The golden system window flashes with a satisfying chime. Quest complete. Visit Meal at the Adventurers Guild cleared. He receives his 500 gold and 100 experience points. Loper is cheering in the background, amazed at how incredibly fast they managed to clear the very first step of the main quest without having to wait in line. Hanbit holds the glowing blue flower, thoroughly satisfied with the trade. The system screen updates instantly. Main quest #2, proof of skill. You have learned about the investigation team. Now, prove your skills. Meal points her fan toward a massive wooden board, suggesting they start with simple monster subjugation requests. Hanbit looks at the wooden request board, his eyes narrowing. If he were an ordinary, low-level player, grinding simple wolf subjugations would be the safest and most logical approach. But he is not an ordinary player. He scans the messy notes pinned to the wood until his eyes lock onto a specific, high-risk document. He rips the document off the board and slides it across the counter to Meal. The request reads, "Investigate the unstable dungeon that recently appeared near Port Edlin and eliminate any danger." The difficulty rating is a highly unstable F to A rank. Loper's face goes completely pale. Loper screams in pure panic, asking if Hanbit has completely lost his mind, trying to run a high-risk dungeon right off the bat. Our guy is currently standing in front of Meal's desk, looking like a salesman trying to negotiate a discount on a broken vacuum. He asks if there is any way she can make the dungeon request work, but she is completely shutting him down. Even the local guard standing nearby is looking at him like he is a walking obituary. He points out that some other cocky player made a massive scene earlier, claiming he could easily handle it, and ended up getting carried out in a box. Meal does not actually care about Hanbit's life. She is just deeply concerned that the immense stress of a rookie dying on her shift is going to give her forehead wrinkles. She tries to slide him a nice, safe beginner's herb-gathering quest instead, but Hanbit plays it like a seasoned negotiator. He pulls back the glowing blue firefly flower, acting all sad like, what a tragedy, I guess this premium catnip has no owner. Meal's cat ears go full radar mode. She screams at him for being a scammer, but Hanbit deadpans that she can't just hand him a garbage trash quest and call that a mutual conversation. He starts aggressively shaking the flower again. She literally lets out a full anime cat screech and lunges across the desk like a feral raccoon chasing a shiny piece of garbage. Hanbit casually holds it out of her reach, telling her to think about it logically. How could a basic, low-level newbie adventurer possibly get their hands on a legendary, rare-grade firefly flower? Meal is still trying to swipe at it, claiming he probably just got incredibly lucky and bought it from some merchant. Hanbit counters with a simple reality check. Does a basic newbie look like they have the kind of massive capital required to buy a rare-grade cosmetic? She starts guessing wildly, asking if he stole it or begged for it. Hanbit's chat is absolutely losing its mind watching a top-tier guild receptionist get completely tamed by a glowing piece of weed. She finally breaks. She aggressively tears the FA rank stable dungeon quest form off the board and slams it down, telling him to just take the damn thing and leave her alone. Hanbit smiles, handed her the flower, and her eyes go completely wide. She didn't expect him to give her the entire bouquet. This is literally enough to brew 10 bottles of high-end perfume. She immediately goes from angry cat to blushing maiden, quietly thanking him. She even drops her tsundere act for a second to warn him that if things get too dangerous inside, he needs to run away immediately. Our guy just waves a cheerful goodbye, telling her not to worry because he is definitely coming back alive. The second they step out of the guild doors, Loper is in his ear, asking if he actually read the guidebook. He reminds him that the standard episode 1 route is supposed to be a slow investigation to uncover the corrupt mayor's political crimes. Loper is stressing out, pointing out that they need to gain the guildmaster's trust first, and hunting basic monsters would have been infinitely safer than diving headfirst into an unstable dungeon. He explains a key mechanic that casual players always forget. Once the main questline initiates, the in-game world time starts ticking in real time, meaning if your progress is too slow, you will permanently miss crucial server-wide events. But Hanbit has already calculated 50 steps ahead. He chose the dungeon request for 2 very specific reasons. First, to prove his combat mechanics and skip the tedious trust-building phase with the guildmaster entirely. And second, by forging his own unique non-guidebook route, he keeps his stream's exclusive strategies rare and highly valuable to the viewers. Loper is still panicking, pointing out that they do not have the luxury to relax. The sweaty, unemployed, try-hard advance party is already pushing through episode 8 of the main storyline. Hanbit casually asks, if it is only episode 8, can't we just catch up to them in a weekend? Loper's brain completely stalls. He yells that the advance party has literally poured 2 whole years of their actual lives into this game just to reach that point. He reminds Hanbit that unlike those jobless speedrunners, he actually has a real-world internship to attend. The chat is already offering to quit their own jobs to fund him. Hanbit ignores the panic and asks where exactly episode 8 is taking place. Loper explains it is a mysterious island called Paria, located on the far west side of the central continent, and the top guilds are gatekeeping all information about it. Our guy gets a small, knowing smirk on his face. He knows exactly where they are stuck, because he died on that specific island about 12 times in his past runs. Loper sighs, giving up, and tells him they need to clear this dungeon as fast as humanly possible. He offers to look up the absolute easiest dungeon layout on the forums. Suddenly, a bright blue call notification pops up on Loper's system interface. Loper's face pale as he realizes it is a real-world call from his father. He tells Hanbit he has to log off instantly to answer it, and he vanishes in a shower of digital pixels. The chat is already laughing at the sudden real-life parent attack. Hanbit decided he is not going to stand around waiting. He will head over to the coordinate zone alone and invite Loper back to the party later. The chat starts arguing about which dungeon he should choose, with most suggesting the safe tutorial spider cave, but then a high-tier viewer named Lucifer drops a donation, proposing a crazy mission. Try the challenge dungeon top 10 instead. The chat explains the challenge dungeon meta. It is a competitive speedrun zone limited to players under level 30, where people spend months shaving milliseconds off their times. The 10th place cutoff is a brutal 20 minutes. Hanbit opens his regional map, tracking the coordinates to the 12 o'clock cliffside direction. A very familiar, slightly devious smile spreads across his face. He asks the stream if all he needs to do to win is secure a spot in the top 10. The viewers are calling him a dopamine addict, but Lucifer drops another donation, asking what the punishment will be if he fails. Hanbit, acting like a true professional business streamer, asks for the official prize pool first so he can set the stakes properly. Lucifer immediately registers a massive 1,000,001 challenge mission. If Hanbit lands a spot in the top 10, he walks away with 1,000,001. Hanbit happily accepts, and then throws out some legendary comment bait. If he fails, his punishment will be writing his next parry strategy guide in even more millimeter-perfect, academic detail. The chat goes into absolute, screaming panic. They are begging him to spare them from another thesis paper that they cannot even comprehend. Our guy is thoroughly enjoying their suffering. He walks down the street, casually mentioning that instead of a guide, maybe he should run a sponsor raffle and personally boost one lucky viewer's account. The viewer's greed instantly overrides their fear. Massive corporate players and whale donors start throwing money at the screen. Sword God drops 1,000,001, and another sponsor named Avant-Garde drops 2,000,000. It turns into an absolute gold rush. Hanasaki drops 5 million, Golden Shark throws in 3, and the massive professional conglomerate Manhwa Gaming drops a staggering 7,000,001. Hanbit's eyes are practically popping out of his head, looking at the numbers. He adjusts his collar, realizing that with this much money on the line, he is legally obligated to run the raffle. He waves a cheerful goodbye to the camera and heads straight out of the city gates toward the cliffside coordinates. We get a scenic transition as he navigates the dense, sunny green forest path. He points ahead, telling his stream viewers that they are finally approaching the coordinate entrance. But as he rounds the corner, he stops dead in his tracks. Huh? The entrance is literally swarming with hundreds of players. It looks less like a dangerous speedrun dungeon and more like an unofficial, highly chaotic fan meeting. Half of them are chanting his name, while the other half are praying he fails quickly so they can win the raffle. Suddenly, a muffled scream cuts through the crowd. Loper is being physically squeezed to death by a couple of incredibly muscular warrior players. He collapses onto Hanbit, gasping for air, amazed that Hanbit actually managed to find this chaotic spot. Loper grabs his collar, whispering in absolute terror, demanding to know why on earth he accepted such a ridiculous speedrun mission on stream. Hanbit just gives him a lazy, golden-eyed stare, asking if all he needs to do is clear the dungeon quickly. Loper is pulling his hair out, screaming that speedrunning is not that simple. It requires months of precise gear setup, frame-perfect routing, and item optimization. He shakes Hanbit by the shoulders, pointing out that if he fails, he has to write a thesis paper that will ruin their stream's reputation. He insists that getting into the top 10 is a physical impossibility for a level 16 character. Our guy just gives him a relaxed, unbothered smirk. He tells Loper to stop stressing out over a run he hasn't even attempted yet. Loper pulls up the official leaderboard on his screen. First place is held by Kim Hansop at 19 minutes and 25 seconds. Second place is Nowaki at 19,038. Third place is Odin at 19,041. He screams that every single one of these top rankers cleared the zone at level 30, the absolute maximum level allowed for this dungeon, and they are sweaty, mechanical freaks who do nothing but speedrun all day. Hanbit just smiles, completely ignoring the warning, and asks what the actual in-game rewards are for securing the top spot. Loper sighs, explaining the competitive economy. The first-place record holder receives a massive percentage of all entry fees collected from every single player who challenged the dungeon during the week. It is basically a passive income stream of pure gold. Hanbit's eyes gleam with absolute unfiltered greed. He notes that having a massive mountain of gold is never a bad thing, even in a video game. Loper tries to salvage the situation, desperately suggesting they negotiate a new deal with the viewers based on clear time instead of rank. But Hanbit calmly places a hand on his shoulder, telling him that is not going to work. He turns directly to the camera, pointing a finger, and boldly announces to his thousands of viewers that they are changing the mission. He is going to secure first place. Loper goes into a state of absolute, comically distorted existential crisis, screaming his lungs out as the screen fades. The surrounding crowd of players instantly starts whispering, calling him an absolute clown who let a tiny bit of stream fame go straight to his head. Loper looks like he is about to throw up from the sheer embarrassment. Hanbit casually pats his distressed partner on the head, telling him to stop worrying. Loper whines that the first-place speedrun record has not been broken by a single second in an entire year. Hanbit steps forward with heavy, confident strides. Loper lets out a defeated sigh, muttering that since this is a solo challenge anyway, he will just stay outside and pray for his soul. The gold system board flashes in front of our guy as he approaches the glowing blue entrance portal. The official rules appear. The dungeon requires a 500 gold entry fee. The records update instantly, and the level cap is strictly set to level 30 and below. The current record is still sitting at a blazing fast 19,025. Hanbit stares at the numbers, his golden eyes cold. A record holding for an entire year means the layout has been completely optimized by the player base. He asks Loper how many players from the Elite Vanguard are currently holding spots on this specific board. Loper explains that early on there were a few, but they eventually left because the Vanguard cares more about high-level story progression than shaving seconds off a low-tier dungeon. Hanbit points out that the third-place ranker, Odin, is a legendary Vanguard member. Loper explains that Odin secured third place on his very first try back when he was a complete rookie, and only joined the Vanguard half a year later. Hanbit's eyes narrow. If a monster player like Odin cleared this on his first try, why didn't he ever return to secure the first-place spot? Loper stretches his arms, explaining that at the top tier of speedrunning, shaving a single decimal second is an incredibly brutal, time-consuming grind, and most elite players view it as highly inefficient. Hanbit looks back at the leaderboard, analyzing the names. He gets a sharp, incredibly focused expression. He declares that since they are going for first place, they have to give it absolutely everything. He starts walking, but Loper screams for him to wait. He runs up, holding out his system screen, begging him to at least read a basic strategy guide before he runs in blind. He notes that since this is an old dungeon, there are thousands of guides available. Hanbit takes a close look at the document. Loper shows him a legendary forum post written by a top-tier speedrunner named Monks. The guide has a massive, bold warning in red text. Whatever you do, do not touch the mid-quest featuring a lost NPC girl named Flora. The post explains the difficulty spikes to Hell tier, the rewards are complete trash, and you will lose all your gear. Loper explains that the community hates this rescue quest so much that there are active rumors claiming Flora is actually a secret trap designed by the developers to ruin speedrun times. Hanbit gets a faint, knowing smirk on his face. He asks Loper what would happen if he decides to rescue her anyway. Loper flatly replies that if he does that, the run will take over an hour, and he will end up securing first place from the very bottom of the leaderboard. Hanbit laughs, noting that a massive, high-stress rescue run would make for a fantastic stream highlight. Loper screams that it is not a highlight, it is just pure, unadulterated suffering. But Hanbit's expression suddenly goes completely cold and serious. He thinks to himself, do these modern players seriously treat Flora like a simple trap? Do they not realize she is a critical branching point for the entire hidden main storyline of this world? Loper is still yelling, warning him not to pull any stupid stunts because their entire stream reputation and millions of won in donations are riding on this run. Hanbit waves a dismissive hand, telling him he gets it and he will think it through as he walks toward the light. Loper pumps a fist in the air, shouting a final cheer for Black Dragon. A sharp, veteran grin cuts across Hanbit's face. He steps directly into the swirling blue portal as the system consumes his 500 gold entry fee. He spawns into a dark, rocky mine shaft lined with wooden support beams and old iron cart rails. He instantly calls out for Sylph. The round, green and white wind spirit bird manifests on his shoulder, chirping happily. Hanbit tells her he is counting on her as they prepare to move. His sword starts glowing with a brilliant green light. The system window flashes. Staff of the Wind's Blessing activated. It summons high-ranking wind and earth spirits to temporarily increase his physical agility and raw damage output. Hanbit launches forward like a literal railgun. Loper, acting as the off-screen caster, screams to the viewers that Black Dragon is soaring through the caverns at an insane velocity. Suddenly, a wave of high-speed stone projectiles shoots out from the shadows ahead. Hanbit doesn't even slow down. He deflects the projectiles with a single, elegant sweep of his glowing green blade, sending sparks flying through the dark corridor. Loper hypes up the chat, screaming that at this pace, the top 3 is easily within reach. But ahead lies the notorious Thorn Zone of the rock dragon's sacred beast, a massive cavern lined with thousands of high-speed, lethal spike traps. Loper warns him he is going to lose his speed trail if he gets stuck. Hanbit's eyes flash gold. He smirks, noting that this is not a section where you slow down, this is where you accelerate. He leaps directly into the air, flying straight over the massive, threatening forest of steel spikes. Loper is screaming in pure panic. Our guy uses the green wind currents generated by Sylph to literally glide through the air, completely bypassing the floor traps. He executes a rapid, spinning mid-air slash to maintain his momentum. He executes a flawless, three-point superhero landing on the far side of the chamber, leaving a trail of green leaves in his wake. Loper is cheering wildly through the stream audio, telling him to slam right through the upcoming wooden barricades. Hanbit moves in a continuous, blinding blur of motion, his glowing green sword slicing through the thick wooden barriers like hot knife through butter. He is moving so fast the camera can barely track his silhouette. His golden eyes are locked onto the path ahead with absolute millimeter-perfect focus. He executes a wall run, dodging high-speed trap arrows and sliding under low stone blocks in a seamless display of veteran mobility. He slides to a halt, letting out a hot breath as his boots kick up dust. He stops, hearing a faint, echoing sound of weeping in the quiet cavern. He mutters to himself that there has to be a proper payoff for all this speed. He steps around a pile of old wooden barrels and spots a tiny, pink-haired girl curled up in the corner, sobbing into her knees. There! Loper is watching the stream screen with his jaw on the floor, shocked to realize that the notorious trap NPC Flora is actually just a tiny, defenseless child. The little girl slowly raises her head, her large, tearful eyes looking up in terror as a strange, heavily armed swordsman approaches her in the dark. Hanbit's sharp expression softens. He bends down, his voice surprisingly gentle, as he asks her if she is okay. He introduces himself as Hanbit from the Adventurers Guild, telling her she has absolutely nothing to fear. She whimpers, wiping a tear, introducing herself as Flora. He looks around the dangerous, trap-infested cavern, asking how on earth a tiny child managed to navigate all the way deep into this mine. Flora starts crying again, explaining through her tears that her dear friend is incredibly sick, so she ventured into the mines alone to pick medicinal herbs, but got chased by terrifying monsters and lost her way. Hanbit stares at her, a dark, blood-red memory flashing in his mind, the grim image of a dead, bloody hand lying cold on the stone floor. In his past 55 lives, he saw the tragic reality of what happens when selfish players ignore her for their speedruns. He thinks to himself that leaving a child to die in the dark just for a challenge run is something he refuses to let happen. Loper is completely bawling his eyes out on the stream audio, crying about how incredibly sad her story is and screaming that they have no choice but to save her. Speedrun be damned. Hanbit gets a warm, gentle smile on his face. He reaches out a hand, telling her to come along so he can get her out of this dangerous place. Flora stares at his open leather glove in complete disbelief. She curls her dirty, scraped feet closer, whispering that she has absolutely no money to pay him for his help. Hanbit just smiles, telling her she doesn't need to give him a single coin because he happens to be a close friend of her sister, Rhea. Flora's face instantly lights up with joy, her eyes wide as she asks if he actually knows Rhea. She reaches into her pocket and pulls out a bundle of bright, beautiful red flowers, offering them as a thank you. Hanbit tells her he will happily accept them after they escape, leaving her with a cute, confused chibi face. Loper is still weeping over the audio, feeling deeply guilty for telling Hanbit to ignore her. Suddenly, a loud system chime echoes through the cavern. The quest window updates: Objective, protect Flora. Reward, red_over. EXP, 500. But the challenge speedrun timer is still actively ticking on the screen, currently sitting at 5 minutes and 4 seconds. Loper realizes the absolute crisis they are in. He screams that the timer is still running, and they need to move right now if they want to secure the ranking. But Hanbit just gets a dark, incredibly confident smirk, muttering that 5 minutes is more than enough time to rewrite the record. Our guy looks down at the tiny, trembling, pink-haired girl, completely unfazed by the active speedrun timer ticking away on his screen. He asks her if he can carry her for a bit, and she gives him a shy, confused nod. She clings to his shoulder, her tiny hands holding on tight as she realizes she is finally safe. Hanbit secures her under his arm like a football and launches forward, telling her to hang on. Loper is watching the stream feed, screaming about how incredibly reassuring this is. He is literally crying tears of joy on the audio, shouting that they are definitely going to save her. The chat is already trolling him, pointing out that he was the exact same guy begging Hanbit to abandon her like 5 minutes ago. Our guy is moving in a continuous, high-speed sprint down the dark stone corridor, the heavy thud of his boots echoing off the walls. He knows carrying a whole child while dodging high-speed mechanical traps is physically impossible with normal player stats. Slashes forward. He tells Flora he is about to run even faster, and she squeezes her eyes shut, nodding in terror. Spins mid-air. Lands cleanly. The wooden scaffolding behind him completely collapses under a shower of falling rocks. Launches off the edge. Loper is hyping up the chat, screaming that at this rate they might actually clear the entire run within an hour. But the dungeon is not done throwing problems at him. As he rounds the corner, a group of green-skinned goblins steps out from behind some tents, throws two heavy axes, deflects both blades with a single, lightning-fast cross-parry, sparks showering over Flora's head. He tells her to close her eyes for a second, and she buries her face into his shirt, leaps off the stone wall, slices the first archer, drops behind the second guard, turns sharply, steps inside the guard's reach, kicks him into the stone wall, screeches in pain, vaporizes the target, slides his sword back into its sheath with a clean metallic click, letting out a soft breath. Loper is staring at his system screen, his mouth wide open in complete, silent shock. The stream donation alerts start chiming like a casino jackpot. Viewers are losing their minds, wondering if this guy has literal eyes on the back of his head, while the safe bettors are starting to sweat. Handbit runs through a bright archway, heading straight into the next major stage. The chat starts groaning as the screen displays a massive, confusing stone maze section. This is the part where 90% of speedruns go to die because the layout is randomly generated every single run. Handbit tells Flora to hold on tight because he is about to run along the vertical wall. Loper yells that the maze walls don't have foothold properties in the game engine, meaning he is just going to slip and faceplant immediately. Our guy charges straight at the sheer vertical stone face anyway. Runs vertically. Loper's eyes look like they are about to pop out of his head. He screams, asking how on earth he is pulling off a wall run. The chat is already typing up hack reports, but this is not a hack. It is a brilliant sequence break. Handbit is having Sylph compress the wind pressure directly beneath his boots, tricking the game's physics engine into recognizing the air cushions as solid footholds. He vaults over the final maze barrier and slides through the exit portal in record time. He hits the ground running on the far side, heading straight down the old minecart tracks. A level 26 goblin warrior and two level 25 archers block the narrow tracks, draws his blade, charges like a gale, cuts the vanguard in half, turns to the archers, pierces the second target. He holds out his left hand, the air around his palm starting to shimmer with intense, flickering orange heat, unleashes a high-tier fire burst. The explosive heat wave vaporizes the remaining archers in a massive roar of fire. He stands quietly amidst the falling embers, the green-skinned monsters melting into digital pixels around his boots. He pulls up the dungeon challenger timer, 17 minutes and 30 seconds. He has exactly 1 minute and 55 seconds left to beat the year-long first-place record. Loper screams through the audio that another massive swarm of goblins has heard the explosion and is rushing their position. Slashes 3 targets in one fluid motion. Loper is chewing on his headset cord in absolute anxiety, shouting that they have already crossed the 18-minute mark. 2 level 28 goblin gatekeepers step out, raising their heavy wooden shields. Cuts through the shields. Handbit looks ahead, his golden eyes narrowing as the heavy boss room doors slowly rise. Finally, the last one. A towering, muscular green figure with a long red ponytail stands waiting in the center of the stone chamber. Handbit gently sets Flora down behind a stone pillar, telling her to wait for a moment. She nods, whispering for him to be careful. The massive boss, a level 30 elder goblin, surrounds himself with a glowing green mana barrier. He points his heavy double-sided axe, telling Handbit that reaching this far is impressive, but this is where his run ends. He begins to boast that none can possibly break his ultimate mana shield, but Handbit cuts him off, telling him he talks way too much. Leaps forward. He slams his wind-infused blade directly into the barrier. He grins, telling the boss that the weakness attribute of his fat shield happens to be wind. Shatters the shield. The system screen flashes with a massive golden announcement banner. Challenge dungeon cleared. Final record achieved, 19 minutes 24 seconds. The #1 ranking will now be updated. Loper is screaming so loud he is physically clipping the microphone, shouting that he actually did it. Our guy gives the camera a cool, confident 2-finger salute. He has officially taken first place on his very first attempt, while carrying a whole child. He pulls up his floating blue system interface to wrap up the broadcast event. He taps the screen, and the mission success window pops up. Clear the dungeon in first place. Mission success. Payout, 10,393,001. The chat goes into absolute hysterical meltdown. The safe bettors are crying about their ruined wallets, while the winners are spamming the Black Dragon name like a cult. Handbit looks at the final deposit notification, sweating slightly. This is a sum of money an ordinary corporate intern couldn't earn in half a year of actual work. Loper slides into the screen with sparkling eyes, crying that his Hyung is a literal god of gaming. Hanbit turns back to the stone pillar, calling for Flora to come out. She peeks out from behind the stone, asking where all the terrifying monsters went. He smiles, telling her they disappeared with a simple poof. She runs over to him, her tiny bare feet pattering against the stone floor. She stops, her eyes wide, as she feels a soft, warm green breeze gently wrap around her shoulders. Hanbit holds out his hand, the glowing green wind condensing over his leather glove. Sylph manifests in a soft puff of green smoke, chirping happily. Flora's face lights up as she squeals about the cute baby bird. She gently cradles the round spirit bird against her cheek, giggling. Suddenly, a quick donation alert pops up. A viewer named Dopamine throws down 2001, begging him to open the legendary dungeon clear chest. Hanbit walks over to the golden, glowing chest sitting in the corner of the boss room. He lifts the heavy lid. A blinding, flashbang-like golden light pours out of the chest, forcing him to shield his eyes. Inside lie two beautifully polished, highly concentrated elemental gemstones. He reaches in, picking them up. The system alerts chime, "You obtained Earth Essence Rank 3 Unique and Spirit Stone Rank 3 Epic." Loper is jumping up and down in the background like he just won the lottery, shouting that getting two high-tier drops from a low-level dungeon is absolute madness. Normally, this dungeon drops garbage rank 2 junk. Hanbit stares at the glowing amber earth essence, realizing his luck is officially breaking the game's drop rates. He holds up the glowing blue spirit stone, giving the camera a smug, deadpan look, asking the chat if this item is actually considered good. The comments are literally crying over his shameless humble bragging. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon entrance, a massive crowd of players is starting to gather, lured in by his viral stream clips. Hanbit gets a sharp, incredibly greedy look in his eyes. He notes that since today is Friday, there are exactly 3 days left until the weekly dungeon settlement, meaning he is going to collect a massive passive income of gold from every single challenger who enters this weekend. Suddenly, a tiny hand gently tugs on the edge of his metal arm guard. He bends down as Flora holds up a small, bright red herb, thanking him for saving her life. The system updates. You obtained red herb, rank 1 common. But then a massive, purple achievement window overrides the screen. Achievement, Perfect Guardian has been achieved. A linked quest has been unlocked. Return to the Adventurers Guild with the child. The chat starts debating whether this connects to the main story. Hanbit grins, telling Flora it is time to leave this dark place. They step through the teleportation gate, spawning directly in the bright, sunny town square of Port Edlin. Loper runs up to them, waving his arms and cheering for their safe return. He bends down, introducing himself to Flora with a warm, friendly smile, but he steps a bit too close into her personal space. Flora instantly panics, hiding behind Hanbit's leg and giving Loper a terrified look. The chat is already laughing at Loper's immediate rejection. Hanbit gently pats her head, telling her to relax because they are safe now. She nods quietly. Let's slow down for a second to explain her reaction. In the harsh world of Urport, people from the slums are treated like absolute garbage by the wealthy citizens. Flora has spent her entire life being pushed around and ignored, so standing in a massive, prosperous city surrounded by heavily armed adventurers makes her feel incredibly small and vulnerable. Loper watches them walk, scratching his head. He asks Hanbit if he was always this warm-hearted, or if there is some kind of secret hidden quest gimmick he is trying to trigger. Hanbit just smiles, ignoring the question as they approach the massive stone doors of the guild. He pushes Loper ahead, telling him to shut up and just go inside. The screen suddenly flashes blue as an unskippable in-game cutscene triggers. Inside the guild hall, a young girl is aggressively arguing with the receptionist. The receptionist is Meal, who has already gone back to her lazy cat girl attitude. She is coldly waving her hand, telling the girl she cannot accept her request. The young girl is Rhea. She slams her hands on the counter, demanding to meet the guildmaster, but Meal flatly tells her he is not here. Rhea's eyes tremble with pure, helpless desperation. She looks around the noisy, crowded tavern area of the guild. The local adventurers are just drinking, laughing, and ignoring her. Meal tells her to fill out the standard paperwork, and then casually mentions she needs to fix her makeup, telling Rhea not to bother her again. Rhea bites her lip, her shoulders trembling. Nearby, a massive, heavily armored mercenary slams his beer mug down, loudly complaining about low-born slum trash ruining the atmosphere of the guild. Rhea slowly approaches their table, her hands clenched tight against her chest. The mercenaries look up at her with complete, ugly condescension. She swallows her pride, quietly begging them to help her search for her missing friend. The massive warrior lets out a loud, mocking laugh. Rhea explains her friend disappeared deep in the forest, promising she will somehow gather as much money as she can to pay them later. The mercenary slams his fist on the table, splashing beer everywhere, and screams at her for trying to make a request without any actual gold. Rhea backs away in terror, her eyes wide as she tries to explain how urgent the situation is. A creepy, hooded rogue sitting next to the warrior smiles. He taps his mug, telling her she needs to have some form of collateral. Rhea asks what kind of collateral they want. The rogue leans in close, his eyes thin and malicious. He suggests that if she doesn't have any gold, she should probably pay with her actual body. Rhea's expression goes completely cold and dark. She glares at him, asking what exactly he wants her to do. The rogue smiles. He pulls out a sharp, polished dagger and slams it deep into the wooden table. He leans in, whispering a dark, terrible sentence. Rhea's face goes completely pale with horror as she stares at the cold steel blade. They are telling her to assassinate a wealthy noble in exchange for finding her friend. So, we pick up right inside the guild hall, and these shady mercenary guys are currently pitching a literal assassination plot to a desperate kid. The hooded rogue has this greasy, confident grin, telling her that they are just going to give some wealthy noble a little scare. He is trying to play it off like a harmless prank, claiming they probably won't even face a heavy sentence if things go south. The giant warrior laughs it off, saying the guards don't care about slum rats like them anyway. He basically admits that even if she gets caught and executed, it is not his problem. These guys are absolute scum. Rhea is standing there, her shoulders shaking as she stares at the sharp dagger embedded in the wooden table. She is weighing her options, realizing she is completely out of time and gold. She looks up with absolute heartbreaking desperation in her eyes. She asks them if they will really help her save Flora if she does exactly what they want. Her hand slowly trembles, reaching out toward the cold steel handle of the blade. She is willing to ruin her own life if it means getting her little sister back safely. The system interface flashes a warning that the cutscene is about to wrap up, but right before her fingers can touch the leather grip, a hand suddenly grabs her wrist. Rhea gasps, her eyes wide with shock as she is violently pulled back from the table. And look who decided to show up. Our guy stands there with a casual, relaxed smile, waving at her like they just bumped into each other at a local convenience store. And then, the absolute best part of her day pops out from behind his leg. Flora screams her sister's name with a massive, happy smile. Rhea's brain completely stalls. She is staring at her sister like she just saw a ghost. She immediately drops to her knees, wrapping her arms around Flora in a tight, tearful embrace. She is squeezing her tight, asking if she is hurt anywhere. Flora just giggles, snuggling against her, proudly announcing that this nice adventurer saved her. The chat is absolutely losing it, throwing up comments about how touching the reunion is. The mercenaries realize their blackmail leverage is completely gone, so they quietly grab their dagger and walk away. Hanbit watches them leave, his golden eyes cold and narrow. He thinks to himself that if these passing mercenary NPCs ever try a stunt like this again, he is going to introduce them to his blade. He drops his serious look, turning back to the sisters with a friendly smile, offering to walk them home safely. As they walk through the cobblestone streets, Rhea is lecturing her sister, saying going into the forest alone was way too dangerous. Flora just defends herself, saying the adventurer was super fast and strong. Rhea stops, her amber eyes soft but serious. She tells Flora to never go out alone again, promising that if they need medicinal herbs, she will handle it. Flora looks down, holding her sister's hand, quietly worrying that she is already working too hard. The sibling dynamic is genuinely wholesome. They arrive at their small, slightly run-down wooden house on the edge of the slums. Rhea pats her sister's head, letting out a soft sigh of relief, saying as long as she made it home safely, that is all that matters. Flora runs up to Hanbit, grabbing his arm with a massive, grateful smile, thanking him for everything he did today. Hanbit bends down, patting her pink hair, telling her it was no problem, and to just make sure she doesn't worry her sister next time. Rhea is standing in the background, her face turning completely red as she mumbles a quiet thank you. Hanbit's ear twitches. He looks over, acting all confused, asking what she just said. He gets this incredibly smug, annoying look on his face, teasing her about whether she actually just said thank you to him. She goes full tsundere mode, screaming at him to just shut up and leave already. Our guy is thoroughly enjoying her embarrassment as he waves a cheerful goodbye. He stands under the warm sunset, looking highly pleased with himself, The gold system window flashes with a satisfying chime. The subquest is completed, and the interface notes that Rhea is not going to forget this massive favor anytime soon. Hanbit pulls up his floating stream menu, thinking he should probably head back and find Loper to see how the broadcast metrics are doing. We get a quick title card transition for Chapter 31. He spawns back into the Central Park area and spots Loper sitting on a bench, buried under a massive, glowing blue wall of emails and notifications. Loper jumps about 10 feet into the air, screaming that Hanbit almost gave him a literal heart attack. Loper gives him this deadpan, exhausted look, pointing out that someone decided to take first place in such a spectacular fashion that their inbox is currently drowning in corporate recruitment offers. He is furiously replying to messages, telling Hanbit that he is about to log off soon to handle the business side. He pats Hanbit's shoulder, suggesting they wrap up the stream. But the live chat has other plans. The second Loper mentions logging off early. The viewers start throwing up a massive wall of angry spam, threatening to start a literal riot if they turn off the broadcast now. Hanbit looks at the screen, sweating slightly. He doesn't have any specific content lined up for the next hour, but he knows keeping the audience happy is the #1 rule of streaming. He gets a brilliant idea, striking a cool pose with a thumbs up. He announces to the chat that since he is feeling generous, he is going to fulfill his coaching penalty bet anyway. The chat immediately goes from pitchforks to absolute worship, calling him a literal god. Hanbit grins, explaining that he is going to draw a single lucky winner from the viewers who just sent donations or mission funds. Loper activates the random viewer raffle system on his interface, and the screen turns into a giant, spinning slot machine. Over 5,000 participants sign up in a matter of seconds. The names are flying across the screen in a massive glowing blur as the viewers pray to the RNG gods. Loper leans into the microphone, hyping up the tension, asking who is going to win the ultimate coaching session. The wheel stops with a loud chime, displaying the winner's name in bold gold letters, Kim Jae-ha. Cut to the real world, and this tired-looking corporate guy is sitting in his messy bedroom, staring at his PC screen with his hands over his mouth, trying not to scream and wake up his entire family. Back on the stream, Loper announces that Jae-ha has exactly 30 seconds to reply in the chat, or they are going to redraw. Jae-ha furiously types that he is here, crying tears of joy that his $100 donation was actually worth it. He scrambles to grab his heavy VR headset, knocking over a couple of things on his desk in the process. He lies down on his bed, initiating the deep dive sequence. He takes a deep breath, trying to calm his racing heart because he is about to play with a literal server legend. He spawns in, walking up to them with a nervous, polite bow. He introduces himself as Kim Jae-ha from the Taeul Corporation. The stream chat immediately starts roasting his outfit, calling it an ancient boomer-tier newbie setup. Loper welcomes him warmly, thanking him for the great opportunity. Hanbit looks at him, his gold eyes narrowing slightly. The name Taeul Corporation sounds incredibly familiar, but he can't quite place where he heard it before. He drops the thought, asking Jae-ha if there is any specific combat style he wants to focus on during their session. He crosses his arms, asking if he prefers high-speed swordsmanship or complex magic calculations. Jae-ha rubs the back of his head, laughing nervously, admitting that he hasn't even managed to learn a basic magic spell yet. The chat is already facepalming. Hanbit laughs, telling him it is fine, and suggests they head over to a good, quiet spot to start their practice. A few minutes later, Loper stops in his tracks, looking up at a very familiar building. They are standing right in front of the local apothecary. Loper is completely confused, asking why they are at a medicine shop if they are supposed to be practicing swordsmanship. Hanbit just smirks, pushing the wooden door open, calling for Jae-ha to follow him inside. Loper and Jae-ha are exchanging highly concerned looks, wondering if Black Dragon's teaching method involves beating his students so hard they need immediate medical attention. Hanbit steps inside, calling out Atspell's name with a cheerful wave. Atspell is working behind the counter, letting out a sharp sigh, telling him she is busy as hell and asking him to make it quick. But the second she notices it is Black Dragon. Her annoyed expression instantly melts into a warm, beautiful smile. She holds a jar of herbs, asking what brings him to her shop today. Hanbit rubs his neck, smiling back, casually asking if a certain blonde pickpocket named Rhea has stopped by her shop recently. Atspell sets her heavy jar down, shaking her head, saying she just got back from harvesting herself and hasn't seen her sister. She leans against the counter, giving him a curious, slightly suspicious look, asking why on earth he is looking for her troublesome sister. She wonders if Rhea caused more trouble for him. Hanbit quickly waves his hands, saying it is nothing like that. He asks if they can use her backyard for a bit, claiming he needs a quiet, private spot to practice swordsmanship and couldn't find a better place. Atspell touches her cheek, warning him that the yard is a bit cramped because she has a bunch of old boxes stacked back there, but tells him he is welcome to use it if he doesn't mind the tight space. Hanbit flashes her a grateful smile, thanking her as he leads his confused entourage toward the back door. And we get a quick transition to chapter 32 as they step out into the sunny, wooden-fenced backyard. Hanbit turns to Jae-ha, asking him to draw his weapon. He casually asks what level his character is currently sitting at. Jae-ha draws a standard steel sword, standing tall, and proudly announces that he is level 52. Lopper and the chat are completely stunned. Hanbit is surprised too, noting that 52 is a pretty high level for a casual player. Jae-ha sighs, admitting it is actually on the lower side considering he has been playing since the game's launch 2 years ago. The chat is already calling him a professional role player. Hanbit pats Loper's shoulder, telling him to start the timer. He looks at Jae-ha, saying that with 2 years of experience, they should do a quick combat test to put the theories from his parry guide into practice. Jae-ha gets into a standard stance, holding his sword with both hands. The chat is immediately roasting his posture, with one viewer donating 1,000 won just to tell him to stop insulting actual swordsmen. Hanbit raises an eyebrow, asking if the sword is actually his main weapon. Jae-ha chuckles nervously, scratching his head, admitting that he usually uses a heavy hammer. Hanbit draws his blade with a smooth, metallic ring. He explains that he purposely chose a cramped backyard because tight spaces force you to minimize useless movement, which is essential for delicate motion control with any weapon. He drops into a low, aggressive stance, his gold eyes locking onto his target, telling Jae-ha to show him what he can do. Jae-ha takes a deep breath, trying to focus his mind, preparing to block the first strike. But before he can even blink, a silver flash cuts through the air, and Hanbit's blade is already resting directly against his neck. Our guy is standing there completely relaxed, calmly mentioning that in a real fight, he would already be dead. He explains a key game mechanic. Boss monsters like Valder have combat speeds that scale directly with the challenger's level, meaning the real deal is going to move infinitely faster than this. Jae-ha swallows hard, his forehead dripping with sweat. He nods, asking to try again. Hanbit announces he is starting with a simple downward slash from the right side, leaping into the air with an elegant spin. Jae-ha barely manages to raise his sword, steel meeting steel with a shower of bright sparks. Meanwhile, the back door of the apothecary quietly creaks open. Rhea peeks her head out, wondering where her sister went, but stops as she spots Black Dragon sparring in the yard. Hanbit catches her reflection in the glass window, a sharp smirk spreading across his face. He decides to ramp up his speed to grab her attention and completely alter the flow of the main story. He launches into a series of blindingly fast, fluid slashes, forcing Jae-ha to duck and dive across the dirt yard. 50 minutes pass in a blur of non-stop action, and Jae-ha's sword finally slips from his hand, clattering against the grass. He is completely out of breath, his hands raised in surrender, gasping for air. He is staring at Hanbit in absolute, crushing defeat, realizing he wasn't able to land or block a single strike against a player who started the game just a few days ago. Hanbit sheathes his sword, calmly asking if something is wrong. Jae-ha drops to his knees, looking completely depressed, muttering that there are only 10 minutes left in their session. He looks down at his trembling hands, thinking that at this rate, his precious coaching hour is going to end without him gaining a single piece of useful experience. He asks if he can try using his actual hammer weapon. Hanbit strokes his chin, nodding, saying practicing with a weapon you are actually familiar with is always a solid move. Jae-ha stands up, pulling a heavy, metallic hammer out of his inventory. He looks Hanbit in the eye, asking if instead of simple practice, they can do an official PvP match to simulate a real battle. The chat is already hyping him up, calling him a stubborn salaryman with serious guts. Hanbit smiles, accepting the challenge, telling him they will treat the remaining 10 minutes like a real life-or-death struggle. Loper quickly runs up, waving his arms, warning them that normal PvP carries harsh penalties for losing, so they need to initiate the system's official duel mode first. Jae-ha opens his menu, sending the request across the interface. The blue notification flashes in front of Hanbit's face. Kim Jae-ha has requested a duel. Hanbit clicks accept with a confident grin. Jae-ha raises his heavy iron hammer over his shoulder, his stance surprisingly solid now that he is holding his preferred weapon. Hanbit stands loose and relaxed, holding his sword low, telling him to come at him whenever he is ready. Jae-ha's expression goes completely serious, his eyes locking onto Hanbit's silhouette. He launches forward, swinging his massive hammer down with incredible force, shattering the dirt floor. But Hanbit easily slides out of the way, leaving Jae-ha to stumble forward, screaming as his momentum drags him along. Hanbit turns around, completely untouched by the strike. He stands quietly as Jae-ha's hammer crashes into the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Hanbit calmly points out the basic weapon theory. Hammers have massive attack power, but they are incredibly slow and completely useless if you can't get them to land. He slides his blade right back to Jeha's neck. Jeha grinds his teeth, refusing to give up, declaring he is going to prove his worth in his own way. He grips the leather handle with all his strength, his knuckles turning white. He swings the heavy iron head in a massive, horizontal arc, trying to catch Hanbit's dodge path. Hanbit executes a flawless backflip, the heavy metal whistling inches beneath his boots. Jeha yells that he is going to land at least one hit before the timer runs out. He lets out a massive battle cry, pouring all his remaining mana into his weapon. He leaps high into the air, aiming a colossal overhead strike directly at Hanbit's head. He realizes his attacks are too slow to hit Hanbit directly, so he decides to target the entire yard instead using a massive area of effect skill. He descends like a meteor, his hammer glowing with a blinding golden light, and he unleashes a massive ground slam, the colossal shockwave physically shattering the stone tiles and sending dirt and rocks flying in a massive explosion. A thick cloud of dust blankets the entire yard. The timer chime echoes through the silence, and Hanbit's voice calls out from the mist, announcing that their hour is officially up. Jeha is standing in the middle of the ruined yard, panting heavily, looking completely exhausted. The dust clears, revealing Hanbit sitting comfortably on top of the wooden fence, his sword already sheathed. Jeha collapses onto the grass, admitting that even if he had landed a hit, the result wouldn't have changed. Hanbit asks if combat is perhaps not his true calling. Hanbit smiles, jumping down, suggesting that there are plenty of highly viable paths in this game besides raw combat, asking if he has ever thought about specializing in other areas. Jeha looks up, rubbing his neck, and casually mentions that his official class was a blacksmith to begin with. Hanbit's face goes completely blank as his brain tries to process why he just spent an entire hour sweat coaching a level 52 crafting class in advanced parry mechanics. The stream chat is in absolute hysterics. So, our guy just completely dismantled a level 52 player in a backyard sparring match, and now the chat is actively roasting the poor victim for wasting 2 whole years of his life on a crafting build. But then a donation pop-up drops a piece of lore that changes everything. It turns out Tail Corporation was the first to search for a hidden route to get the legendary skill, Dwarf's Metallurgy. The community was absolutely chaotic when that happened, but apparently the Mega Guilds failed to secure it. Hanbit's ears immediately perk up. He asks Jeha if they actually found a related quest or just got lost along the way. Jeha explains that while his team tried their best, they only uncovered a hidden path on the snowy mountains. He claims he was actually the very first person to discover the prompt for the dwarf's secret, but the trail went completely cold after that. Hanbit looks at him, realizing this is not just some random casual player. This guy is the actual key to a skill that could break the game's entire economy. And since Hanbit has 55 lifetimes of regression knowledge, he knows exactly how to finish what the developer started. He is not letting this slip through his fingers. Without wasting a single second, he pulls up his system screen and taps the button to send Jeha a direct friend request. Jeha reacts like he was just invited to join a professional esports team by his favorite champion, screaming in absolute disbelief. Hanbit just gives him a calm, reassuring smile, playing the cool mentor role perfectly while Loper stands by, looking proud. The system chimes as Jeha rapidly hits the accept button, his eyes literally watering from the sheer joy of being recognized by a literal god-tier player. But while they are celebrating their new partnership, Hanbit casually wonders what happened to the local rogue sisters who were watching them. Turns out, they were watching from the doorway. And while Rhea is giving them a playful peace sign, Atsabel is standing in the shadows looking like she is about to summon a meteor. Atsabel bursts out of the door with a terrifying red aura, demanding to know who authorized them to turn her peaceful backyard into a demolition zone. Hanbit immediately starts apologizing, pointing at the rich corporate developer who promised to pay for all the broken property. To escape her wrath, the party transitions to the Dew of Dawn, a cozy tavern tucked away in Adlin's shopping district, where the local NPCs are loudly complaining about the corrupt new mayor. Loper is looking around like he just entered a secret level, while Jeha admits he hasn't been to a normal tavern in over 2 years because he was too busy grinding. As the NPCs mutter about running away to the Holy Nation to escape the taxes, Hanbit leans back, silently taking notes on the political unrest of the region. He turns his attention back to his guest, asking if he should just address him by his real name since Jeha is surprisingly not using a gaming nickname. Jeha shrugs it off, saying his company made him use his real name anyway, so he has absolutely nothing to hide. Meanwhile, The chat is calling him a psychopath for using his actual face and name, which causes Hanbit to suffer a brief moment of mental damage as he remembers the silver-haired goddess who locked his own real face to his avatar. Shaking off the divine trauma, Hanbit asks for more details about the item Jeha found during that snowy mountain expedition. Jeha explains that it was not just a simple achievement prompt, but a physical object shining in the deep snow. It had the exact same ancient dwarven runes carved into its surface as the quest description. Hanbit leans over the table, asking if he still has it. Jeha says yes, and immediately starts reaching deep into his shirt collar, which causes the chat to start panic screaming for him to cover his chest. He pulls out a metallic chain, presenting a polished silver dog tag that glints in the tavern light. The chat is completely baffled by the appearance of a modern military dog tag in a high fantasy game, but Hanbit's eyes narrow with absolute recognition. Loper points at it, pointing out the strange design, while Hanbit asks if he can take a closer look at the metallic surface. Jeha hands it over without a second thought, completely trusting his new high-level friend. The texture is familiar, and the engraved letters match Hanbit's deepest regression memories. This dog tag is the literal physical key to unlocking the metallurgy questline. He asks where exactly Jeha picked it up, and Jeha confirms it was halfway up the snowy peak north of the volcanic region of Ifrit. Hanbit casually mentions that the area is known for its massive mineral veins and hidden mine entrances. Jeha's mouth drops open in pure shock, wondering how a low-level player who has only been active for a few days knows about a high-tier endgame zone. Loper immediately steps in to brag on Hanbit's behalf, claiming his Hyung basically memorized the entire game manual like it was a holy book. While Loper is playing the ultimate hype man, Hanbit points out that if multiple corporate teams searched that mountain and found nothing, they must have missed a hidden mechanic. Jeha looks down, explaining that despite their massive budget, the quest never triggered because the game only grants the metallurgy skill to the absolute first discoverer. Hanbit gets a sharp look in his eyes. He looks at Jeha and proposes they officially travel together to solve the mystery. Jeha looks like he just won the lottery for the second time in 10 minutes, his eyes wide with absolute disbelief. Hanbit explains that a partnership is a win-win for both of them, while Jeha literally starts crying tears of joy onto his leather armor. He stands up, pumping his fist and promising to do everything he can to support the party, making him look like he is delivering a desperate corporate job interview speech. Amused by his enthusiasm, Hanbit opens his interface and officially sends a party invite to the level 52 blacksmith. Jeha accepts the invite, scratching his head and admitting that while he cleared the main scenario of Adlin a long time ago, he is more than happy to just tag along and watch the master work. They exit the tavern as the sun sets over Port Edlin, bowing politely and agreeing to meet up at the same spot tomorrow. The golden blue light of the logout sequence wraps around them, leaving the chat to joke about how this high-intensity raid party looks more like a middle-aged hiking club. In the real world, Jeha rips off his high-end virtual reality headset and screams at the ceiling in pure, unadulterated triumph. He grabs his pillow, biting down on it to muffle his crying as he realizes that partnering with Black Dragon might actually secure him a massive promotion at Anke Technology. Meanwhile, a blue city bus pulls up to a quiet Korean street on a peaceful weekend morning. Hanbit steps onto the bus, tapping his transportation card with a tired expression. He sits down, sighing to himself about how waking up early on his day off feels exactly like heading to his corporate internship. He leans against the window, wondering if he is actually getting addicted to the game since he already misses the virtual world. But then, he overhears two young guys sitting right behind him, talking about the recent Challenge Dungeon speedrun. They are looking at their phones, talking about how they tried to copy the Black Dragon Parry guide but still took over an hour to clear, concluding that the guy is an absolute monster. Hanbit quietly scrolls through his phone, checking the RP Gallery community posts where people are actively debating if Black Dragon is using a developer's super account. Others are pointing out the official rankings, showing Black Dragon sitting comfortably at first place while carrying the pink-haired NPC kid. The forum comments are laughing at the former record holder, Kim Hansop, whose private gold-earning monopoly got completely shattered after a whole year of holding first place. Hanbit looks at the screen, his eyes widening as he calculates that over 50,000 players paid the entry fee to try his guide, which means the pooled prize money has reached at least 25 million gold. His expression turns serious. A bounty that massive means the former ranker is going to be incredibly hostile, but since the money is already in his pocket, there is no turning back now. He presses the red stop button on the bus wall. He steps off the vehicle onto the concrete sidewalk, adjusting his jacket. Checking his phone's map application, he looks up at the massive residential buildings surrounding the commercial district. He stops directly in front of Jumsong Villa, taking a deep breath before deciding to take his first step into the physical location. Because to destroy the goddess's system, he needs to uncover the physical secret behind the gear itself.